goodwill of the people. It can be seen that, despite her brutal treatment of anyone who ever stood in her way, Serene Galahad's reign was still contingent on the goodwill of the people of Earth. However, the knowledge of the common man was limited. He thought that Alan Saul had attacked Earth and released the Scour, the pandemic that had annihilated nearly half of Earth's population of 18 billion, almost certainly killing someone the common man knew. Under Serene Galahad, that same common man seemed to have acquired more personal freedom and more material wealth, while his ruler apparently strove to avenge his losses. Of course, he did not know that the greater freedom he enjoyed was due to Saul wiping out the committee infrastructure and frying a large proportion of those who had formerly wielded the whip. Nor did he understand that his greater material wealth was precisely because the Scour had killed billions of his fellows. Nor did he realize that Serene Galahad was entirely responsible for the Scour. The gratitude he felt for his current ruler was unwarranted, and the sense of motivation that had him turning up at the factory gates early was based on a lie. This sort of ignorance, unfortunately, has been the lot of the common man since the dawn of time. Earth. The sun was shining on what had been Chairman Messina's small patch of Tuscan countryside. There were lemons on some of the trees and green oranges on others, while below them carefully tended succulents had opened red, orange, white, and yellow flowers to the morning sun. Light glinted brightly off an all-chrome shepherd as it strode on patrol near the fence, and razorbirds roosting on a watchtower could almost be mistaken for seagulls. But all this brightness seemed just a veneer over blackness to Serene Galahad. As her limousine drew up beside the building, Serene felt that its dressing of stone and red pantiles, concealing its recent lineage, was merely a facade of a similar nature, but one that covered failure. She stepped out of her vehicle before Sack, her dehumanized lizard-skin bodyguard, could open the door for her, and she pushed her sunglasses up onto her hair. Already the troops from the 2 armored cars were piling out and heading for the 2 entrances, and going in fast. Their instructions clear. "It should just take a few minutes," Sack informed her, looming at her side. She shrugged, not really concerned, and continued to survey her surroundings without interest. Coming from inside the building, she could hear shouting, a scream, the sound of glass breaking. Of course, it wasn't necessary for her to be here for this, but maybe it could bring her back into focus. Maybe this was the remedy she required. Eventually, just as the shepherd disappeared from sight behind some olive trees, Sack told her, "They're ready." She began walking towards the main entrance, Sack still at her shoulder and 2 armored guards moving ahead. One of the guards held the door open for her, while the other one moved on into the corridor beyond. Meanwhile, Sack drew his antiquated automatic and proceeded with it pointing down at his side. There was no need, because no one here except her troops was armed. The staff here had all been thoroughly vetted, and none of them would even consider violence against her. Until it was too late. She moved on past a room full of computers and wall-spanning information screens, another room containing tiers of shelves, crammed with old paper files, but with search-and-sort robots looking like the offspring of document scanners and spiders crawling along the shelves. And finally, she came to a door, outside which 4 of her troops had already gathered. Serene paused as they moved aside. She glanced at a smear of blood on the floor and wondered if some of those working here might have guessed in advance, or had just been a bit too tardy in following orders. She looked up at the sign on the door, which announced Tactical, the smaller text below this reading Data Acquisition, Collation and Assessment, Positive Response Planning. She snorted, then reached down and extracted her new black oval palm top from its pouch at her belt. "Ma'am?" Sack inquired, gesturing towards the door. She nodded, and he opened it for her. She strode on through. The entire staff of this main tactical unit was present in the room. Some were seated at consoles, but most were herded back against the far wall. Near the door, some chairs had been shoved over to one side, leaving just one, the chair behind it, facing the room. Troops stood watchfully to either side of it. Serene moved into the room, pulled out the chair, and sat, placing her palm top carefully before her, tapping it once and watching in satisfaction as it hinged open, expanded its film screen, and projected a keyboard onto the desk surface. She reached out, but, anticipating her, it had already called up the list of the 34 personnel here, which she'd been looking at earlier. "Merrick Myers," she stated, looking up. The woman was clearly reluctant to come forward, but others moved aside quickly, and someone behind her gave her a shove. "Ma'am," said Myers, achieving a ridiculous mix of bow and curtsy. "You are the officer in charge here," Serene declared. "But the blame cannot be wholly attributed to you. Your final assessments for submission to me are made up from a collation of data and assessments gathered from other tactical units. It is the case that what you present to me can only be as good as the data you receive." Myers looked quite relieved to hear this, and seemed about to say something, but Serene held up a hand to cut her off and continued. "Nevertheless, the fact remains that, despite having the best data and tactical programs available, along with the application of the minds of a total of 4,203 tactical analysts, Tactical still got it wrong. Ma'am, if I could—" "You will be silent," Galahad spat. Then, after a pause to calm herself, "Time and time again your tactical assessments underestimated Alan Saul. The failure of tactical is no small matter. You have allowed the greatest mass murderer in human history to escape our grasp. And because of that you have also jeopardized the future of Earth. We still do not have the gene bank samples and data that would enable us to regenerate Earth's ecosystem." Serene found herself growing irate again, as she mentally reviewed what she'd just said, and as doubt nibbled at her certainty. Was the blame really all theirs? Yes, of course it was, damn it. She'd done everything she could, and, as had been the case throughout human history, had been let down by her advisors. She could only work with what she knew. It was their fault. Serene flicked to another list and then fed that into a particular program. This was a random selection of 10% of other tactical personnel, in places like this both on Earth and in orbit, a number that rounded up to 386. "This cannot go unpunished," Serene continued. "However, I am not so stupid as to allow such a punishment to destroy or cripple an important resource. I have therefore chosen a method suitable to our location here in Italy. I am using the old punishment, called decimation." She set the program running, watched a loading bar appear, rise to its maximum, and then disappear. For those of you unacquainted with the word, decimation was how Roman commanders punished troops guilty of cowardice or rebellion. 1 in 10 was selected and killed. She now went back to her previous list of those here, and fed that into the same program as well, but paused it with the parameters set. "Right now, 386 of your fellow tactical analysts, both on Earth and in orbit, are learning what their strangulation collars are for." At this announcement, many in the crowd before her reached up to finger the hoops of bright metal fastened around their necks. As was usual in this sort of situation, they were seeing or hearing others being punished, and assumed this was an object lesson for them, that, this time, they had escaped. "Here, gathered before me," said Serene, "I have the cream of tactical, the best analysts and programmers available, and I cannot blithely kill off 1 in 10 of you." Ah, the relief in their expressions. "Your failure is almost of an order of magnitude worse than that of your fellows. Therefore, you are all going to die." It took them a moment to realize what she'd just said. A moment for them to begin to protest and mill like sheep being circled by wolves. And just a moment for Serene to set the program running again. Some of them began screaming and protesting. Those seated leaped out of their chairs, and all of them groped ineffectually at their now closing collars. A couple ran towards her, the man ridiculously wielding a litter bin. Sack's automatic cracked twice, both headshots, one lifting the top of the man's scalp and the other hitting the woman's nose before exiting in a spray of brains and bone behind her. They both went down, and behind them computers crashed to the floor as desks and chairs were overturned in a writhing and choking mass of dying humanity. Serene turned to Sack. "That wasn't really necessary now, was it?" "My apologies, Mom," he replied woodenly. Serene took in the look of horror on the faces of some of the troops. Though most remained hard-faced and unreadable, it occurred to her that Sack might have killed those two so as to end their suffering swiftly. But then she immediately dismissed the idea. A man like him didn't get to the position he had without becoming callously inured to this sort of incident. Just as on other occasions like this, she noticed the sudden smell of shit, though this time the only collar failure was one that closed too quickly and all the way, severing a head and sending a spray of blood that even reached her desk. She closed up her palm top, stood, picked it up, and returned it to its pouch. By now the choking sounds had ceased, though chests were still heaving and legs kicking. Serene abruptly stepped back, bored with this now, and realizing that though she had felt her malaise lift for a moment, it was back in force. "Take me home," she said to Sack, before heading for the door. Mars. Va slowly hauled herself to her feet, feeling weak, shaky, and nauseous, and only just beginning to accept that she wasn't on the brink of dying. It was a strange mental state to emerge from. She'd given up her responsibilities, had nothing to do, and how uncomfortable and filthy she felt had been irrelevant. But her anger at Roan for first trying to kill her out here on the surface of Mars, then leaving her to die when her oxygen ran out, helped her feel alive again. For this had not faded, and now became the anchor that stabilized her. And her brother, who had miraculously crossed the solar system to bring her oxygen, seemed to inject some steel into her backbone with the steady regard of his weird pink eyes. She straightened up, gazed at him for a second, then transferred her attention to the vehicle he'd arrived on. The dust having rolled away, the machine was now clearly visible. On seeing its similarity to an early rocket-propelled precursor of vertical takeoff jets, she had christened it a flying bedstead, and now felt no need to question that label. On the dusty, rust-colored ground rested a cube-shaped framework, from which projected steering thrusters, one pointing towards Var and two pointing left and right, with presumably a fourth projecting from the other side. Within it, a single acceleration chair faced up towards the sky, with hardware from the cockpit of a spaceplane installed in front of it. Behind the chair, two cylindrical fuel tanks had been mounted horizontally, and beneath them the main engine pointed towards the ground. "I would have said impossible to fly, had I not seen you flying it," she rasped. The word impossible has always been given a severe battering throughout human history, and recently has been dealt a near-fatal blow, he reminded her. She felt slightly demeaned by his dismissive attitude, and wished she hadn't used the word impossible, but instead inquired about the technicalities of flying such a machine. His remark had referred to this Rhine drive he'd used to bring Argus Station here. Arrogant of him, she felt, but supposed it did seem less pointless discussing the difficulties of flying the contraption that stood before her, when he'd recently totally shafted conventional physics. She studied him, and he seemed blank to her, not quite as human as the brother she'd once known. But was she misremembering? Perhaps it was the effect of those eyes and the knowledge of everything he had managed to achieve. "What happened to you, Alan?" she asked, trying hard to connect. "I may retain that name, but little else of the brother you knew." He glanced up the valley, seemingly impatient with her. "We'll talk while we walk." Swallowing a snappy reaction, she waved a hand towards his vehicle. "Can't this thing get us back to Argus?" "No. He turned and headed back towards it with the long gliding steps necessary here. An Earth-format spaceplane would have fallen like a brick in Martian atmosphere. I had to strip one down to achieve the correct weight-to-thrust ratio. Physically, it could not include any more fuel than this used to get me down here. He reached up beside the seat and detached a backpack, pulled it down and slung it over one shoulder, and turned back to her. "So we have to go to Antares base," she said. He nodded. "We have to get your Mars-format spaceplane flying again." "We don't have any fuel for that either." "Not a problem, as right now my robots are constructing a drop canister to get some down to us." He paused reflectively. "Should come down 20 hours hence, within just a few kilometers of the base." "But we do have the additional problem that I'm no longer in charge," she replied. "Ron is probably now in control of Antares base and its weapons." He waved a dismissive hand. "Something to be dealt with in due course." He'd stolen a space station, and all but destroyed the committee, so perhaps had some reason for self-confidence. But she found his arrogance nevertheless distasteful. No matter what he had done, a single bullet could still kill him. He turned jerkily and began heading away, kicking up small clouds of dust. Var hesitated, not much in love with the idea of tagging along behind, of being in second place, then reluctantly acknowledged to herself that she was alive only because of him, and she hurried to catch up, her legs leaden, and a pain nagging in her chest from what was probably a cracked rib. "Where are you heading?" she asked. "There's a cave system leading from Coprates Chasma to that cave you were moving your base to. That'll get us close without being seen." She'd considered going that route herself, but just hadn't possessed a sufficient air supply. Noting the weight of the pack he carried, she felt sure he must have brought extra oxygen bottles along. Yes, of course he'd brought extra. Of course he would never make a stupid mistake like forgetting to bring enough air. "So tell me, Alan," she said, moving up alongside him, "how come you're here now?" It was merely a conversational gambit, and he accepted it as such. "You could say," he began, "that my birth into this incarnation was from a plastic crate on the conveyor of the Calais trash incinerator." Throughout the Martian afternoon, they trudged on up Coprates Chasma with rouge dust hanging in the air over their trail, while Saul, in terse and perfectly correct sentences, told her what had happened to him and what he'd been doing over the last few years. Var was appalled. Her brother had always appeared pragmatic and mostly emotionless, yet there had never been any indication that he could also be so murderous. But then this person beside her was not quite the brother she had known, and in truth she'd previously never had any idea that she herself could become such a ruthless killer. Perhaps they shared the same genetic trait. Their walk brought them to a triangular cave piercing a steep cliff, and as they scrambled over fallen rubble to reach it, Var realized that Alan seemed just as exhausted as she felt. But he finished his monologue. "In a state comparable to unconsciousness, I'd calculated that what we now call the Rhine drive was our only hope." He shrugged. "I was arrogant and I was wrong because Galahad's warship, the Scourge, still managed to intercept us." Var felt slightly surprised at this admission of error. He halted and turned to look at her. "The troops boarded Argus and a lot of people died. We came close to losing. It was only by my boarding the Scourge and penetrating its computer system that we managed to prevail." "So what did you do?" Var asked. "I penetrated their ID implants and activated the biochips, killing them all with the scour virus lying latent within them." He faced forwards and moved on. "We got the drive running again after that and hit the Scourge, which had retreated, with our drive bubble. That ship is back on course for Earth and now doubtless full of corpses." He paused contemplatively as they walked, then added, "In reality, the only person the Rhine drive actually saved was you." Var felt a surge of resentment at that, then shook it off as she contemplated all he had told her. So that was it. End of that chapter and turn over the page. He had summarized some of the most catastrophic events the human race had ever faced, also events that had opened out vast horizons. All had as their root cause himself. She found that somehow unfair. "So what now?" she asked as they reached the cave mouth. "You always wanted to build spaceships, Var. That is one memory I retain," he replied. Give me your opinion of Argus Station in that respect. She shivered, and despite her weariness felt a sudden excitement. It was a stupid design. Yes, it was, but she couldn't help feeling as if she was about to deliver a proposal to some committee technology assessment group. How so? He inquired, flicking on his suit light to punch a beam into the dusty dark ahead. The initial aim was to build a ring station that could be spun up for centrifugal gravity. The first put in the structural supports and then began building the ring, and only realized halfway through that they'd positioned it over the Traveller engine, so wouldn't be able to complete it if they'd intended to use that engine again, which they did. Then, instead of moving the engine so that it pointed either up or down in relation to the ring's axis, they decided to turn the ring supports into the spindles for cylinder worlds, then went on to build the arcoplexes. It was a government hash from the start. Very true, Saul agreed. We'll have to move it, Var opined. The engine or the station room? He asked. The Traveller engine, effectively, since we really need to get that asteroid out of there, cut it up, and turn it into something useful. So you propose a ring-shaped spacecraft with the engine jutting below? I propose no such thing. He wasn't walking into the cave, just leaning a hand against the wall of stone as he waited to hear what she had to say. In just a short exchange, this conversation had moved on from apparently idle speculation. But she felt sudden misgivings. After all he had done, why would he need her expertise? Was he just offering a sop to her pride? No, she couldn't allow that thought to take hold. She could be just as good as him, just as successful. She closed her eyes for a second to try and remember the schematics of the Argus station, and then consider what could be done with it. The Alcubierre warp, she said, her eyes snapping open. What is its size and shape? It presently generates at a diameter of 7 kilometers, kilometer from the station rim all around. It is oblate, with an axial thickness of 4 kilometers, though with half-kilometer indents at the poles. I notice your emphasis on presently, remarked Var. Saul nodded. Without the Argus asteroid at the center of the station, the warp would be spherical. So that changes the kind of ship you could build, said Var, if you intend to retain the drive you already have. True, Saul agreed. What design of ship do you propose? They were a little two-dimensional in their thinking when they built the station. If the ship itself was spherical, you could build in greater structural integrity, maybe even position new arcoplexes inside it and move the Traveller engine round and then out along one axis. That is, if you feel you need to retain that engine. With the Rhine drive, we essentially fly blind, he observed, non-committal. She couldn't help but feel he'd been coaxing her to her next words. You've managed to create a warp drive, something long considered impossible in conventional physics circles, so what about Mach effect propulsion? I have been considering it, he acknowledged. As with the Rhine drive, it may be that we already have a large portion of the necessary hardware in place, simply with the EM field equipment. I see. So what would you do first? You'll need a lot of construction robots, and a lot more materials than you can obtain from the Argus asteroid. Robots first, then start building the skeleton of the sphere. He abruptly stepped away and gazed up at the sky. Brigitte and Angela, he said, I've sent instructions to the system which concern you. When you've finished clearing that mess in there, I want robotics operating at full production. I've also instructed Larocque to give you everything you need. He paused for a second, listening to a response before continuing. Yes, he's having the smelting plants extended. He then turned to Var. It begins, he explained. Shall we? He gestured into the cave ahead, then led the way in. Of course, once they got deep inside the cave, he would be out of contact with the computer systems of Argus Station. He'd set things in motion just then, which seemed fast for someone used to the bureaucratic delays and screw-ups usual in her previous employers. It was also exhilarating, but for the feeling that she was somehow being shifted into place like some game piece. Argus. Hannah gazed at the swirling debris spreading out from the ringside-bearing installation of Arcoplex 2, noting the flare of welders throughout the station amid constant robot and human activity. Madness! She exclaimed in exasperation. He's risking our lives to save a sister he doesn't even remember. Even as she finished this outburst, she felt mean and selfish, and began to question her motivation. He wasn't risking their lives because they could survive without him. With the Rhine drive, they could now avoid anything Earth threw at them, and they probably also possessed enough expertise to repair the station and return it to self-sufficiency. Materials and energy wouldn't be a problem. The former could be gathered within the asteroid belt or elsewhere in the solar system, while for the latter they could fly close to the sun, use their mirrors and solar arrays and be away again before Galahad could send anything after them. So why am I angry? Hannah wondered. It was because she loved Saul and didn't want him to die. It was because without him now, she would feel alone. No, that didn't really work. If she was truthful, she had to admit she did not love him. She had once had an infatuation for the man he had previously been, when both man and infatuation had been human things. But loving the Alan Saul who rescued her from Inspectorate HQ London had seemed more akin to loving some especially efficient weapons system. And now he existed in an area far outside cozy one-to-one human relationships, having risen to the position of Godhead or Owner, which was the title he had assumed out of contempt for all other titles. Or perhaps arrogance. So what was bothering her? Possessiveness. Somehow he belonged to her, and she realized that this concern of his for his sister, his risking his life for this Vardelex by flying that contraption of his to the surface of Mars, alone was the source of her pique. She was jealous, and knowing that only annoyed her further. And by Larocque's silence over radio, she guessed her reaction had made him uncomfortable. He was embarrassed for her. Hannah swung round to watch an ant-like construction robot emerging from one of the empty rooms inside the installation. It was clutching a human corpse in its big two-fingered forelimb. The corpse wore a grey vacuum combat suit, painted with the symbol of the rising sun on the chest and back. This was not one of the Scourge assault troops Saul had killed with the scour, for the head was missing and misty vapour trickled from numerous bullet holes. The corpse was off on its journey to be placed first in the hopper of a big robot, normally used to carry construction materials, then conveyed, once that robot had a full load, to the overflowing Rim mortuary. It struck Hannah that this task must be now becoming quite familiar to the robots here. Did he have to kill them all? She asked abruptly, then winced. Where had that come from? I'm guessing he didn't have time to be selective, Hannah. Larocque's tone sounded somewhat patronizing over the comlink. And if he hadn't been so drastic, we might all either be dead or imprisoned by now. Yes, those were the plain facts, but she didn't want to apologize for her outburst. Why the hell should she? She'd been shot at. She'd killed people, become an unwilling participant in slaughter, damn it. Still, she pulled back on any further outbursts. Larocque had suffered similar woes, and he'd also lost friends. She realized she was behaving like a brat, and it was time to stop. So what do we do while he's gone? She inquired, as she began heading for the Arcoplex elevator at this end. Has he relayed any instructions? Larocque emitted a dry laugh. Oh, he's given us some chores to be getting on with, while he's out of contact in a cave system down there. The detail on them came close to crashing the system, until he slowed things down a little. What? We all have our instructions, and reconstruction is ramping up to the maximum possible, given the limited power available, and we've restarted mining operations on the asteroid. I'm trying to get a handle on it, but it's not all obvious. He has some robots building a fuel drop tank for the Mars spaceplane down there, and Brigitte and Angela are running robotics at full capacity. More robots? Hannah queried. More robots, Larocque confirmed, though we have to await some new schematics that he'll send once he's back in contact. We also have provisional, but yet to be approved, designs for thousands of different station components, including what looks like new Arcoplex spindles. Arcoplex spindles? Hannah wondered as she stepped into the elevator. Okay, she said. "I'm heading back to my cabin now." She cut the link. Suddenly feeling very weary, Hannah leaned back against the wall of the elevator, almost glad that the damage to Arcoplex 2 had made it necessary to cut its spin again. She was pleased not to have to trudge through an artificial one-gravity to her quarters near her laboratory. As the doors opened to admit her to the Arcoplex, she opened her suit visor and was immediately hit by the smell of burned plastic and cooked human flesh, and sharply reminded of what had happened here. To distract herself, she thought about the meaning of the instructions Saul had issued. He seemed to be mapping out the immediate future and keeping everyone busy, but what about afterwards? Obviously, he was aiming to rebuild Argus Station, almost certainly turning it into the spaceship he had once named it. Doubtless he intended to ensure it was self-sufficient, maneuverable, powerful. And then? Did he intend to move against Earth or move away? Did she, in all honesty, have any chance of understanding his future aims and divining his present plans? Mars. Saul had understood, from the moment Var breathed easily again, that it was time to start acting and stop reacting. Images from Earth he had viewed during his descent to Mars showed that while the Scourge had been out here hunting them, Serene Galahad had not been idle. He counted at least 10 mass drivers operating, the framework of 3 huge ships taking shape amidst the ever-expanding Mars Traveler construction station. Also a structure down on Earth that already looked like a test bed for something similar to the Rhine Drive. If he continued just reacting, they would die, so he needed to work harder and faster than the sum industrial and technical might of Earth. "We'll need more power than what's available out here," said Var. Saul focused his human facet on her, already aware that he was dealing with someone angry and prideful, and little in love with being merely a subordinate. Whether his sister had always been like that, he did not have sufficient memory of her to know. He also wondered if her recent experiences here might have changed her. Fusion should supply enough power to begin the work, but yes, I agree. We need more power. He turned and stepped into the cave. "I'll take the Argus close to the sun when we're done here." "What do you intend to get done here?" "As I said, I want to get the Mars format spaceplane up and running," he said. "The people here will be relocated to Argus, while I strip Antares base of anything useful, like the fusion reactor." "You'll give them no choices?" she asked, apparently pleased by the idea. "They can stay on Mars and die if they so choose," he said bluntly. The floor of the cave was uneven, and in places they had to scramble over boulders, after which Saul found himself panting, despite weighing just over a third of what he weighed on Earth. Deeper in, he began to note calcite formations, the nubs of stalactites and stalagmites that had never had a chance to get as big as anything similar on Earth. They had to be billions of years old. "But still, there's the problem of Roan," Var observed. Saul grimaced, annoyed with himself now because he'd not thought to bring a weapon. Just getting here and rescuing his sister had been an uncharacteristically overriding concern, while anything after that down here had seemed of little importance, compared to everything else he had needed to do. Now, because he hadn't been paying attention, the problems down here could become critical. Once out in the open again, he could take over their systems, but there were no reader guns he could use to remove Roan. He and Var could sneak in and maybe seize some weapons. He had confidence enough in his own abilities in that respect, but all that seemed untidy, and there was still a chance that one or both of them might get killed. "What do you suggest?" he asked, turning to study her. "I want to kill Roan," she said tightly, leaning against the cave wall and seemingly grateful for the pause. "But that's personal. Maybe if you can link me through, I can talk to the whole base, let Roan and the rest know the situation and get their response." It was vague, imprecise. "You could demand that Roan step down," he suggested. "I don't want to be their leader." "You've fallen out of love with the idea," Saul commented, moving on. "Give me something to build and teams to command, and I'm fine. Making life-and-death decisions about people's future I'm not so fine with." Of course, her pride had taken a heavy blow, and now Saul had offered her a way out. She wanted to deal with the nuts and bolts of a major space engineering project, as if that would be so much easier. "I collected what data we have on you," he said. "On top of all your other qualifications, you're a synthesist, which makes you much more qualified to lead people than many others who would like the job, including this Roan. Sometimes the job chooses you and there are no other options." He considered Hannah up on Argus as he said this, how sometimes it was necessary to accept responsibility because really there was no one else who could. They trudged on through the darkness with long, slow steps, their suit lights stabbing ahead of them. In his mind, Saul tracked their position on an old seismic map of this cave, pausing occasionally to study his surroundings. Some hours of silence passed as they labored on, at one point crossing the bed of an ancient underground stream, scattered with rounded pebbles. As he paused to aim his light in each direction along the pipe cut through the rock on either side of them, Saul understood that Var's decision to take Antares base underground had been the best one in the circumstances. But that would have come to nothing once the might of Earth reached out here. It really did not matter how capable were the individuals or minor groups scattered about the solar system, because they simply could not bring to bear the kind of resources Serene Galahad had available. He started to move on, but Var suddenly swore and sprawled on the ground. "You okay?" he asked. She got back up onto all fours, then probed her side with one hand. "I need to rest." "Are you hurt?" "Cracked rib, but that's not my main problem." She stood up. "Thinking I was going to die, I didn't waste much of the little time I had left on sleeping." "We'll take a break here," Saul said. "Do you have food?" "Some." "Then eat and rest." Saul stepped over beside the wall of the stream bed and sat down, feeling grateful for a break himself. Var sat opposite him, sucking from her suit spigot for a while, but did not seem inclined to talk further. He watched her eyelids sag, then finally close, detected the change in her breathing, and envied her. She'd fallen straight into a deep sleep. Checking his own physical condition, he felt no need for sleep, for he had slept long enough, but did feel the need for his body to recharge. He sucked from his own suit spigot, a protein paste packed with sugars, vitamins, and minerals until it was dry. He then switched over to fluids and gulped down a liter of some unidentifiable citrus liquid. Then he consciously ramped up the activity of his organs, cleaning out poisons and recharging all round, doing the best to bring his body to optimum efficiency in the shortest time. But even all this, involving considerable detail, occupied only a small portion of his intellect, so he considered other matters meanwhile. Saul summoned up in his mind a schematic of the standard construction robot, along with ideas he'd played with before about how it could be vastly improved. At present it was a singular machine, and though it looked like an ant, the idea of social insects had not been taken to its logical conclusion and beyond. The robots must be designed as parts of a logical whole, all their components rendered interchangeable down to even their minds. Robots that consisted of 3 body parts and 3 sets of limbs should be made capable of both separating and conjoining. He visualized robots with just 1 body section and 1 pair of limbs, mating up with similar fellows to create robots with any number of body sections and pairs of limbs, even up to centipede monsters. Outlining this general idea, he next concentrated on the specific, the alloys and metamaterials to be used, the dimensions of all the components, a new design of processor to run a whole new kind of software. 7 hours later, by the time Var reopened her eyes, he had perfected every detail. "I'm sorry about that," she apologized. "No problem at all," he replied, standing up. He really didn't resent the delay at all, because he felt stronger after those hours of respite, and knew he had designed something truly inspired, even for him. When they moved on again, Var wanted to talk. Hours passed as she picked at him for details of recent events. In turn, he tried to fill in some of the blanks in his recollection of her history, and occasionally ventured to fill the blanks in his own. He thus learned more about their parents, about their sheltered upbringing, about the tutors he drained of knowledge and discarded, and his steady progress to adulthood. It was all distantly interesting, but Saul could find no emotional connection there. Really, Var was telling him stories about someone else. Then, coming with a kind of inevitability, her next question focused on something he'd been skirting around within his own mind. So you'll turn Argus Station into something bigger and better, a spaceship the like of which has never been seen before, she said. Then what? There was the question. Until they first started up the Rhine drive, every effort made had been towards survival. Now the scourge was no longer a problem, and with luck it would be some time yet before Earth could send anything else against them. Then I leave, he said. Leave? The solar system. There will be some aboard Argus who won't like that. I'd like to offer them an alternative, but that's not feasible. I could take Argus to Earth right now, but there are Earth's defenses to consider. And also the fact, which I have made plain to them, that their next destination once they set foot on Earth would be an adjustment cell. Glittering dust still hung in the air in front of them, even though it had been several days since the mining ahead had ceased. Many more hours had passed since their rest, and glancing at Var, Saul could see that she was again as weary as he himself felt. It would be better, he reckoned, if they did not approach the base in this state. Recollecting what he'd seen on the way down, he said, "There are some pressurized cabins at the head of the shaft this Martinez began opening out." "Yes, and I don't think Ron would have had time to close them down." She paused thoughtfully. "In fact, I wonder what he's doing and what he now thinks is best for the base. He must know by now that the Scourge isn't coming here, and that puts him in a bad position. The base either has to be moved underground entirely, or everything that has already been moved underground has to be brought back up to the surface. Will your people up above have spoken to him?" "I left instructions for them to ignore any communications sent from anyone but me." "He'll be shitting himself," said Var. "He gambled on Serene Galahad and lost, so he might now be desperate enough to do something stupid." Metal glinted under their suit lights, and in the next moment they stepped out onto an area of compacted rubble. Looking up, Saul could see, silhouetted against the night sky of Mars, the scaffold leading up to the surface and the derrick above with the lifting platform firmly in place underneath it. No connection here with Argus, which by his calculations sat just above the horizon and would fall behind it in just another half hour. He would have liked to have put it geostationary above Antares base, but with 2 moons whipping about out there, it was easier to put it into a stable orbit. The cave directly ahead had been greatly enlarged, and at their limit, their suit beams vaguely picked out regular shapes, stacks of regolith blocks brought down from the old base, an ATV plus trailer, piles of equipment in plastic packing cases, and other stacks of steel frames rescued from a geodesic dome. There were robots here, too, just a couple of them looming in the dark like steel herons. Saul reached out to them and found them on standby, but resisted the temptation to power them up and seize control of them. There seemed no point. "We'll have to climb," Var pointed out. "Is that a problem for you?" Saul asked. "Not at all." The low gravity made climbing so much easier. However, the low air pressure threatened to rack terminal velocity up high, should either of them slip and fall. But of course, as Saul reminded himself, his sister was quite well aware of that. He reached out and closed a hand on one of the nearest scaffold poles, and found his grip firm. Without further ado, he began hauling himself upwards. It was easy enough, and he only had to pause once to rest, wedging himself between the pole and the rock wall of the shaft. Checking Var, he saw that despite her cracked rib, she had not needed to rest. When he reached the top of the scaffold, she was there to help him out onto the surface. He still wasn't up to full fitness, and wouldn't be for some time yet. "Thanks," he said, because that was what you were supposed to say. As he moved away from the shadow of the derrick, he could sense the Antares base computer network far over to his left, like a 3-dimensional flow diagram for a heating system. He could link into it from here, but there seemed no point at the moment. Instead, he gazed at Argus over on the horizon. Now that its smelting plants were extended and gleaming like eyes in dimly reflected sunlight, it reminded him of how it had looked from the surface of Earth. A second later, he was fully connected with the station's computer system, whereupon he immediately inserted his new robot schematics, also instantly generating an order for the necessary materials from the smelting plants. Next, he tracked down Brigitte Zaberhagen to her cabin, checking recent history to discover that she'd only gone to bed after being awake for nearly 40 hours. He left her alone and instead found the connections to 10 particular mines and riffled through them to find the one he wanted. Judd was one of those mines. The Proctor was an amalgam of human and machine, either an android or a cyborg, the product of research carried out in humanoid unit development aboard this station. On discovering the Proctors here and understanding the horror involved in that research, Saul had considered destroying them. But he had activated them, and now found them indispensable. In a way, they were more like him than any human aboard. Judd was repairing and rerouting damaged optics leading from the Rhine drive to Tech Central, assisted by a human team of 4 people, one of them in an EVA unit. He sent Judd the schematics of the new robots, meanwhile idly checking what the other Proctors were doing. Paul was in the Arboretum, pruning shattered trees and replanting those that had been uprooted. 2 more Proctors were out on the Arboretum skin, working with human teams and construction robots to remove vacuum penetration locks and to make repairs, while the rest were scattered around the station in similar pairs, doing similar work. They never slept, these Proctors, though they did take time out for themselves, sitting like natives around technological campfires, communing in some manner Saul did not want to intrude on, because he felt that seeing through their eyes was more than enough. "Interesting," said Judd. "When you're done there, I want you to assist the Zaberhagens," said Saul. "Let them take the lead, and only intervene if they start to go wrong." "I will be done in 2 hours. "Good." A further search now revealed Angela Zaberhagen standing on a newly replaced glass floor above the robot factory, smoking a hand-rolled cigarette. Saul initiated a connection through her phone. "Don't you know those are bad for you?" he remarked. "The least of my worries," she said, taking another drag. "How close are you to getting the factory up and running?" he asked. "You already know," she replied bluntly. "Very well. I have a schematic for new robots for you to build, and the materials requisitions have gone to the smelting plants," he said. "I want you to retool as quickly as you can. Whenever you need to sleep, I want the work to continue. So I've sent Judd to assist." She gazed up at the nearest cam. "New robots? How long before you start replacing us outdated humans, Alan?" "That will never happen," he replied, and cut the connection. It was, he considered, a relevant question. He could allow the people up there to update themselves in the same way he himself had been updated. But he knew what the inevitable result would be. They would then be in competition with him. His power would be diminished, and some would try to take it away from him. He might lose control. This was the same fear that turned democracies into totalitarian regimes. And he wasn't immune to it. In fact, he did not care to be immune to it. The people aboard Argus would remain under his heel until he found some viable way to be free of them, though for the moment he wanted that way not to necessitate exterminating them. Even as he considered this quandary, he accessed some of the brain implant designs Hannah had stored in her system. He needed something to raise the people there above simple humanity, which, as his new robots came online, would be all but obsolete, but not something likely to raise them beyond his control. Where, though, in the plans developing both inside and outside his skull, to insert human beings. He saw them as control nexuses, either mentally controlling subgroups of robots, or else controlling complex telefactored machines. Transforming them to his purpose would seem as dictatorial as the committee, but what use were they to him if they were not useful? "So how are things there?" asked Var. He pointed to the station. "The smelting plants are extended. One of them is already at work, while the other will be ready within a few hours. The robot factory will start producing our workers within that time, too." "We just need to get back there, then," she said, turning away and striding over to one of the cabins. Saul hurried after her, crammed himself into the small airlock with her, and soon the both of them were inside the cabin itself. Var immediately undid her helmet and took it off. "At last," she said, then turned and stepped through a door into the small washroom and toilet. Saul removed his helmet and sniffed the stale air before surveying his surroundings. Along one wall of the cabin stood a single workbench, loaded with equipment, dismantled electric motors, some hydraulic rams, a vise, and a wide selection of hand tools that were run from pressure lines, coiling down from a pipe along the ceiling. The rest of the room was occupied by a scattering of chairs around a low table improvised from food and drink boxes, with similar boxes stacked by the near wall, some foam mattresses and rolled-up sleeping bags, and a single desk with an old-style computer sitting on it, optics leading up from this machine into the ceiling. He sat down at the desk to turn on the computer, and what had been a hazy and distant network suddenly etched itself into his brain as the computer connected to Antares base, and he linked to it via its modem. He slowly began to open up the bandwidth and explore, sampling here and there until he found the protection, securing the computer in Mars Science, which he broke with a thought. He then speed-viewed the recorded exchanges between Ron and Serene Galahad, understood the man's fears, lack of imagination and naivety, and moved on to locate the CAM network and see what the base staff were doing. The medical bay contained 4 bullet-riddled corpses on gurneys, while a doctor Saul soon identified as Da Vinci sat on the floor with his back against the wall, drinking some concoction out of an Erlenmeyer flask, probably surgical alcohol cut with fruit juice. 60 of the personnel were confined to their rooms, each room locked down from Mars Science, while the rest occupied a community room. Those who were armed were gathered about Ron himself on one side of the room. Most of the rest sat in nervous silence, while a few of them were arguing with Ron and those accompanying him. They wanted assurances, but he now no longer had any to give them. He spoke eloquently of the tragic deaths of Vardelek and Lepomak, and expressed his displeasure at how some had sought to blame these deaths on him. The some were, Saul suspected, those 4 corpses in Da Vinci's surgery. No one believed him, even those around him with the guns. But those busy arguing obviously weren't prepared to state that outright. He talked about how they must now work together to survive, and how the damage done during that lunatic move underground must be swiftly reversed. When they asked about Argus, he told them it was irrelevant, since there was no way anyone on the station could get to them. It seemed everything Saul was hearing had already been said, and that Ron was now reaching the end of his patience. The people were dismissed to their rooms, with the instruction to await their work orders, and a warning that disobedience would not be tolerated. Saul withdrew. He now knew all he needed to know. Chapter 2. Scrappage. With the ID implant, with cams covering just about every populated area, with adjustment to correct people's behavior, and with the shepherds, razorbirds, and spider guns for enforcement, the death rate due to technical errors was high under the original committee. After Alan Saul destroyed much of this apparatus, Serene Galahad discovered that the consequent reduction in control led to greater productivity. However, her committee instincts had not changed, and, also viewing human beings as a plague upon her beloved Earth, it seemed a logical step for her to tighten her grip in a much more direct way. The strangulation collar was her solution. During her time as absolute dictator of Earth, nearly 1 billion of these devices were manufactured and placed around the necks of those holding essential positions, and as with any such hurriedly mass-produced technology, there were errors. These would not have mattered too much, were it not for the security measures within the collars that read any error in the device as an attempt to remove it, and so prompted it to kill the unfortunate wearer. How many people died as a result can only be estimated, since those who died were always conveniently claimed to have been guilty of some crime. A conservative estimate puts the figure at 2 million, but it could, in reality, be as high as 10 times that. Argus. The shooting continued all around them, streaks of tracer bullets cutting through smoke and debris. The air quality, Alex noted, was getting quite bad, and he had to keep snorting dirt and splinters out of his nose. This was the problem with fighting in zero gravity. The detritus thrown up by bullets and explosions didn't just settle back to the ground. Alex blinked, reached up to his face and touched the moisture below his eyes. In this state of meditative recall, Replaying memories in order to analyze tactics and learn from mistakes, it all seemed so immediate. But he knew his tears weren't due to the sharp memory of dust in his eyes. "It was confusing at first," Messina continued. "There I was, with no memory of my past, doing what I was told, while trying to understand the hatred directed at me. I was assaulted frequently, and nearly got killed on the last occasion. But now, my confusion is gone." "It's gone," said Alex, non-committally. "They tried to keep it from me, of course, but the image of the face I possessed before is not something that can be concealed for long." Alex looked round to see Messina up on his knees now and gazing back, resting his shoulder against the penetration lock. "I know who I was," he said. A little sadly, Alex thought. "You were Chairman Alessandro Messina, ruler of Earth," Alex stated firmly. Then his gaze strayed to what he assumed was a chunk of debris sailing through the air towards them. It took him half a second further to realize his mistake. Alex shuddered, his body trying to respond to something that had happened just a couple of standard days ago now. He opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings as he prepared himself for the worst memories. His small cabin was located in a workers' dormitory, fixed between lattice walls. The door was locked, and for now this place had become a prison. But Alex felt fine with that. The cabin was comfortable enough, and the medic had already seen to his various wounds. He had some bottles of drink and even some food, a hammock, and a combined zero-gravity toilet and shower unit, the latter of which he had used, and as a result felt the cleanest he had felt in a long while. This was substantially more than had been available to him for the many months during which he'd scrabbled to stay alive, trapped in a zero-gravity hydroponics unit. He was okay with the solitude, too, because he needed to straighten out his thinking. He closed his eyes again and returned to the not-too-distant past. "Grenade!" he shouted, heaving himself to his feet and reaching for Messina. The erstwhile ruler of Earth stood up, ready to throw himself clear, then took a couple of steps, forced forwards by the impact of the bullets hitting his back and blowing chunks of flesh and rib out of his chest. Alex rolled aside, firing at a half-seen figure, coming back up onto his knees as the same figure staggered. Then he sighted properly and emptied the new clip into it. He saw bits of his target flying away before the grenade detonated and picked him up in a hot fist. Screaming somewhere. This was where it got difficult. The blast had thrown him into foliage, where he finally slammed to a halt against a solid branch. With his ears ringing, he had dragged himself back to the penetration lock. There he had found the chairman's remains, slowly revolving in the air above him, like some grotesque, expanded sculpture constructed of offal. He'd gone into the trees and found the assailant, dead, cut in half. But that hadn't been enough. He didn't care about his own life anymore. Chairman Messina was dead, and there had to be payment. Firing ahead. Not even trying to take cover, Alex propelled himself through the trees to where the floating debris mostly consisted of chunks of hardening breach foam. A penetration lock protruded from the ground. 3 of the assault force from the Scourge gathered around it. As one of them turned towards him, Alex braced himself against a trunk and fired his rifle from the hip. Half a clip, picking them up and sending them tumbling, blood misting around them. The next attacker he found opened fire on him from concealment in thick bushes, branches shattering all around him. Alex threw himself towards those bushes, emptied the rest of the clip, inserted another, and kept his finger on the trigger. A figure just glimpsed, tried to escape, shattered assault rifle tumbling away. Alex kept firing until there was no more voluntary movement there, snatched ammunition clips from a belt half concealed by a bulging mass of viscera. Moved on. Tactical analysis, you weren't conserving ammunition. He killed again. Then again. He responded to direct fire against him by just confronting it and moving in, firing continuously. Tactical analysis? How the hell did you survive that? Through the killing haze, he started to realize something was wrong with the attackers. They seemed to be responding to him too slowly. When a grenade flung him tumbling, He located its source and fired on a soldier who seemed to be trying to get back out of the Arboretum through a penetration lock. Bullets tore flinders from the lock, but only briefly before they ran out. Alex reached down for another clip as he flung himself forwards, but found none. Hardly thinking about it, he discarded his rifle and drew his commando knife as he came down on the man fumbling to open the lock. The man seemed hardly able to defend himself as Alex dragged him round, scanned the armoring of his VC suit, then drove the carbide blade towards a weak point under the arm. He shoved it in to the hilt, then tilted it down, slicing to the heart, blood jetting out. Next he was strangling someone with no recollection of the intervening time. After that it seemed he could only find the dead or dying. He caught one soldier slowly towing himself along the base of the Arboretum dividing wall, pulled him up, and gazed in puzzlement at the bloodshot eyes and foam around his mouth before snapping his neck. Tactical analysis. They were dying of the scour virus. Finally he realized the shooting was over. Then, almost as if operating on some homing instinct, he made his way back to where Chairman Messina had died. He went down on his knees, covered in blood, most of which was not his own. It was over. Alex drew the sidearm he'd taken earlier from the other corpse here, and which, during his killing spree, he had completely forgotten. He put the barrel in his mouth, and there he paused, for a brief eternity, until he realized he had no reason to pull the trigger. Alex was a clone of Chairman Alessandro Messina, but also a soldier who was surgically and chemically programmed to be totally loyal to that one man. He had been loyal. He had remained loyal to the best of his abilities even when Messina had been mind-wiped and turned into someone else, even until the end. But he didn't pull the trigger because the initial programming was not so strong anymore, and he was now older and wiser than a clone knew from the vat. He realized in that moment, as many people do, that having a new purpose might be better than blowing out the back of his skull. "I know what you're capable of," the commander of the station police, Langstrom, had said, shortly after finding him in the Arboretum. "I can offer you a place with my men. You'd be one of the first to be issued with weapons if we're attacked again, which, considering our recent history, seems highly likely." Alex had not even needed to think about his answer. "No," he'd replied. "I need a totally new purpose, preferably with less guns and blood involved." Langstrom had then not known what to do with him, hence Alex ending up in here. Floating above his hammock, Alex opened his eyes, reached up to wipe his face with a shaking hand. He was covered in sweat, but now felt he had severed some link to his past. It was as if he'd finally shaken off a fever. He reached down and grabbed the edge of the hammock, using it to drag himself to the wall. A swift kick against it sent him drifting across the room to a pack, gecko stuck to a wall shelf. He took out one of the bottles inside, uncapped it, and squeezed its contents into his mouth. After a moment, he lowered the bottle and stared at it, realizing he'd been given beer, something he'd only ever sampled once or twice in his life before. He took another swallow, and another, then heard the door lock clunking before a knock on the door itself. He waited, expecting someone to come in, then registered that the person outside was being polite. "Come in," he said, feeling foolish. The door swung open, and in stepped a giant, shaven-headed brute of a man. Alex instinctively pushed his gecko soles down against the floor and took a step back, gripping the plastic bottle more tightly, while briefly scanning the room for a more effective weapon. "Hello, Alex," the man said mildly as he folded his arms. Alex peered at him, with memories slowly surfacing. Of course, here was a man it had been necessary for him to know when he'd been in Messina's fast response protection team. "Gort," he said. Gort nodded, and smiled cautiously. "I'm surprised you're alive," Alex added. "Or should I say, I'm surprised you still have a mind." "Only the murderers were mind-wiped," Gort explained. "Even though I was one of the chairman's bodyguards for 10 years, I never actually murdered anyone. I told him I'd only kill to defend him or myself." He paused reflectively. "I could, of course, say the same about you. It's arguable that you're responsible for a considerable number of deaths aboard this station, and therefore I'm surprised Saul didn't kill you when he captured you, or have it done afterwards." Perhaps it's because of my lack of free will, Alex suggested. Gort's expression hardened. Something we're all lacking now. Alex just stared at him for a long moment, then asked, What do you want? Commander Langstrom told me, said Gort, that you want an occupation that doesn't involve guns and blood. Well, I've had you assigned to my team in construction and maintenance, and we have work to do, a lot of it right now. Alex hadn't really thought about what he wanted, just about what he didn't want. Okay, he shrugged. Gort led him out into a station that seemed to have become, in just a few hours, even more chaotic than it had been during the height of the recent battle. Mars. While Var slept, Saul dropped his body into a similar state of somnolence, but one without the loss of awareness and volition. In his mind, like a librarian after a recent rush, he began cataloguing and filing, returning books to their correct shelves, clearing up the rubbish and polishing the floors. He felt a slight irritation at not being able to access the whole of his mind, which included his organic backups in Hannah's clean room and the whole Argus computer network. But spread across these and everything currently in his skull, there was a great deal of redundancy. Much of what he was now doing inside his head would act as a template to lay over some other work in progress elsewhere, when he could again access it. However, the situation wasn't ideal and would become less tenable in the years, decades, and perhaps centuries to come. Yes, centuries. Acceptance had slowly crept up on him. He now perfectly understood the changes he'd made to his own body, even before Smith had erased the earlier Alan Saul, and was now recognizing what other changes he could make. He knew that this, combined with his mental backups, meant that corporeal immortality lay within his reach. He again considered other possibilities that had occurred to him during the trip out to the asteroid belt, and which had been affirmed by recent events. The Alexes were tank-grown clones of Chairman Messina. They were grown to adulthood so fast that the tanks they grew in required powerful cooling systems. So energetic was the cell growth, and each produced an adult Alex in just a few years, a blank slate on which Messina wrote the mind of his choosing. However, the methods of indoctrination used had been crude, surgery even being required. Now, with everything Hannah was coming up with, it should be possible simply to copy across from another mind. Saul could now substantially reduce the danger of physical death to his body in the same way as it had been reduced for his mind. He could make copies of himself. He could, in fact, use copies of himself for risky ventures such as this present one. Cowardice? Saul allowed himself a smile. What exactly was cowardice? He'd been, in turn, frightened, angry, and exhilarated while hacking a bloody path from the Calais incinerator out here, but had never backed away from danger. Then again, as he'd seen it at the time, he could never have been safe while the committee had the power to take away his life. Now that he was, to stretch a term, safe from the committee, other considerations were coming into play, and the main one of these was how much did he value his own life, a life that now might just go on and on. No, he defined cowardice as sacrificing his integrity in order to stay safe, not as the eliminating of unnecessary risks to his life. Saul further pondered on the future, and for the first time in a while felt a surge of unaccustomed excitement. A whole universe lay out there to explore. The Drake equation remained to be solved, while its resultant paradox, described by Fermi, needed to be investigated. Knowledge within and without stood ready to be gathered. Now, venturing into astrogation data residing inside the hardware in his skull, Saul began mentally exploring the mapped planetary systems that lay beyond Earth, wondering where to go beyond the solar system. Perhaps first, some of those least likely to contain life, while he gathered resources and explored the worlds within. Perhaps a pause in the light of some binary star system while growing clones of himself and imprinting upon them some honed down and thoroughly human copy of his mind. Maybe he could bathe in the light of a red hypergiant while extending and cementing his knowledge. So many possibilities, but one not to be ignored. He grimaced. Yes, the one possibility he must not ignore was that though he was powerful, and now possessed a drive that could take him out into the abyss. Earth did not lie so far behind him. He had managed to extend his mind, but already Serene Galahad had created her com-lifers, humans with hardware in their skulls much like his own, and similarly linked into computer systems, who were only a step behind him. And though he had taken Hannah Neumann away from Earth, the slow accretion of knowledge could lead within just a few years to bio-interfaces equivalent to the one in his skull. Rhine had managed to design a working warp drive, and with Earth's resources, Galahad appeared likely to come up with something just like it. And soon. But Galahad was just the latest example of the kind that came to dominate the human race. The near stars, he realized, would never be a safe enough distance away. He would need to lose himself out there, find a place, and make himself a fortress. Then, of course, there were other things to speculate on. The Drake equation posited that there should be intelligent life out there, but the Fermi paradox posed the question of why it had not been seen. Perhaps the answer to that was related to the likes of Serene Galahad and himself. Too much power in the hands of too few, genocidal rulers, and dark, inwardly turned realms where free beings had become just cogs in a machine. Perhaps races intolerant of competition dropping warp-drive weapons on inhabited worlds. Perhaps whole races sliding into the mental self-destruction he himself had faced when he uploaded Janus. For all he knew, he could be heading out into something more potentially hostile than a solar system, controlled by Galahad and her ilk. The hours slid by as Saul created models in his head of nightmare alien cultures, of dystopias, utopias, of intelligent life based on something other than carbon, and on the myriad possibilities based on carbon alone. At some point, his mind slid into the utterly esoteric, and also into a state closer to human sleep. He immediately grasped for himself the utility of this lucid dreaming state, and allowed it to continue, and only rose out of it as watery Martian morning wafted its reluctant light through the windows of the cabin. He stood, headed over to the bathroom, attended to the needs of an unfortunately weak human body, gazed at his face in a mirror on the wall, noted how he needed a shave and a haircut, but how these faults humanized him, washed his face, then returned to the main room and turned on the lights. "It's time," said Va, immediately sitting upright in her sleeping bag. "We move," Saul agreed, stepping over to the chair he'd draped his VC suit on. Va scrambled out of her sleeping bag, frowned at him, then headed for the bathroom. He pulled on his suit, swapped out the oxygen bottle, checked over Va's EA suit and replaced the air bottle for that too, finishing just as she returned and handing it over. Riding on the Martian dawn came his full self, and he felt a visceral pull as they stepped outside. And for 100 meters after that, as they trudged across the dusty ground. Then he was in and connected to Argus Station, expanding and updating. Even at that moment, his robots were preparing to launch the fuel drop tank from docking pillar 2. Initial thrust came from a dismounted spaceplane steering jet, which would be ejected in Martian atmosphere. The thing would take re-entry heat on a ceramic shield, open out parachutes to slow it further, then inflate airbags for a bouncing landing. Now it was nearly complete. He saw, in an instant, some adjustments he could make, how with the addition of an extra parachute and a reduction of the fuel load, he could insert some extra weight behind the heat shield. And he issued his instructions. Really, he should have thought of this earlier. "So what's the plan?" Va asked. Saul gazed ahead towards Shankill's Butte. In just 2 hours, his package would arrive here on Mars. "You know the plan," he said. "I mean, how do we deal with Roan?" she asked, irritated. Antares base sat as clear in his mind as Argus Station, but the latter was of more interest to him at the moment. In the few seconds it would take before Va became impatient, he further checked the situation up there. Already 2 of his new conjoining robots were rolling off the production line. Both smelting plants were running and producing components for both robotics and the massive reconstruction of the station into a spherical spaceship. The robot mining machines on the asteroid had nearly filled both of the big ore carriers to keep that process going. However, power supplies were at full stretch, while all the building and manufacturing were nowhere near their proposed maximum, so Saul needed to limit their stay here. It was time to get things done.
"Perhaps, when we're a lot closer, you should speak to him,"
he suggested to Var.
"Your suit radio is in range of the base even now. You can tell him that I've come to rescue them, to relocate them to Argus, that his earlier actions are understandable and are forgiven."
"You fucking what?"
"What else did you intend to say?"
"Something, but I wasn't going to talk about forgiveness."
"Try, anyway, and I'll ensure that everyone there also hears your exchange. Perhaps if he's not agreeable, you can slant your persuasion at everyone else there."
She glared at him suspiciously. What she said didn't matter all that much anyway. Roan would respond precisely as Saul expected him to. Gazing into the base, he could see a man struggling to find some solution to the insoluble, but certain that his grip on power was the right one. Such men always had a maximum response even for small outside threats. It made them feel worthy, useful, that they were doing something. "He'll send his people out to take a shot at us," said Var.
"Of course he will,"
Saul replied.
"So we need to get to the cover of Shankill's butte before you speak to him."
He picked up his pace. "I still don't see how this advances our cause any," Var protested. "I can probably get us inside without him knowing." Looking through the base cams, Saul counted 8 armed staff. Checking the records there, he saw that most of these were from Mars Science, though some were from maintenance and construction. The head of the latter, Martinez, was one of the corpses still lying on a gurney in the medical area, so obviously the 8 here were the only ones Roan trusted with weapons. Saul calculated that Roan would send a minimum of 4 of them outside.
"In fact, you could not get us in without him knowing, since he's paranoid enough to be running a recognition system through the exterior cams," said Saul. "I, however, can get us in. But what then?"
He glanced at her.
8 of his people are armed."
"You're as irritating as ever," she replied. "You're not going to tell me what you're planning, are you?" Saul analyzed that and realized that some human element of him was being wary of letting her know how ruthless he intended to be. He considered the idea of detailing his plans to her, but then, deciding he did not yet want to explain the cold reasoning behind them, rejected it.
"You'll have to trust me," he said.
Var growled in irritation. It took them an hour to reach Shankill's butte, a partially collapsed monolith of wind-carved sandstone, cut through with layers of conglomerate. On the collapsed side, a path wound up through fallen rubble to the top, and without hesitation Saul began to tramp up this for no other reason than to gaze at the view, which included the base itself lying a couple of kilometers beyond. As he wended his way up, the fuel drop tank launched from Argus Station, which was now well above the horizon but not visible in the daylight sky. Soon they reached the canted summit of the butte and gazed out at the base. The remaining hexes and linking wings were clearly visible, with stacks of regolith blocks and other building materials marking out where much of it had been disassembled. "Here," said Var. Saul turned to see her prodding at something on the ground with her toe, and then gazing back the way they'd come. He walked over and peered down at an assault rifle clip lying by her feet. "It was from here that one of Rickard's men shot my friend," she explained.
"You killed Rickard and his men,"
Saul noted. "Will it ever end?" she asked.
"Everything ends,"
he opined, turning away and finding a rock to sit down on, and again studying the base. Over to the right, he could see the Mars format spaceplane parked by a low building to one side of a couple of fuel silos, at one end of a rough airstrip where rocks had been dozered to either side and holes filled in and packed down. Checking trajectories in his mind, he focused on the far end of the strip. 30 minutes to go now.
"Time for you to talk to Roan," he said.
"You're sure?"
"Have you ever known me not to be?"
he asked, not sure what she had known about him. Var made some adjustments on her wrist console while Saul reached out to the base and established multiple links between the radio receivers there and the internal public address system. "This is Vardelix calling Antares base," she said, her words echoing in his mind as he heard them at both ends. "I need to speak to you, Ron. There are some things you need to know." Saul watched, the sudden panic stirred up at the other end. Ron, who had been working at a console in Mars Science, now banished the supplies lists from his screen and called up control schematics for the communication system, immediately trying to shut down public address. Saul allowed him a few tries, then put up the words "Talk to Var" on his screen before freezing out his keyboard. "Can he hear me?" Var asked on a private channel.
"Yes, he can hear you," Saul told her. "And so can everyone else in the base."
"Listen to me, Ron," she continued on an open channel. "The Scourge isn't coming. In fact, Earth now has nothing capable of getting out here and won't have anything for years yet." Saul didn't disabuse her of that notion, as she would learn about the huge orbital activity around Earth soon enough. "You can, if you wish, rebuild the base where it is or move it underground as we planned. But your chances of survival won't be much different from before. However, I have an alternative offer." Roan had now moved to another console and had summoned a few of his armed staff. He there used the dishes on the roof of the base to triangulate Var's position. Saul let him do that, as he wanted Roan to know precisely where they were. "Alan Saul is here on Mars, Roan, and he's about to deliver fuel for our spaceplane. I'm leaving Mars with him to join him on Argus Station. All the staff of Antares Base are welcome to join him too. All of the staff, Roan. I understand why you did what you did, and though I'm not prepared to forgive it, Alan Saul is."
"Shouldn't you talk to her?" asked one of those with Roan. Roan rounded on him. "If we submit, Galahad will end up killing us. Var is either lying or doesn't know what's happening around Earth. And do you think for one moment that someone who has stolen a space station and launched an attack against Earth that killed millions gives a fuck about us?" "Still," replied the man, uncertain. "You saw that thing that came down?" Roan asked. "It had just one pilot, and I'm surprised it reached the ground in one piece. We have the advantage now, especially if Sol is outside. Just think how grateful Galahad would be if we could capture him alive, or even have his corpse to show her. You two, take Piers and Torsten out there." Roan checked his screen. "They're on Shankild's Butte. Capture them if you can, or bring back their corpses." So far, so predictable. He was sending his most trusted lieutenants to do this job. Replaying cached base recordings, Saul confirmed that all four of them were either directly responsible for or closely involved in the recent killings there. Roan now keyed in to the frequency Var was using. "Var, what a surprise to hear from you." He grimaced as his own voice was repeated over the PA system. "I was sure that fall killed you." Of course, Roan had told everyone in the base that Var had suffered an unfortunate accident. Would she now let him get away with that?
"Well, I'm alive, and I'm waiting for your answer to Alan's proposal,"
was all she said. Roan shut off comm and turned to others who had joined him. "They are desperate to get to our space plane. We do have the advantage here." Those others, unarmed staff of Mars Science, spectators, nodded dubious agreement. He ignored them as he opened up comm again. "I'll be needing guarantees. Perhaps we should continue this discussion inside. Also, I need to confirm that Alan Saul is indeed with you. I don't see why he would risk his life coming down to the surface." Var turned to him, and Saul nodded and spoke. "This is Alan Saul. I came down to the surface of Mars to rescue my sister, whose married name is Delex, but whose maiden name was Saul. Everything Var has told you is true. You must also be aware that aboard Argus Station we now have a working version of the Alcubierre drive, which effectively takes us out of the reach of Serene Galahad. We're also completely self-sufficient, have a great deal in the way of resources, and can survive out here. Think very carefully about your next decisions, Roan." Roan sat back, his expression blank as he glanced at a screen showing his four recruits coming one after the other out of a base airlock. Meanwhile, the fuel drop tank had begun its descent and opened its first parachute. "Galahad is building ships fast, and I'm told it's likely they will have similar drive systems," said Roan. "That's true," said Saul, glancing at Var and seeing her frown. "But there are other truths you seem to be avoiding. A moment ago you wondered if someone like me, who's killed millions, would give a fuck about you all. Yet you seem to be forgetting how Serene Galahad released the Scour on Earth and killed billions. Do you think she cares about rescuing you for anything other than punishing you on ETV prime time?"
"So you say," replied Roan. Saul saw no point in arguing further. This man knew for certain that the Scour had originated from ID implants.
"I'll want your decision soon."
Roan turned to stare up at one of the base cams, now aware that Saul had indeed penetrated the place. Maybe that would be enough to sway Roan, but Saul doubted it. He swung his attention out towards the horizon beyond the airstrip. The drop tank had now opened out its second and larger parachute and was inflating its gas bags. Saul estimated that it would be visible within the next 20 minutes. He looked back towards the base. All 4 of Roan's most loyal people were now outside, 3 of them moving away from the base in Saul's direction, while another was driving an ATV round from the other side. The timing was almost perfect, but even down to his walking pace in getting here to this butte, Saul had ensured that. Argus. Gort's first instruction upon handing over a powered socket driver, the only tool Alex could first be trusted with, was, "It's pointless trying to race the robots, but I'm fucked if I want them more than 10 joints ahead of us by end of shift." The task was simple enough. Structural members were to be anchored to the top and bottom faces of the 15-kilometer circumference of the station ring. This first involved cutting away marked-out areas of cladding material to expose one of the stress beams, a beam nearly a metre square, precisely following the curve of the station and made of a complex lamination of bubble metal and graphite. With the section of beam exposed, they attached a jig, which Gort positioned precisely with an integral laser survey device, before heaving the U-plate in to slot over the beam and then clamping it down. Achenon and Gladys then towed over their multi-weld unit and, using nickel-carbon and high-temperature epoxy wire, welded the plate in position. Then the 3 of them unloaded the beam end joint from their dray, and it was Alex's turn, using his socket driver to tighten, to the correct tension, the 8 bolts the others quickly started in their threaded holes in the U-plate. The first time Alex had tried to tighten a bolt, he ended up spinning round in vacuum on the end of the socket driver, while the other 3 laughed. That was the limit of his hazing, however, for there was work to be done, and one of the construction robots working along the adjacent beam had already finished its joint and was moving on to the next. Thereafter the work became just mechanical, repetitive, and somehow comforting. Alex had assumed that while performing this task he'd have too much time to reflect on his past. But it didn't work out that way. All he thought about was the next thing to do, how he could position himself so as not to get in the way of the others, how quickly he could lean in to tighten the bolts, and how best to position himself while doing so. However, as they progressed and the nearby construction robot ran out of joint ends and had to wait for one of its kin to bring another load, there was finally time for banter. "We're fast becoming fucking obsolete," said Gladys, pointing back along their course around the rim, where a hemispherical robot on gecko treads was now pausing regularly beside each of their previously affixed joint ends. "What's it doing?" Alex asked. "Inspecting our work," she replied. "Used to be it was us inspecting their work."
"Don't exaggerate, Gladys," said Achenon. "Last thing you inspected was the crabs on your snatch."
"Go fuck yourself, Ake."
"Sure, I got less chance of catching anything nasty that way." "Right," interjected Gort, as Alex leaned forward and began tightening down the latest set of bolts. "We'll take a break after this one." He pointed across to the outer edge of the station ring, where there clung a mobile overseer's station, overlooking the webwork of beams of partially constructed floors extending from the outer rim. Alex wound in the last of the bolts and stood upright. They'd now been working solidly for 6 hours, and muscles he was unaware of during the most severe forms of combat training were now aching. This was the perfect reminder of something one of his instructors had once told him. Never underestimate the strength of manual workers. You might exercise and train for 3 or 4 hours a day, but that length of time involved in hard physical activity only gets them as far as their first tea break. He stretched his back, then opened the gecko pad on the side of his socket driver, before stooping to secure the tool down by his feet. He quickly followed the other 3 as they headed over towards the overseer's station. All this has got to go. Gort gestured to the partially completed new floors. He wants a clean rim, so all those extensions you guys had started on now have to be dismantled.
I guess he knows what he's doing, said Gladys, her voice subdued.
More so than any committee bureaucrat, remarked Achenon contemplatively.
Since he'd first met them, Alex had noticed how Achenon and Gladys always talked in hushed tones when the conversation turned to Alan Saul, the owner. However, Gort's attitude was rather more difficult to pin down. The man seemed to continue working dutifully as instructed, but his expression closed up when the owner was mentioned, and he became hard-faced and acerbic whenever the conversation turned to politics, any hazy concepts such as freedom or any speculation on what their future might hold. They passed through the airlock two at a time, and once inside, Gort delivered the welcome news that the place was fully pressurized, which apparently meant no food paste or metallic-tasting fruit juice from their suit spigots today. After they removed the helmets of their heavy work suits, Achenon popped open the case he had lugged in, taking out thermos flasks of hot coffee and individual boxes of pasteurized and sealed sandwiches. He handed them round. Sipping coffee through a straw, Alex headed over to the windows and gazed across the face of the rim. Gladys shortly came up to stand beside him. The rim face extended for hundreds of meters inward, at which point the station enclosure rose up in a slope for just over 2 kilometers to the jutting prominence of Tech Central. Over to the right of that, the rest of the station, along with a truncated view of an extended smelting plant, lay silhouetted against the rusty brown face of Mars.
Never seen it like this,
she said, gesturing to the scene before them.
Well, said Alex, I suppose it looks a bit different to Earth.
He nodded towards Mars.
Don't mean that,
she said, and stabbed her finger.
I mean the robots.
It seemed that the enclosure was another item that had to go because large areas of plates had already been stripped away, while yet more were being rucked up like fish scales and carried off. Both there and around the rim, the robots swarmed like steel ants, and the station seemed to be dissolving in some areas and recrystallizing in others even as they watched.
What's that about robots?
Gort asked, moving up beside them. This interruption reminded Alex that Gort, though trained in construction before a delegate had spotted his talent for thumping people, was not an old hand like the other two. Alex would have expected seniority issues to arise from the order delivered from on high that Gort should become foreman of this small team, but the other two seemed perfectly happy with having him in charge. Alex also sensed that this wasn't down to sheer luck, but to a certain individual's ability to slot personalities together with the ease of Lego bricks.
They were never this integrated before, said Gladys, still watching the robots. We'd get work orders, a specific job to do, and that would get slotted into the system of a team of robots, and they'd set to work. We had to iron out any errors, sometimes stop them working and ask for reprogramming to include stuff they weren't programmed to do.
The robots are more efficient now, suggested Alex.
Nah, the robots were always fine if they were programmed right. The problem was everything behind them.
Crap in and crap out, said Achenon, round a mouthful of sandwich.
Never seen them running this fast, continued Gladys. They just ain't stopping. The bloody things are even anticipating now and covering stuff that shouldn't be in their programming. I saw one stop halfway through a job to repair some weapons damage to a beam junction. If one of them ran into anything like that before, it just shut down to wait for its new instructions.
It's him, Alex suggested, noting a brief and quickly suppressed flash of anger in Gort's expression.
Yep, Gladys agreed. Certainly is.
As he later walked out to start the next 6 hours of their shift, feeling buoyant after solid food and hot coffee, Alex considered how he was now part of something awesome, and thus understood the attitude of his co-workers to the owner. As he began work once more, he was thinking again about nothing beyond the next bolt to wind down, and then how best to apply the diamond cutting wheel Gort had begun instructing him on how to use, and how best to make sure he didn't slice a hole in his suit. The time seemed to flash by, till when Gort called a halt, Alex stuck his tools to the deck with a feeling of weary satisfaction.
It's only 8 beam-ends ahead, said Achenon. That'll do.
Another small victory in the human-robot race, with the necessary handicap applied. Back inside the station, Gladys commented, "The new boy didn't slow us down."
"The new boy done good,"
said Gort dryly, slapping Alex on the shoulder. Alex was amazed at how happy he felt to be complimented on performing such simple tasks so ably, and puzzled too because he felt the urge to cry. Everybody seemed to be working at a frenetic pace, so it should have come as no surprise to Hannah to find tasks queued up in the station's system for herself, too. In her personal queue, she found the names of everyone aboard the station listed in order of importance under neural tissue samples, though with a vague proviso in there of scheduled when available. On top of that, it turned out that a long production floor, provided with power and plumbing points, but no equipment, beyond the sealed door adjacent to her clean room, was to be opened to her. It seemed that this was where she would be growing those tissue samples in aerogel matrices and setting up production of the cerebral hardware and bioware required to link those people the samples were taken from to their backups. Hannah sighed. She'd always preferred focusing on research and did not enjoy the work involved in mass manufacturing the product of such research. However, she couldn't really fault Saul in his aim to give the people here a chance at a form of immortality. Investigating further, she found that this was not the last of it. He wanted her setting up artificial wombs and other related devices, and by the look of the list, this meant human cloning. She was uncomfortable with that, but saw how it related to the growing of neural tissue samples, backups for both body and mind. Neither was she comfortable with the plugins, exterior hardware that made a link between the internal bioware in their skulls and their backups, and which also enabled limited access to the station's computer systems and its robots. That gave her pause, as she realized that Saul wanted the people here to take some steps up the same ladder he himself had climbed, but did not want them to climb too far. She could see that with this setup he would always remain in control, able to shut down that exterior hardware and boot people out of the system at will. Was that moral? Was that right? She didn't know, but recognized that it was certainly a precaution she would also take were she in his position. There came a knock at her door as it opened, and in stepped Larocque. Hannah gazed at him in puzzlement. "I don't often see you down here." He frowned at her.
"Well, that being the case, you shouldn't have scheduled me to come here. I was about to get something to eat and then catch some sleep. Apparently you want to take neural tissue samples from everyone aboard the station, so you can repair brain damage like you did with Saul."
It was to be a gradual dissemination of the knowledge. Let it spread throughout the station rather than announce it. Don't actually conceal it, but don't make an effort to let everyone know. This was the kind of news that could cause extreme reactions, both positive and negative. Being able to live forever was a dream of humanity, but never being able to die could be the most extreme of nightmares, especially when your entire experience of life until now had been under the committee. This could result in people clamoring at her door either to demand immortality or to lynch her. "Tell them before you take the sample," had been Saul's message. "Therefore give them the choice." "True," she said, "but I didn't expect anyone here just yet. The scheduling is automated."
"You're not ready? I can always come back another time."
There was no point in opening up her surgery for this task, since it was a quick, clean, anaerobic operation. Inducer to numb the nerves, then a narrow-gauge drill needle straight through the skull to take a small biopsy. In her experience, people hardly felt it, though it was always best to go in through the back of the head so they saw neither the drill needle nor the operation itself. "No, we may as well get it done now." Hannah waved her hand towards her laboratory's surgical chair. "But you need to understand the implications of this, and I have to give you the option to refuse."
Larocque stared at her. "I know all I need to know. This increases my chances of staying alive should I get a head injury."
"It's more than that," Hannah explained. "And the possibilities are more extensive. I grew samples from Saul's brain in an aerogel matrix which he connected to via the bioware in his skull. This gave him a backup to his entire mind." Hannah did not continue because she could see that Larocque now understood.
"Immortality?" he said, wide-eyed, excited. "You'll be setting up artificial wombs and a cloning facility."
"I'll divide the samples," said Hannah. "Some will be used for tissue repair if required. If the damage is too extensive, then I see no barrier to the possibility of download into a cloned body.
So when do I get this BioWare?
When your backup is ready, Hannah replied.
Is this only for a select elite?
He asked, now starting to see the drawbacks. For everyone, but in order of their importance to Saul. Hannah paused. Do you want this, then?
Of course I do. I'd be a madman not to want it.
Larocque went over to the chair and sat down decisively. Hannah eyed him for a moment, then stepped over to get her equipment out of a nearby cupboard. She also retrieved a powered sample case with nutrient feeds to 50 temperature-controlled glass sample tubes. She would check the system again, but reckoned she had a busy time ahead of her. She was not wrong. After Larocque, Rhine paid her a visit. Then came the Zaberhagens. The next person to arrive after them, she waved straight to the chair, which worried the man because he'd merely come to unseal the door leading through to the adjacent production floor. Between sampling operations, Hannah also began to track down the equipment she would need, some of it held in stores and some of it in closed-off laboratories or other facilities scattered throughout the station, and put through the necessary orders for it to be relocated. Not everything was available, however. The boxes of aerogel with their microtubule feeds and other support mechanisms required a special order to various sections of high-tech manufacturing aboard the station, and would have to be assembled here. I need more staff, she thought, and immediately felt a tightness at the back of her throat and tears welling behind her eyes. Her assistant, James, had been, in the short time she'd known him, one of the best. Now he was lying out in the Rim morgue. No backups for him, no second chances for him. She allowed the unfairness of this, of life, circumstances, all of it, to wash over her. Then she let it go. In this moment, she was at the start of something that could stack the deck on the side of humanity, or at least those aboard this particular station. So she got back to work. Chapter 3. Where are they? Enrico Fermi posed the question, where are they? And, being a man of his time, felt sure that the aliens had wiped themselves out with nuclear weapons. And now, long past those innocent nuclear years, in an age of cynicism and self-knowledge, we can think of 1,000 answers to his question. They screwed their planet and died, or their planet changed and screwed them. They killed themselves with a whole range of weapons, nuclear, biological, robotic, nanotech, or something we've yet to think of. But will. They found the perfect EMR frequency to fry their brains or disrupt their genome. A solar flare, meteorite, close nova, or some other astronomical event took them out. The exigencies of evolution turned out to be that brains don't breed, which would surprise no one. Their society was taken over by some self-destructive meme. They started to fear their sun, so built orbital shields and froze to death. They feared the next ice age, so built orbital mirrors and cooked. Or they feared overpopulation, so used mass sterilization and died out. But of course all of these are a few numbers in Frank Drake's equation to calculate the number of alien civilizations out in the universe. And it is probable we won't know those numbers until we can go out there and start counting. We'll never know the answers until we've survived them. Earth. The darkness had lasted for days. Serene Galahad did nothing, ignored all inquiries, ignored all demands on her time, and just stewed in depression. But that was passing now, and at last she'd begun taking an interest again, glad to discover that everything she had put in motion had not stuttered to a halt without her. There was, she decided, something to be said for delegation, though annoyingly the new tactical team located just across the estate from her seemed to be delivering very guarded assessments with unacceptable error bars. Now at last she'd begun to widen her focus, no longer contemplating how nice it would be to activate the scour in every ID implant on Earth, sweep all the pieces off the board and let it return to a state last seen just after the last major extinction event. As she strolled out onto an upper sun deck extending from her Tuscan home, Serene was now thinking clearly enough to be puzzled by some of the retrospective data delivered from Tactical. The crew of the Scourge had put their ship on a course back to Earth, and Tactical had no clear explanation for that. Serene agreed with that, even though she had more data than the Tactical analysts themselves. The timings were all wrong, for the Scourge had separated from Argus Station before the Scour had begun killing the assaulting troops and the crew. Perhaps Alan Saul had warned them that they were about to die. Even that didn't really make sense, because surely they would have assumed he was lying. Like the analysts, they didn't know that the virus came directly from their ID implants. She untied her robe and dropped it over the arm of the comfortable recliner provided for her up here, stretched out her arms to enjoy the Italian sun on her naked body, then gazed out across the neat groves of olive, orange, and lemon trees towards the nearby fence. A shepherd was picking its way through the trees, this monstrous, spidery machine of polished chrome and white plastic, permanently on patrol there, while in the branches of some of the trees roosted birds like hawks, but fashioned out of razors. Some clear danger must have driven Captain Skatonis to undock his ship from the station while the assault force continued its attack. Perhaps he had decided to put some distance between himself and it, so as to deploy his main weapons again. That was really all that made sense, according to Tactical. Afterwards, as he realized that he and his crew were dying, some homing instinct must have kicked in for him to put the ship on course back to Earth. It would have been good to find out for sure, but the Scourge was no longer responding. Of course, the crew were beyond making any response, but something must have happened aboard to damage computer systems, perhaps an explosion. And now the ship was completely silent. In reality, Serene was glad no one on board remained alive, to stand as a reminder of her failure out there. Some time hence, when the ship came back within reach, it could quietly be taken to dock, the bodies cleared out, and a new crew put aboard. Then it could return to service. However, there were so many people who knew of her failure, and it took all of her self-control not to erase them, just as the crew of the Scourge had been erased. She wanted them gone. She wanted a fresh start, a new approach. Unfortunately, those same people were too useful and too deeply involved in her present major off-Earth projects. Serene shook her head in pique, sat down in her recliner, raised the back, then took off her sunglasses and closed her eyes. Professor Calder was one of them. He was out there now at the old Mars Traveler Orbital Factory Complex, building her an Alcubierre drive, which in just a few weeks would be ready for testing. Unlike the wider population of Earth, he and thousands working for him knew all, except for the Scour-related details, of what had happened out at the asteroid belt. But she couldn't kill them. Or him. Serene shrugged. Whatever. Getting rid of Calder would be stupid, and she had to admit that news of his further progress out there had gone some way towards lifting her malaise. Anyway, even people on Earth knew the truth. Previous ETV stories about the Scourge's successful destruction of the Argus station were undermined by their distrust of any proclamation from government, along with the present irritating resurrection of the subnet and its images, somehow obtained directly from the Hubble, of Argus station sitting in orbit over Mars. And there were limits on how many people she could kill before inefficiencies started kicking in. The story now being spread among those who knew for sure that Argus still existed was that Saul had used computer penetration to defeat the troops, and had then killed Skatonis and his crew by clipping the Scourge with Argus's Alcubierre warp. It was a story close enough to the truth to be maintained. "Your coffee, Mum," said Sack. Serene glanced round as her crocodile-skin bodyguard stepped out with a silver coffee pot, cream jug and sugar bowl on a silver tray. He strode over to her and dipped to place the tray on the pedestal table beside her. While he poured, and then stepped back as previously instructed, she watched him. She now knew that he had no one, no relationship, and she studied his face for some sign of a reaction to her nakedness. She was just considering ordering him to take up the pot of sun cream on the floor beside the pedestal table, wondering what Keroskin hands might feel like on her body, when her PA leader, Elkin, and 2 aides stepped out and stood there with attentive patience.
"I was told to inform you that your new aero is ready, Mum," Sack added.
The machine was a behemoth. 24 fans, run on separate hydrogen Wankel engines, laminated impact armor, auto defenses, a helium bubble metal structure also incorporating helium closed-cell gas bags, so that even if every engine was destroyed, it would still float to the ground rather than drop like a brick. Serene added cream and sugar to her cup and stirred. Then perhaps, after this morning's meeting, it's time for me to take it for a spin. She paused with the spoon held up as she considered. I think we'll go to Madagascar to see how things are turning out there. ETV had broadcast news of a terrible outbreak of the scour on that huge island, one that had completely depopulated it. Now the only humans to be found there were in the clear-up teams steadily stripping away the island's layer of concrete, carbocrete, and steel, the environmental scum humans always generated. It had been, Serene felt, a rather impulsive decision of hers to activate the scour in every ID implant there, but the results were pleasing. A chameleon and 4 plant species, all thought to be extinct, had been rediscovered.
"Yes, Mum."
Sack moved back and Elkin moved forward. A lusciously sexual woman wearing a primly loose-cut suit to try and hide her curves. She carried a single note screen keyed to Serene's voice and functioning on predictive search, so Elkin could provide facts and figures in an instant. The 2 aides were both pretty blonde men who possessed cerebral hardware just a few iterations below that of the 7 comlifers guarding the computer systems of Earth. They were twins, and the product of a genetic tweak for intelligence that Serene knew had proved successful in the past, 2 further examples of which were also aboard Argus station. Through them, Serene's orders would be acted upon instantly. They were a perfect choice, though Serene wondered how much their pretty appearance had affected Elkin's decision to employ them. I take it the teleconference room will be ready? Serene checked her watch. In 20 minutes, as I specified, and that all those I summoned to be here in person have now arrived? All but delegates de Lambert and Chater, who have simultaneously been delayed by scramjet faults, replied Elkin, with no need to check her screen. Serene nodded, aware that the 2 delegates mentioned had allowed political maneuvering to get in the way of the efficient running of their regions, and had thus dropped low in production stats. Have them killed at once, she instructed, and tell their queued replacements to link in via teleconference. Elkin nodded to the aide on her right, who merely blinked. The order had instantly been relayed, and even at that moment 2 strangulation collars would be closing. Delegation certainly had its usefulness, since Serene had not even needed to put down her coffee cup. She took a sip, contemplating further tasks she intended to delegate. Now, give me a précis of the expert assessment requested on Project Push, she instructed. With the resources in place, Calder can meet all the off-world targets, Elkin began. As you have already divined, the problem is in getting those resources in place. Societal assets' living standards will drop, while the general working week will have to be increased to 100 hours. Those with critical placements will need to work longer still and will need support. However, robot manufacturing and our mining operations have sufficient redundancy already. Calder has already pushed high-tech manufacturing up to spec, too. Elkin paused, looking uncomfortable. Go on, Serene prompted. It can therefore be achieved unless we have another outbreak of the scour in some critical area. I see. Well, let's just hope that doesn't happen. Serene waved the thought away. What suggestions have been made? We could increase production of military-grade stimulants and make them available to the working population, and also offer further achievement bonuses. The stimulants are a good idea, but we already offer bonuses. A suggestion has been that we offer things difficult for many SAs to buy via increased community credit, said Elkin, thus ensuring that Serene knew the suggestion did not come from her. It has been suggested that bonuses could include removal of strangulation collars, actual cash for black market purchases, and higher placements in queues for advanced medicine. Serene nodded, finished her coffee, then poured herself another cup. So, does anyone offer any guarantees that with such bonuses my targets will be met any sooner? No, Mum. These are just suggestions based on mass psychological assessments of the SA population. So even without such bonuses, we will still have the core stations expanded and fully weaponized within 2 months, and 3 working space battleships ready in 6 months? That is the expert assessment. Very well, said Serene. We'll offer the extra bonuses. We need to be ready as quickly as possible. Set things in motion. I want my delegates and other administrators able to respond immediately after I've made my announcement to them. Elkin now glanced at the aide on her right, who also blinked as he issued the orders that would effectively put the entire planet on a war footing. It was, after all, completely necessary to get those ships and Earth's defenses ready, and yesterday, if that were possible. With this new drive of his and what it could do to any object it came into contact with, Alan Saul had now become an even greater danger than before. Moreover, she still needed Earth's gene bank back, and she still needed him visibly punished for his sins. Alan Saul had to die. Therefore she needed the means to kill him. Serene paused reflectively. For such a large change in the very structure of how Earth operated, she felt the need to announce all this to her delegates, and over ETV to the world population at large. She wanted the orders to be less impersonal, wanted the world to know the importance of this. But it also occurred to her that her taking such drastic measures in response to Saul might be perceived as a sign of fear. Sack, Serene beckoned him over. Get that new aero ready. We're going to Madagascar after I've got this nonsense out of the way. I could do with a bit of a break, and then afterwards we'll take a tour on the way back to ensure our delegates are working diligently. And maybe during that trip, those hands. News of her visit to the big island would spread, and so would her apparently nonchalant attitude to the immediate follow-up to her recent orders. Also, the future threat of her maybe turning up unexpectedly right on a delegate's doorstep would prove motivational. Anyway, she felt that it might be a good idea to get a complete assessment of the Madagascar situation before she tried something a bit more ambitious, like, for example, scouring the human scum from somewhere else equally containable. Indonesia, perhaps. Of course, that would all have to wait until after all the human scum still out there had served her purposes. Mars.
He's given them orders to capture us, said Saul. And if they can't do that, then to kill us, since they're armed and we are not. I think the former would be more likely.
Yes, he was keeping something from her, but this was no game. For a moment, earlier, she'd sensed a cold distance in him. He had some sort of surprise in the offing, something that was going to turn things their way, but it seemed likely to be something nasty, and he wasn't sure how she would respond. Now he was coldly factual again, and Var felt she knew what the surprise was going to be. He was going to kill them. They'll be here within 20 minutes, she said.
Certainly,
he agreed. She was damned if she was going to ask him again how he intended to respond. She'd been thinking about this all the way from the underground base and now realized there could be only one answer. When the Scourge had engaged Argus Station, it had been fired upon. The Argus Station was now somewhere above them and probably had workable weapons aboard that he controlled. He must intend to hit the approaching 4 from orbit, thus reducing the odds against the 2 of them. But then... Var turned from him to watch the ATV pull to a halt beside those proceeding on foot, and the 3 of them climbing inside. All of them wore vacuum combat suits obviously salvaged from Rickard's men, and all were armed with assault rifles. She grimaced, not liking the idea of seeing the ATV destroyed, even though it would be of little use where she hoped to end up. Then she, too, found herself a rock, and sat down.
There,
he said, pointing towards the base airstrip. 3 dots, resolved in the sky, grew larger, soon becoming identifiable as an object like a football coming down with 2 in-series parachutes attached to a line behind. Just a few meters from the ground, right at the far end of the airstrip, it shed its 2 chutes, then hit and bounced. As it bounced for a second time, its outer layer of airbags was already deflating, and thus absorbed even more of the shock of its ensuing impacts. Soon it was rolling soggily, a great cloudy trail of dust behind it, finally coming to a halt right up against one of the two fuel silos as its airbags continued deflating. "Good shot," said Va, the skin on her back crawling. Was it pure luck that the fuel drop tank had come down precisely where required, or had Saul been able to make such a precise atmosphere insertion and adjustments on its way down to put it there? If it was the latter explanation, then he'd just done something no one else had managed throughout the history of orbital drops on Mars. She shivered, then shrugged. No, just a lucky shot. The gas bags finished deflating and were sucked away into their compartments to deposit a cylindrical tank on the ground. A hemispherical heat shield on the end of it detached and fell away, exposing gleaming equipment underneath. By the looks of the tangle, this probably comprised all the pumping gear and hoses. Va transferred her gaze back to the ATV. It was about 10 minutes away now, about halfway between the base and the butte. "Isn't it about time you took your shot?" she asked casually. "What will you use, a railgun missile or a laser? Or did that maser work out?"
He glanced at her. "None of them. They were all wrecked during the Scourge's attack, and are now either being rebuilt or salvaged for undamaged components. The rest going into the smelters."
"What?" Va stood up. Then, distracted by a silvery flickering, she glanced over towards the airstrip, where she could see a faint dust trail leading away from the drop tank. Something must have overheated and blown up, scattering debris. Probably one of the canisters that inflated the gas bags, but nothing large enough to damage a drop tank.
"I've been pondering something,"
he said.
"Will those who supported Roan be a help or a hindrance to me? Should I let them live even though they killed your friend Lepomac? And have murdered people in your base? Should I capture them all, find out who the killers are, and have Hannah mind-wipe them?"
"What?" said Va, immediately feeling stupid for repeating herself, and hating it.
Saul stood up. "Let's go down to meet them."
"Are you crazy?" She paused. "You are crazy."
"Trust me,"
he said, and gave a perfunctory smile. It wasn't a very good smile, but then he'd never really been able to muster a sincere one ever since he'd realized, at a young age, how most people were idiots to him. What he thought of other people now had to be a matter for much concern. He headed for the path leading down off the butte, and Va hesitated before following. She had no choice but to trust him now, because with the open ground all around them, there was nowhere to run. It seemed he'd walked them both into a trap. The ATV had drawn to a halt at the base of the butte, and its 4 occupants were now outside it. Saul paused beside a boulder just before he and she stepped out into sight.
"So, should I let them live?"
he asked again. "Only if they're no danger to us," Va replied sharply, angry because she still had no idea what he had planned.
"Very well."
He turned away from her.
"This is Alan Saul,"
he began, addressing the 4 gathered around the ATV as he stepped out from behind the boulder.
"I suggest you put your weapons on the ground and step back from them." "And I suggest you walk over here,"
replied someone whose voice was vaguely familiar, but whom she couldn't put a name to, as she too stepped out.
"I also suggest you put your hands on your heads and walk very slowly. Whether we have bodies or living prisoners for Galahad is a matter of indifference to me." "No," said Saul patiently. "You'll put your weapons on the ground now and step back from them. This is the only chance you will get." "And why the fuck should we do that?"
asked the same voice, as the 4 stepped away from their vehicle and began to approach.
"Because this one warning is the extent of my generosity to murderers."
What the hell was he doing? Va suddenly felt very vulnerable as one of the 4 began raising his assault rifle to his shoulder. She felt a moment almost of betrayal. Because of everything he had done, her brother must have some insanely overinflated opinion of his abilities. Did he really think the presence of Argus above and the lack of any support from Earth here would be enough to make them rethink?
"Please keep your finger off the trigger,"
he said mildly.
Last chance for you all. One in her leg, said one of them. She might survive if we get a patch on. A series of short thrums carried on the thin air. Dust exploded around the four, and they danced and spun in explosions and jets of vapor. Bits of EA suits and bits of human beings sprayed out. Rifles tumbled away, and the four went down. I needed them away from the vehicle, Saul stated. It came down with the drop tank, she said, suddenly understanding. Behind the heat shield. Certainly, he said, as with delicate, sinister steps. A spider gun rose from behind another nearby boulder and stalked closer, two of its weaponized limbs not wavering from the four corpses. Now let's take their ATV and go and pay Roan a visit. I want to be back aboard Argus before the next Martian sunrise. Earth. The giant aero was 1/2 kilometer long, with a hammerhead to the fore containing flight and weapons control, and also Serene's personal cabin with its viewing lounge. The long and fat main body contained quarters for the crew and her extensive staff, engines sitting over 6 fans, fuel tanks, weapons turrets that could be extended above and below, but with the largest area taken up by space-hogging helium-filled closed-cell foam. A further 6 Wankel engines, driving 6 fans for both lift and steering, sat in movable extended nacelles. Serene's motorcade arrived even as the fuel hoses were being detached and the crew filing aboard. She gazed from her limousine at the behemoth and allowed herself a wry smile. Here was a quite practical demonstration of her power down here on Earth, but her thoughts were occupied by her tenuous hold on power beyond Earth's atmosphere. She had seen how an Alcubierre warp bubble could tear apart anything it touched, and the danger remained that Saul might at any moment decide to obliterate her installations up in orbit, and she needed something to counter him, hence the delay of a week before starting this trip. She'd given Calder full control of all orbital resources and the power to demand resources from Earth's industries. She had also instituted changes down here that should more than double supply from Earth. However, it had been necessary to alter Calder's main aim of building 3 workable Alcubierre drive battleships. Earth's defenses needed to be upgraded first. To begin with, she'd not known how, but a study conducted by a specialist tactical team had come up with the answer. While under warp, the Argus station had struck an asteroid, and the tidal forces at the edge of the warp had torn the asteroid apart. However, the impact had also shut down the warp itself, and it had taken quite some time before Argus had managed to generate another one. This, then, was its weakness as a weapon. They are correct, Calder had said after reading the tactical team's report and talking to the new tactical advisor, Peshawar. The Newton impact required to shut down the warp is measurable. It is also evident that once the vessel generating this warp has set its course, it cannot deviate. We need a larger railgun system up there, Peshawar had noted, to give us the required coverage. It is not the case that we can target the warp vessel at long range, since we cannot predict when it will stop and change course, thus avoiding long-range fusillades. However, the closer the vessel gets to Earth, the fewer course change options it will have. Which was, Serene had reckoned, just a fancy way of saying Saul could dodge the shots on the way in, but had less chance, where the firing became gradually more concentrated. Now many of the components, including thousands upon thousands of the missiles those weapons fired, were being made down on Earth and sent into orbit by mass driver. Up there they were being assembled in the core and construction station, to be sighted both there and in other positions up in orbit. Within just a week they would have 4 or 5 ready to fire, which would make the installations above just a little bit safer. Peshawar opined that at least 50 needed to be built to stop Argus station in mid-flight. But he added that one attack initiated by the station would leave it vulnerable, since its warp bubble would then be down long enough for just a few rail guns to disable it permanently. Serene opened the door of her limousine and stepped out, Sack immediately at her side, Elkin and her 2 aides moving in,
other PAs, executives, and support staff swarming all around them like pilot fish about a shark. Beyond the razor mesh fences, reader gun towers, and stalking spider guns, she could see shepherds striding over compacted rubble, while beyond them dust clouds arose around the yellow and orange safety-painted steel of automated demolition machinery, whose blades, wrecking balls, and giant air chisels were tearing into the surrounding sprawl. This abandoned section of sprawl, now being cleared for her private aeroport, was one of the few places such machines were still at work. Elsewhere across Earth, sprawl clearance, but for a few special exceptions, had mostly been put on hold, so that every resource could be concentrated on the work underway in orbit. It was annoying, but necessary. "Update me." Serene crooked a finger at Elkin, then turned and swept towards the ramp that had been hinged down from the body of the aero. Production in all sectors dipped by 8% due to retooling, but is now up by 20%, Elkin replied, as she fell in at Serene's shoulder. However, the impact of this has yet to be felt in orbit, due to various bottlenecks. Like what? Transport's the main problem, conveying materials to the mass driver facilities and spaceports. Simultaneously, there are some delays in getting spaceplanes commissioned. But no more than expected. Precisely as expected, ma'am, said Elkin, but with the good news that the two mass drivers previously thought to require a complete rebuild were not as badly maintained as reported, and will be online within 10 days. Serene paused at the foot of the ramp. So why is that? The manager of the Antarctic driver was found to be massaging the figures, and shortly after the head of the inspection team threw him out of the overseer's station on the top of the driver, the manager of the Sri Lanka Sigiriya driver discovered some errors in her figures and was able to manage a test power-up the very next day. I take it the leader of that inspection team was promoted. Serene began to climb the ramp. The South Zealand and Antarctic delegate did promote him to head of regional inspection, also allowed his collar to be removed and his wife to have access to treatment for bone cancer. Elkin paused for a second. I have a focus group investigating the possibility that perhaps his wife's condition was the reason for the inspector's diligence, and that therefore those with similar motivation might be moved into critical positions. Very good. The stick had certainly been shown to work, and now the carrot seemed to be working too. As she entered the aero, Serene reflected on her basic aversion to the idea of using reward as a means of motivation, and realized that this was because fundamentally she just didn't much like human beings. Glancing at Sack, taking a seat beside her, his suit tight against bulky muscle, overlaid with alien kerosene, she considered how this instinct probably influenced how she had started to feel about him, too. Mars. Saul strode on past the corpses and opened the outer airlock of the ATV, then paused and turned. Var had halted by the dead and was gazing down at them. Doubtless he had lost her now, just as, to a certain extent, he'd lost Hannah. The cold reality is that each of them was either a murderer or had assisted in committing murder, he said by way of explanation, or perhaps justification. She turned to him abruptly. And that bothers you? Not much, he considered, but they were in my way, so I removed them. You could have brought the spider gun into view while we were still hidden, she stated, and they would probably have surrendered instantly. He walked back over to stand beside her as she stooped beside one of the corpses, to undo a belt holding a holstered sidearm, then stood up to buckle it around her waist. I'm sure those two, she gestured to a couple of the corpses, were the ones who shot Lepomac and also took a shot at me. They killed other personnel after Ron's return. Saul pointed to a third corpse. This one, too. Then fuck 'em. She stooped again to pick up an assault rifle and some spare clips. Yes, quite, said Saul, realizing he'd half expected the kind of moralizing he received from Hannah. Their lives turned on this moment, yet one of them decided to reach for a trigger. No need to go on, said Var grimly, turning away and trudging toward the ATV. Saul overtook her and stepped inside the vehicle first. She followed him inside as he plumped himself down in the driver's seat. As she closed the outer airlock door, he started up the vehicle, took hold of the control column and turned it round, sending the ATV speeding back towards the base. A moment later, he summoned the spider gun, and it was soon flowing along beside them. "The circle closes," said Va.
"In what respect?"
Saul asked. "I was just thinking about the last time I drove back to the base this way," said Va. "I had one of Rickard's shepherds chasing me and ready to grab me once I stepped out."
"And you gave it Gisender's corpse?"
he stated. "I did, yes."
At that moment, back in the base, Ron was getting the bad news.
"Alan Saul is with her," said someone in Mars Science. "They're gone."
"What do you mean, gun?"
Ron asked, looking up.
The man shrugged.
"He's got a spider gun with him."
Ron had simply no reply for that. He gazed at his screen, watched the approaching ATV and spider gun emerging clear out of the dust, then tapped at his phone with his forefinger before turning to gaze up at the nearest cam. "Who do you trust in there?"
Saul asked Va. "Only Martinez, the head of construction and maintenance, and Carol Eisen, both of whom were with me from the start," Va replied.
Saul winced and calculated that Ron's chances of leaving Mars alive had now nosedived from a point barely above 0. "They're among those who were killed. They're both lying on a gurney in your medical area." Va dipped her head and squeezed her eyes shut. After a moment, she raised her head and stared forward blankly for a moment before turning to him. He realized then that she'd already suspected this, but had not wanted to ask.
"How did they die?"
"Carol received a single shot through the head, which looks like a routine execution. They must have nailed Martinez outside, however, multiple gunshots, and his body dehydrated."
"Bastard!" Va spat.
"Is there anyone else there you trust?"
"Dr. Da Vinci's always seemed honest enough. But I can't say that I completely trust him," she replied. "He turned against me once he suspected I was murdering personnel."
Saul recollected his earlier view of the doctor sitting on the floor of his surgery and getting drunk. The man had obviously not liked the manner in which Roan had assumed power. Gazing at him now through a cam covering the surgery, Saul watched him struggling alone to insert one of the corpses into a body bag. He was evidently hungover and looked thoroughly miserable. Switching back to Ron, Saul addressed him and the entire base through the PA system. "You've been updated on the situation now, Ron, and must be aware that you've run out of options. I have a spider gun with me, and I'm now coming to take control of Antares base." Ron sat rigid in his chair, staring blankly at his screen. Others in Mars Science were watching him warily. Sitting in a chair by the door with an assault rifle cradled in his lap, one man closed his eyes and shook his head, then raised his rifle and ejected the clip. Sensible of him, Saul thought. "The 2 armed individuals currently in the community room and X1 will proceed to the base medical bay and hand over their weapons to Dr. Da Vinci," Saul continued. "After which they will release all those who have been confined to their cabins. I want you all to gather in the community room."
"And what about me?"
asked Ron, sitting back and crossing his arms. Saul ignored his question, instead addressing the man sitting by the door, whose name he'd just unearthed from the base's records. "Thomas Grieve, I have individual instructions for you." The man looked up. "I want you to take Ron to his cabin and lock him inside. Afterwards, you take your weapon to Da Vinci and leave it with him. Then head over to the community room."
Grieve sat indecisively for a moment, his gaze straying to one of the screens in Mars Science that showed Saul's approaching ATV,
with the spider gun pacing alongside.
Grieve abruptly reinserted his rifle clip and stood up, walked over to Ron and just stared down at him. After a moment, Ron rose, looking tired, and stooped, then trudged out of Mars Science with Grieve following behind him. Shortly after they departed, the other staff there began heading off towards the community room.
"Good," said Saul.
"So that's it? We're done?"
Va asked him, disbelievingly. Would you have preferred further bloodshed?
Saul inquired. The first 2 armed men had now reached Da Vinci, and were handing over their weapons as instructed. The doctor handled these with distaste, quickly depositing them on a gurney and tossing a sheet over them. Meanwhile, Ron trudged into his own cabin and sat down on the bed. Greaves secured the door, then hurried off to find Da Vinci, who received his gun with similar distaste. On his way out after Greaves, the doctor locked the door behind him. There was nothing quite like a spider gun at your back to smooth things over, Saul felt. Some while later, as he finally drew the ATV to a halt beside the base, he began focusing his mind on the next objectives, already selecting staff according to their records for the various tasks he wanted performed. The spider gun entered the airlock leading into the base first, Saul and Var following. Saul noted that his sister had left the assault rifle behind but brought her sidearm with her, and he wondered if this was as a precaution or if she had in mind a particular use for it. He meanwhile built up a work roster within the base's system. Crews would have to head out to where Var had previously been relocating the base, and there collect a list of items he had just collated, which was just about everything, bar the regolith blocks. Another crew would prepare the spaceplane, whose system he had already penetrated, running diagnostic checks and listing the maintenance needing to be carried out. It would also need to be fueled. The rest would continue dismantling the base, following Var's previous plan but with some minor adjustments. The reactor would go last on what Saul planned to be the spaceplane's 6th and final run up to Argus. And now, with the spider gun proceeding through the doors ahead of him, he entered the community room. The nervous crowd within instantly moved back, some of them tripping over chairs in their hurry to distance themselves from the spider gun. Saul reached up, unclipped his helmet and removed it. He glanced at the main screen, which now displayed assignments and itineraries, which were copied to the personal screens of every bit of computing in the room. As he surveyed those around him, he tracked Var through the base's cameras. She clearly had something else in mind, and hadn't followed him inside. "There will be no debates right now, and there will be no questions," he said. "Later, when all the work down here is done and you are all aboard Argus Station, you can debate and question all you like. But by then you will know the situation anyway." Var had now opened Roan's door and stepped inside. Sitting on his bed, an ancient laptop open beside him, Roan was studying a view into the community room. "Who killed Martinez and Carol Eisen?" she demanded bluntly. Looking up, Roan replied, "I am responsible." "I know that, but I want to know who pulled the trigger." Roan named 3 personnel, adding that 2 of them now lay dead in the dust beside Shankill's butte. The third was Thomas Greaves. This was inconvenient since Saul had included Greaves, who had worked in construction and maintenance under Martinez, among those assigned to taking this base apart. In his mind, just in case, Saul lined up the man's replacement as he spoke to those assembled before him. "Your individual assignments are indicated here," he waved a hand toward the screen, "and also queued up in your personal computers. You will get to work now." He pointed to one individual. "You will lead the spaceplane maintenance crew. I expect that plane to be ready for launch by this evening." He paused and gazed around them as, perfectly on cue, 3 gunshots echoed through the base. Var had made utterly certain. 2 shots to Ron's chest, and a final close shot through his skull. She was ruthless, his sister, and very unforgiving, a trait that Saul recognized all too well. "Why are you all still here?" he added, moving aside and gesturing to the door. As they quickly headed out of the community room, Saul contemplated what he now knew about his sister. She was undoubtedly arrogant, and he felt she detected the same trait in Saul himself. At high cost, she had chosen to be no longer subordinate to anyone, and that decision had stuck. She was as ruthless as him, but still based her decisions on emotionally slanted human thought processes, just like his own emotionally slanted decision to rescue her. Putting her in charge of the reconstruction of Argus Station was the right thing to do, since it would keep her focused on the specific. However, she would, in time, become a problem. Chapter 4. Tweaking. The technology for artificially altering the human genome has been available for a century, mainly in the form of viral recombination to negate hereditary diseases. But as always, there are rumors of dark goings-on in secret government laboratories. In these places, the geneticists have tried to make the perfect soldier, have tried to classify what combination of genes leads to high intelligence or even genius. They have tried to make human beings that mature quickly, consume less, and die quickly after a limited span. They have tried to make humans more disease and injury resistant, and to even eliminate death. Anything you can think of has been tried in those dark and secret places. And all of this would have remained rumor if we on the subnet had not reported the truth. The committee's contempt for human life was what let the secret out. All would have remained simply rumor had they properly disposed of the failures, but they did not, as attested to the monstrous corpses pulled from the Ganges just a few kilometers down from the All Health Research Center in Pubna. And we can be sure that where there were failures, there were also successes, and that they live among us now. Argus. Alex now stood upon one of the lattice walls beside Arcoplex 2, above the accommodation unit he'd been assigned to, which lay sandwiched between the two walls below. A sensation of immanence permeated the station, and everything around him seemed slightly distorted, as if it was slightly out of sync with the surrounding universe. Yet he could not nail the reason for this, and he wondered how much was due to the vortex generator winding up to speed, or his knowledge that it was doing so. He gazed across to the spaceplane docks as the big manta-winged Mars-format spaceplane, like some giant metallized fruit bat, swooped towards the limb of Dock 2 for the fourth time. He felt amazed that he could now actually see both it and the dock. This was because most of the upper enclosure now rested in a small city of stacks on the upper lattice wall, just a kilometer away from him. It was proof, if any was needed, that Gladys's observation of 5 days ago seemed truer than ever. The robots were working much faster and more efficiently, but the humans were too. Alex could never remember anything getting done so quickly throughout his time here undercover, when the committee was in charge. Always there had been technical hold-ups, hitches in supply of materials and components, or jobs getting done in the wrong order and having to be reversed, or the work interfered with by the bureaucracy. He also remembered that the bureaucratic interference included workers disappearing because of some perceived slight towards an inspectorate executive, and that generally everyone had worked with a complete lack of enthusiasm, doing only the bare minimum to get by. Now the human teams were actually competing with each other and with the robots, while the robots never stopped, and the proctors, of whom everyone had been wary, had become a reassuring presence always ready to smooth out any of the few irregularities when not themselves employed on something related to the EM shield. Both smelting plants were also working, though at this distance from the sun they were not at full power, and a haze spread out behind them, marking the path of Argus around Mars. The ore transporters were on the move too, though intermittently, since it was mostly salvage that was being smelted, while the smelting plant docks continuously vibrated in sympathy with the busy roar of the rolling mills, extruders, presses, and forges. Robots the size of train carriages were taking salvage to the ore carriers, then returning with components, brackets, beams, rolls of welding wire, and crates of fixings, and distributing them. And the shape of the station had changed. Not only had most of the enclosure been taken down, but incurving beams were being fitted to the rim, visible in some areas like the rib bones of titanic beasts decayed on a steel shore, slowly but surely etching out the eventual shape of this station, this ship. "That you, Alex?" came the inquiry through his phone. He turned to see Gort, the man's bulk easily recognizable even in a heavy work suit, climbing up onto the lattice wall and heading over. "It's me," Alex replied, raising a hand. "Thought so, as most of us enjoy our free time not wearing a suit." Gort sauntered over. Looking good, he commented casually when he arrived at Alex's side. Then his gaze strayed to the scene over beside them. But those give me the creeps. Even though he knew now that Gort was perpetually probing people around him for their reactions to the situation they found themselves in, Alex had to agree. On the face of the lattice wall, near where it ended at a gap beside the curved edge of Arcoplex 2, the latest product coming out of robotics had been arrayed in a neat square, hundreds of them, all laid out like a legion on a gamer's model battlefield. They gleamed, these things, squat cylindrical bodies, supported horizontally by double-jointed limbs terminating in six-fingered hands, resting flat against the deck. Further cylindrical tool caches affixed to their upper surfaces, all arrayed so close together that from some angles the outlines of them looked like polished brass centipedes. Even as the two men watched, another transport trundled down from the end of the Arcoplex on its gecko treads to unload yet another batch of them, forming the corner of a new square. "We'll be obsolete soon, according to Gladys," he said. "Maybe not just yet," Gort replied. "The new boss has reassigned us." That had come as a surprise. Alex had expected the owner, upon his return, to take a firmer grip on the reconstruction. But they now had a human in charge who had been, so Alex was told, the overseer of the Traveller construction project. Even on the first day she had started making changes, reassignments which had been annoying, but after a short time seemed like a squirt of lubricating oil to the station machine. Those doing the reconstruction were now working directly under Veralia Delex, who addressed them daily over the screens, describing further the ship they were to build. She seemed to be everywhere, offering encouragement, actually asking advice, often mucking in with some of the drudge work, and just being there. This had boosted morale as it made people realize that they truly were part of something amazing. And in the end it had been her, rather than the owner, who had given the project its present shape and impetus. "Reassigned where?" Alex asked. "It seems these new fellas," Gort stabbed a finger towards the nearby legion of robots, "are taking over our job, and will be building the framework of the ship's sphere. The human teams and a lot of the older design robots are moving above and below." Gort gestured back towards the asteroid and to Tech Central. "We're first slicing up the asteroid, completely removing it, and then we connect all the station spokes and beamwork that used to be bolted to it, to a central core. And we divide into groups. Some will be taking apart Tech Central and erecting an Arcoplex spindle in its place. The one we're now in will build downwards for 2 kilometers, making a tough shock-absorbing column to support a platform." "Platform?" "Yeah, it seems the boss isn't happy with the current position of the Traveller engine, so we're going to be moving it." Alex stood there, dumbfounded. Then ventured, "And when are we to start doing this?" "Well, right now we've got to lock down our previous job and pack away our tools," said Gort. "Then we start on our new job, once the sun is shining." Did the tension seeming to lace the very air demonstrate that the vortex generator's effect on space-time was somehow against nature? No, Hannah decided. It was once more a demonstration of how human technology was outpacing the old, naturally evolved human bodies, and further justification of everything she was doing in her laboratory, and now also here, in this factory area Saul had provided. "We've been avoiding each other," said Va. Hannah turned to study the woman stepping out from the laboratory and onto the floor of the new biofactory. In one sense, Va Delex's appearance was reminiscent of one of the Zaberhagens, what with her pale hair, narrow features, and athletic physique. But there was something much harder ground into Va, just as the Martian rouge had been ground into her skin. The Zaberhagens were youngsters, just in their 20s. This woman, being Saul's sister, had to be at least 50 years old, like Hannah herself. "It seemed the politic thing to do for now," said Hannah. "You've had a lot to do, I understand. A lot of computer design, reorganizing. In fact, all that's involved in turning a space station into a starship." Va gazed at her very directly. "Yet I feel as if I've been given make work, as if he left things undone just so I wouldn't feel redundant." Hannah shrugged. "One of the penalties of serving a demigod? So it would seem. Var folded her arms and leaned back against the wall. I've tried to make the reconstruction completely mine so as to give the human teams a human face to talk to. And I'm trying to divorce their work from that of the robots, since many of them were starting to feel outmoded. And it's working, so I'm told. It is. Var nodded, in solemn agreement. How are things with the rest of the Martians? Hannah asked. I understand that most of them are located here now, along with one Thomas Grieve, who had recently been a guest in Hannah's surgery. She hoped he was the last subject she would ever have to mind-wipe. There were a few problems, to begin with, when they found out they couldn't choose where they were assigned, and that therefore they couldn't stay together, said Var. But growing up under the committee results in obedience. Hannah grimaced, decided not to pursue her thoughts about Grieve. Instead, she focused on the problems about the assignment of personnel, since she had already heard, and discussed them, if only briefly, with Saul. A good thing about humans is that they form committees, she said. A bad thing about humans is that they form ghettos. Precisely what he said to me. Var frowned. My brother seems to have become quite the philosopher. Of course, now the people from the base have to get used to their feeling of obsolescence here. She cast an eye across the various machines in Hannah's factory. What about you? Hannah's hand embraced the same machines. Not obsolete yet. I understand you're taking neural tissue samples from everyone, apparently to be grown into grafts for the repair of head injuries. Var commented, neutrally. I also understand that you've asked for volunteers from among the staff to try out some new cerebral hardware. Hannah flicked her gaze towards the group of 4 workers, all clad in paper overalls, steadily making their way up the factory as they installed automated biofactors and the base hardware of cylindrical glass growth tanks that had yet to be manufactured elsewhere. This was effectively a small job, hence the presence of only one small general-purpose robot working alongside them, a thing running on treads supporting a cylindrical upright body wrapped in a carousel of limbs sporting a variety of tool heads. She then swung her gaze to a large temperature-controlled safe. This contained the remaining 150 cerebral interfaces. These were an older design than the ones Saul currently used, and were the same as those employed by the 7 comlifers on Earth. They were also the kind she herself had used to wipe the minds of all the committee delegates surviving here. Biological interfaces that were the precursors to the one in Saul's head, but which, in the delegates, were now effectively inert. Which seemed a kind of justice. Until she made more, of a better design, these interfaces would provide the link for 150 personnel to their backups, once they were ready, and would give them limited access to the station system and the robots. What has he told you? She asked. He asked about travelling to the stars, and I asked about human mortality, said Var, whereupon he suggested I talk to you about the work you're doing. Hannah felt a flash of jealousy upon hearing that. For when had Saul last communicated with her about anything above the completely practical? She suppressed the reaction, then pointed to the racking fixed along one wall, which now held 20 aerogel boxes, all tubed and wired together with secondary power supplies in place, and provided with optics ready to attach them to the station's computer system. The components are here in Archiplex 2, Hannah explained. Aerogel matrices in which to grow organic backups to a human mind, cerebral implants, and exterior comm hardware linked to those backups. She gestured to the safe. And in another area, we're installing the equipment for growing human clones. Just as with Laroque, Hannah needed to explain no more. For Vardelix understood at once. Or maybe her suspicions had been confirmed. Her eyes grew wide, nevertheless, as she processed the news that the inevitability of her own death could be postponed. But then she moved beyond that. Cerebral bioware connecting to exterior hardware? She queried. Hannah shrugged, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He's put in an off switch, Var continued, so he'll be able to sever their link to their backups. She paused reflectively. Demigod indeed. I don't like it, Hannah agreed, but And now I'm going to sound like a committee executive. Too much freedom could be a bad thing.
For him, you mean?
Said Va. Tell me, will you yourself have this exterior hardware? Though one of Hannah's new assistants had taken a sample from her skull, she hadn't even considered beyond that. How did she feel about Saul being the gatekeeper between her and eternity? I trust him, she said. Though he'll control my link to my backup, I will still have the chance of living forever. Or at least for thousands of years, so who knows what might happen in the future. Perhaps one day he will cease to feel the need to control me. Or, perhaps, said Va, you'll cease to trust him. Such cynicism, said Hannah. Obviously, you have a lot to think about and would perhaps prefer not to go this route. It seems a road worth travelling. So when will you want me to take a sample from you? Hannah persevered.
Delix grimaced.
Not just yet. Hannah just watched her, still not quite understanding this woman whom Saul felt was important enough to risk his life in rescuing her from Mars. Later, perhaps after the current shift, Va added. I was considering trying out this bar in the Arboretum. Perhaps you could join me and we can start to get to know each other better. Since it's possible we may be in each other's company for a very long time. She gestured to the backups. A very long time indeed. Hannah nodded, something tightening in her torso, like that faithless friend, her panic attacks. But a much deeper and more hollow feeling, like awe. She realized that she'd been so wrapped up in the detail of what she was doing that she'd failed to incorporate the big picture. And yet Va's simple remark had opened her eyes. A very long time indeed.
It was as if Saul held space hooked over his finger, drawn taut and ready to be released. But time dragged in the world he occupied, seeming 100 years behind the intricate images he'd constructed in his mind. Many weeks had passed since he'd saved his sister's life, and by any human measure his plans for Argus had advanced at an amazing rate. But Saul did not measure reality in human terms. It was all too slow. The delays between thought and action and achieving final product were interminable, frustrating. Yet Saul possessed absolute control of his own mind, so frustration, a thoroughly human malady that served no purpose, was something he could just eliminate from his skull. Time dragged, but Saul watched with the patience of Jove, while turning a human face to the world. From the beginning, both of you claimed you wanted to work here, he said, peering down through the glass floor at the hive of activity in the robotics factory. That's true, said Brigitte. Judd was down below with a small team of humans, stripping down one of the assembly machines only because that was quicker than letting it repair itself. Such malfunctions had been a rarity since robotics had become ever more robotic. Therefore, the components called human and proctor were required less and less often. Thus far, 3 legions of the new design robots were standing ready, gleaming out there on the lattice wall beside the Arcoplex. Saul probed the neat functionality of their minds, the perfectly inconsonant diagnostic returns from their bodies. Just a thought from him and they would be in motion, but though they were ready, the station was not. Even if they had enough power, they could hardly keep operational for a day before they used everything up. Thus, the smelters needed to go over fully to solar power and begin producing components at their maximum rate. This would free up reactor power for the robots, which would supply themselves from numerous recharging points, even while solar power, fed via cells inlaid into their skins, the rectifying batteries inside their bodies. Once operating together, as a large, efficient machine constantly supplied with energy and components, they could really go to work. Saul now transferred his human attention to the weapon he held, one of the plasma rifles Brigitte and Angela had fashioned for use in the fight against the troops from the Scourge. I want you to do something else, he said. Evidently, Brigitte replied. I want you to leave robotics to Judd and go back to work on the station weapons, Saul continued. Including the plasma cannon I want you to design and build. I've given you some of the parameters and eventual position of all the weapons in the completed ship. I've also opened up a new area within this Arcoplex for you to develop them, and if they are available, we'll supply the workers and robots you may require."
The twins exchanged a look, and then Angela gave a brief nod. "Okay," said Brigitte. "Things were starting to get a bit samey here anyway, and we always like a challenge. By the way, is there any chance of us getting our hands on some radioactives?"
Saul handed the weapon back to her. "When we go after new materials, yes. But right now it's all about energy."
"Good, because that's our big disadvantage against anything sent from Earth. Remember, they've got the nukes."
Saul nodded briefly and turned to head back the way he had come, but most of his mind was already ranging elsewhere. Much more data were available from Earth, and now he saw further cost of having rescued his sister and salvaging the equipment and personnel from Mars. He should have attacked. Instead, he should have taken Argus Station straight from the asteroid belt to Earth and methodically destroyed everything in orbit. Since he had not done so, Galahad had responded very quickly to the threat he represented, and he had just watched the test firing of 2 new heavy railguns, one from the Traveller construction station and another from Core 1. Attacking now was still an option, but better for him to spend as much time in the solar system as was safe, and then just run. In the end, if he wanted to keep a lid on Earth, he would have to stay within the solar system, knocking down any attempt by the Earthbound to reach out into orbit. Why trap himself here in such an onerous chore when a whole universe lay within his reach? At some point, the Zaberhagens would realize that the weapons they were building weren't intended as a defense against Earth, but against anything they might find way out beyond. 6th docking. As Saul arrived at the elevator that would take him out of the Arcoplex, his constant companion Spider-Gun climbing in ahead of him, he mentally reached out and locked the docking clamps holding the Mars-format spaceplane to docking pillar 1. The disassembled fusion reactor aboard it could wait to be offloaded. Then began similarly locking down all the way across the station. The smelting plants had already finished their latest run, and the transporters running between them and the station were parked down in the bases of the smelting plant docks. Now the smelters began pulling in the mirrors which had been supplying meager concentrated sunlight to complement the output of the fusion reactors, while the big cable drums jerked into motion for hauling them back towards the station. Having now received the order, both human and robot work parties finished their latest jobs and began putting away their tools, the robots to then head off and cling to some nearby section of the station structure, while the humans returned to their accommodation. An enclosed walkway now led straight from the elevator exit into Tech Central. Saul took this at an unhurried pace, finally entering the cageway leading up to the main control room and propelling himself up after his spider-gun. As he entered, the occupants busily working their consoles hardly spared either him or the robot a glance, having become used to seeing both now. Larocque oversaw the team speaking to someone through his phone, while Rhine was sitting at the navigation console. Saul headed over to stand beside him. Rhine glanced up. "We might hit something on the way in," he warned. "Not everything is mapped." "The chances are low," Saul opined. "Something like 1 in 100 for us hitting something, and twice that for it to be big enough to knock out the drive bubble."
He sat down at the console next to Rhine's, the one that had before been occupied by Girondel Shang, who now resided in the Rim mortuary. Really, there was no need for Rhine or anyone else to be here, since Saul was in full mental control of the whole operation. "It's going to be hot," Rhine added.
"Nothing the station cannot handle, and we need additional energy."
To pass the time, Saul again checked the programming he had in place. The moment they arrived at their destination, he wanted action, and he intended to get that, though perhaps not from the humans aboard, since they might take a few hours to adapt. The first smelting plant locked home in its dock, then the second. He watched as Liren and Pike, the stalwarts in charge of those plants, and other workers there headed towards their offices, and there strapped themselves into chairs. Most of the robots were now locked in place, while just a few humans had yet to sort themselves out. Larocque took a seat and fastened his lap strap, while those around him did the same. All of this securing and locking down was completely unnecessary if the drive functioned as before, but there was always a chance of something going wrong. This was, after all, only the 3rd time ever this new technology had been used.
2 minutes until shift, Saul's voice issued from intercoms all across the station. If you've forgotten something, then it's too late now. Just leave it and get yourself strapped in.
Beyond the windows of Tech Central, the station rim, its inwardly curving rib bones rising up all around it, seemed to lift like the lower jaw of an anglerfish. Beyond that, the view of Mars turned hazy. With the drive fully up to speed, Saul could now fling them away from here with just a thought. But he allowed the crew some remaining time. While that passed, he watched Hannah securing herself in the surgical chair in her laboratory, the Zaberhagen twins strapping into chairs in an office adjacent to robotics, and his sister standing in a heavy work suit on the rim of the station, with her feet solidly planted and a line attaching her to one of the nearby ribs. Everyone else was safely inside the station, but Saul had made no rule about how they should secure themselves, and Va was only putting herself at minimally more risk by staying where she was.
Giving yourself a grandstand view, sister?
He asked her. It's a bit disconcerting out here. It feels like I'm standing on the inner face of a tidal wave. And now the stars are changing color and... Damn, look at Mars. Visible through the windows of Tech Central, Mars was noticeably changing hue, first turning as red as it was supposed to be before intensifying to something as unnaturally bright as fluorescent paint. I'm surprised I'm the only one outside, she added. I would have thought that you at least would also want to be this close.
I'm even closer, since I can view through every sensor of the station,
Saul replied. That's hardly the same.
You're quite correct. Ordinary human senses can be so dull.
Va just snorted at that. It was time now.
Shifting, Saul announced.
Everything beyond the station turned black, and again Saul felt as if he was folding space around himself, like a thick blanket, and rolling away into another world. He visualized the warp bubble as a droplet of water skittering across a hot plate, as he counted down the seconds, then minutes of their journey. It began to grow uncomfortably hot inside the station. But out on the lattice wall, the legions of robots sucked up and rectified that increase of energy into something usable, while elsewhere throughout the station, Ryan's rectifying batteries rose quickly to full charge. A momentary shudder had Saul reaching down to grip the arms of his chair, but it soon passed. The warp bubble must have clipped something, or else destroyed something too small to stop their progress. Saul calculated it must have been an object massing just under 1/2 ton, before he sank into the esoteric maths concerning warp bubble impacts, just to pass the remaining interminable yet fantastically short 10 minutes of the journey. Next, the universe suddenly turned the lights back on. Bright sunlight glared, as bright as Mediterranean daytime. They'd just travelled across an appreciable portion of the solar system in a matter of mere minutes. Saul blinked. Would an experience as fantastic as this start to become as prosaic as a routine flight in an aeroplane? He unstrapped himself and stood up, walking over to the windows that had already taken on the tint that had disappeared when they'd left the Earth behind.
How was that for you?
He asked Va. Like nothing else, she replied, her voice hushed, sounding slightly depressed. Saul understood her reaction. She'd been excited before, but actually seeing the drive work made her feel very small, and she did not like feeling that way. Despite being busy with the reconstruction, her pride was still suffering wounds. Irritated by his sister's apparent weakness, he slid the fragment of his attention he had allotted her away and elsewhere. Light and heat suffused the station as energy storage, which out at Mars had forever been on the point of depletion, continued to rise, and he too felt energized as a thump reverberated under his feet, Liren and Pike obviously feeling no need to take stock and already extending the smelting plants. The power of sunlight, it seemed, affected all of those it touched, for even now people were unstrapping themselves and checking work rosters, while others who knew what to do were already donning spacesuits. The old robots first, Saul decided, feeling them unpeeling instantly from the points in the station they'd been clinging to, and dispersing to obey their queued-up orders. He then felt further vibrations through his feet as the mining robots again began hacking into the asteroid below, and as the ore carts began hauling their loads towards the big transporters.
It's like waking up, said Larocque at his shoulder.
We've been sad, quipped Ryan at his other shoulder. That would be...
Yes, I know what seasonal affective disorder is, Ryan. Saul interrupted. I need to get back to it, said Ryan, unperturbed as he turned away. This Mac effect stuff is fascinating. Ryan, Saul had realized, possessed the kind of mind best kept at work. So, with a little help from the proctors, he was already finessing the design for the Mac effect drive and deciding how best to integrate it with what they already had. Crazy, but brilliant, Larocque commented, once Ryan was gone. Then, turning back to Saul, so, now we really go to work? We do. And you yourself need to relocate to the secondary control center. He glanced towards him. They're already cutting the anchors down below. Quick work. Ryan just suggested that we're all coming out of SAD, out of suffering from a lack of sunlight. But perhaps there's more to the power of the sun than merely that. Saul considered all the possible effects of this relocation, and could not shake off the feeling that the personnel here were as linked into Argus Station in their own way as he himself. Certainly new measurable power was running through everything aboard, but it seemed as if a psychic current had been set up too. He did not believe in any supernatural explanation, of course, but was not prepared to discount an esoteric scientific one. Steadily increasing activity became visible in the station outside. Saul briefly watched teams of humans and robots heading from their accommodation towards the Mars Traveler engine, which they intended to detach from the asteroid. He watched another team begin work alongside the mining robots, cutting their way towards a fault that would eventually break the steadily shrinking mass of nickel iron in two. Then, through the windows ahead as well as in his mind, he focused on the extent of lattice wall beside Arcoplex 2. Now. Smooth as oil, a neat line of the new robots began flowing across the lattice wall towards the rim, the square formation they were emerging from steadily shrinking. On their way, they diverted to a stockpile of beams and other components, and that pile rapidly shrank, like ice under the jet of a steam cleaner. The other two squares began to move next, sliding into thicker lines, one going straight over the curve of the Arcoplex to start work on the ship's skeleton beyond, while the other came back towards Tech Central and circumvented it to head over to the other side of the station. The robots moving there began the essential armoring of the vortex generator. Thus further stockpiles diminished, and all the materials taken down from the enclosure went too. A sudden leap in power supply marked the moment the smelting plants began opening out their mirrors, no longer requiring power from the reactors either to move themselves into position or run back up to temperature. Smelters that before had been functioning at only half of their potential performance now went straight to full capacity, as the various plants issued plumes of vapor and ash, turning bright and silvery in the sunlight. Molten metal boiled with inert gases, and coolers that had not been needed out in the orbit of Mars soon came online. The rolling mills, presses, auto forges and casters, the capstan lathes, milling machines, diamond saws and drills, the matter printers, nano weavers and bucky spinners, all of them seemed to let go with joyous abandon, until once slow-moving swarf conveyors steadily increased to full speed. In Arcoplex 2, robotics screamed with activity. No power outages now, no requirement to build up a charge for any of the high-energy processes. Here, the machines seemed to be hearing the message from their larger brothers out in the smelting plants. Energy to burn, guys, let's do it. There was power now for further high-temperature work too, and elsewhere in the Arcoplex, silicon quickly turned molten as a chip factory started up, as did a powder forge for making the cutting tools that would soon be needed to replace those already in use. Saul smiled as power levels just continued to rise. Already the first of his new robots were working around the rim, sometimes singly, sometimes conjoined into short centipede forms, hauling up and affixing structural beams at high speed, and the skeleton of the spaceship grew visibly. Dream turned into hard reality. Scourge. Clay Ruger woke to feel the constant ache of his battered body, reached out for the painkillers and iodine pills on his bedside shelf, popped 2 of each out of their blister packs, and washed them down with a gulp of water from his suit spigot. And he waited. There wasn't one of the survivors without broken bones, wrenched joints, and a mottled effect of fading bruises from head to toe. Clay himself had 2 broken shins, ribs broken all down one side,
and few other bones in his body, without at least hairline cracks, including his skull. But at least he wasn't one of those who had ruptured something internal, or suffered one of the cerebral hemorrhages that had killed a third of the crew. And at least, unlike Gunnery Officer Cookson, he hadn't ended up with a snapped spine. When Argus Station's warp bubble had brushed against the Scourge, gravity waves had traveled the length of the ship like invisible walls. Compression waves were how Pilot Officer Trove described them, her voice slurring because of her broken jaw, while Captain Skotonis called the event a tidal surge. All Clay knew was that it felt as if in just a matter of seconds he'd been simultaneously smashed against something, then stretched through it. Afterwards, he felt as if he'd spent months in an old-fashioned adjustment cell, one where they weren't bothering to use inducers, just batons, army boots, and fists. Finally, the painkillers began to kick in, and he was able to drag himself from his bed, a laborious exercise, even in zero gravity. Just as they all did, he still wore a full spacesuit. After yet another atmosphere breach only 2 days ago, none of them fully trusted the repairs. The suits also offered some protection from the high levels of radiation caused when one of the warheads in the armory exploded. It hadn't gone into fission, but it had acted like a dirty bomb, spreading radioactive material throughout the ship. It was this, Clay knew, that would eventually kill him. Broken bones weren't the only common injury, for not one of them hadn't suffered radiation sickness, or did not register positive for precancerous cells, if not overt signs of some sort of cancer. Clay was sure that some of the stuff coming up out of his lungs had little now to do with his initial injuries. Before stepping out of his cabin, he closed his suit visor. Then, once outside, he began making his way up a corridor that was no longer straight, but in fact had taken on a slightly corkscrew shape. A crew member passed him, heading in the other direction, dolefully towing herself along like an ancient. They ignored each other. Crew generally had little to say to him, and not much more to say to each other, either. Eventually, the doors to the bridge came in sight, but before he reached them, the command crew came out. Skotonis, Trove, and even Cookson were there, pulling on their suit helmets. They all looked ill, Cookson the worst of all, as he pulled himself along with everything below his waist hanging dead. It struck Clay that they had all been animatedly discussing something before his approach and had now fallen silent. But paranoia was all too easy aboard this ship of the damned. How are you, Cookson? Clay asked as he drew closer. Cookson swung a corpse-like face towards him. He was deadly white, with a slight bluish tinge to his lips, and a yellow mass of bruising down one side of his face. He gave a sickly grin that exposed the missing teeth in that side of his mouth. Not dead yet, he replied. I want to live long enough. Just long enough. Something we can all say, said Clay. Then, studying the others, so what's up? It's something Dr. Myers can't say now, said Skotonis. Because he's dead. What? Clay felt a creeping horror. Myers, thankfully, had been one of the least injured of them all, having managed to escape without any broken bones, just minor cracks. And with them all in the process of dying, he'd become the most essential member of the crew. Now he was dead. Come on. Skotonis gestured for them to follow him, and limped off down the corridor. I'll leave it for now, said Cookson, clinging to one of the handholds set in the wall. Skotonis halted, turned to study him, then nodded and continued on. Clay followed, wondering just how Cookson was managing to stay alive, and how much longer he would survive. No matter how hard they tried to seal off the compartments into which they'd loaded the corpses, the stench was spreading out into the rest of the ship. As well as the damage throughout it, walls bent and buckled, panels out of line and exposing electronics and plumbing, floors twisted, fluids leaking. A free-floating mess was also accumulating. As they neared the crew medical area, Clay noted occasional dressings, some already used, most simply discarded while dealing with the rush of injuries after the gravity waves struck. Here and there, old brown blood was spattered on the metalwork, and down in one corner lay what looked like mouldering splinters of bone.
"This needs cleaning up," commented Skatonis.
Neither Clay nor Trove replied. Who would do that? Who would care enough to do it? Finally, they reached the section of corridor outside medical, where 3 sorry-looking crewmen loitered, arms wrapped protectively around their torsos as they waited for a cure that wouldn't be available. Skatonis marched past them, opened the door into medical, and stepped through. Clay and Trove followed him. "Well," Trove eventually managed. "He didn't die of his old injuries." Dr. Myers sat strapped into his own surgical chair. Someone had removed all the fingers from his right hand, scooped out one eyeball, then cut his throat. The man's blood still beaded the air, and Clay resisted the urge to try and brush away droplets of it landing on his spacesuit. "We have to find out who did this," said Skatonis.
"They must be punished."
Why bother? Clay wondered, again sinking into fatalistic depression. Myers had reached the state they would all be reaching soon enough, he reckoned. Then he shrugged and gritted his teeth. He had a mind. He had intelligence, and what had once been described to him as a low animal cunning. He would not have risen so high in the committee administration without these, and they were precisely what would enable him to survive. Somehow there would be a way out of this, and he must find it. Chapter 5. A theory about theories. During the reign of Serene Galahad, and because of her response to Alan Saul, technological innovation left conventional science in tatters. Many years had been spent building hypotheses and theories on Einstein's general and special theories of relativity, while ignoring irrefutable experimental fact that undermined them. It was proven that certain particles could be accelerated beyond the speed of light, and that was ignored. It was found that the mass of the universe did not match up to theory, so invisible, undetectable dark matter was invented to fill the gap. A lunatic who believed we were visited by aliens demonstrated anti-gravity. Why even check his work? He's a lunatic. A working cold fusion plant is built and closed down by safety officers. A fool obsessed with fringe studies of ball lightning disappears from his laboratory and is found halfway around the world in the Atacama Desert, burned from head to foot. Bah, meat and bread for conspiracy theorists. And when Alan Saul demonstrated a working Alcubierre drive, which was only theoretically possible with limitless energy and access to exotic matter, this too might have been ignored, or explained away. However, having stolen a space station, and annihilated a large portion of the inspectorate by dropping 7,000 satellites on Earth, Alan Saul was someone who really had to be taken seriously. Earth. No trees, Serene reflected. And no matter the extent of her power over Earth, they were something she could not expedite. Her aero had landed on what had once been an aeroport atop a multi-story car park sunk deep amidst the arcology towers of this sprawl on Madagascar. Now it stood in a shadow valley beside a stream, amidst mountains of rubble. Standing on the edge of the port, Serene studied the view on the screen of a tripod-mounted image intensifier. Over to the left, a sorting machine, a giant contraption like a steel caterpillar, had nosed into one rubble pile and was passing that steadily through its long alimentary tract as it extracted metals and other usable materials before shitting out plain concrete, brick and carbocrete into a hopper section positioned at its rear. As Serene watched, this same hopper detached and trundled over to the edge of a long, deep trench to tip its contents inside. At the end of the trench, a giant excavator was still digging, piling precious, though highly depleted, earth to one side, ready to fill in over the rubble. A long and onerous task, she noted, swatting at something that had landed on her neck, then removing her sunglasses to frown at the smears. With present machinery and resources,
It'll take 20 years to complete, Elkin replied, ever ready with the numbers. This is presupposing that you intend to clear the entire island of its sprawl, and will not be diverting resources elsewhere. How much time would be gained in the space operation if I diverted resources from here? This was obviously a more difficult question, for Elkin gave no immediate reply. Serene turned to see her gazing at one of her aides, and after a moment check what he must have meanwhile sent to her palm top. Very little, she replied, since it's bottlenecks that are slowing things down. Was that worth shutting down the entire operation here? Serene decided not. There had been a momentary panic, over a week and a half ago, when Argus hurled itself in towards the center of the solar system. But Saul had not attacked, merely positioned the station on the other side of the sun, where, so the experts told her, he was using solar energy to power a rapid rebuild of the station. Image data from solar weather satellites showed the rebuild to be so extensive that the tactical feasibility of him attacking before all the big orbital railguns here were ready was very low. The tacticians further surmised that it was highly likely that he did not intend to attack at all, the likelihood that he was turning Argus Station into something capable of delivering overwhelming force being very small indeed. What's the latest news on Argus? Serene now took a pack of wet wipes from her pocket and extracted one to dab at her face. It was hot and muggy here, and the only species that seemed to be doing well were the flying and stinging kind. This being out in the field business was all very well, but it brought its discomforts. She glanced over at Sack, standing in patient attendance. Maybe it was time for her to occupy one of the big, comfortable estates offered for her exclusive use by one of her East African delegates. Images show that it is being turned into a sphere with a diameter the same as that of the original ring, Elkin replied immediately. They also show the asteroid now cut into 2 pieces and rapidly being used up, and the Mars Traveller 6 being repositioned. Engineering assessment? The same as before. He's turning the station into an interstellar spaceship. There are also elements in the design that are recognizable as originating from Veralia Delex, the previous technical director of Antares Base. Prior to that, she was the overseer of both the Mars Traveller project and the Alexander, or Scourge. Also, some further information has come to light about her. That is? Serene returned her attention to the view before her. Her maiden name is Saul. She is his sister. Serene swung back. That explains his abrupt arrival on Mars, and the risks he took in rescuing her. She nodded to herself. Interesting information, but it gets us no closer to stopping him running. Serene stepped away from the image intensifier. She'd seen enough of Madagascar to know that it would once again be green, but would still lack the millions of species that had lived here previously. They still needed the gene bank data, and if possible the samples. Saul could not be allowed to leave the solar system. Is Calder any further forward in preventing that? Serene began to stroll back towards the aero. Elkin fell in just a step behind her, and other staff scurried to collect up equipment while protective spider guns moved in from the edges of the aeroport. Time to go, Serene felt. But where next? Just before we landed, he told me that the new weapon will be ready for a test firing within a few days, Elkin replied. And now would be the best time to test it, since Saul, positioned on the other side of the sun, will have no view of it. Calder's sure of that? Our comlifers have made all our satellites and stations safe from mental incursion, and the test will be disguised amidst a test firing of one of the new railguns. Serene paused to gaze up at the leaden sky. So forget that East African estate. Chairman Messina's quarters up in the spin section of Core 1 had recently been renovated, and she would certainly need her bodyguard there alongside her. She would make that her base as she toured the other stations above, and she would be there to watch that test, to watch the first deployment of the weapon that would bring Alan Saul at last within her reach.
Argus. There was little sign of the surgery Gort had undergone, other than a few lines visible under the stubble on his scalp, and his frequent expression, now of perplexed puzzlement. The relay was a mirrored cube just a centimetre across, which he wore on a silver chain around his neck. Neither of these items was visible, now that he wore his heavy worksuit and clung to an I-beam of the column, which currently extended over 1.5 kilometres below the rapidly disappearing central asteroid. "What's it like?" Alex asked as he floated out in vacuum 10 meters away on the end of a line. "Ever used a telefactor?" Gort asked. Alex had once trained on a bomb disposal telefactor, his hands in special gloves and with VR goggles over his eyes. It seemed as if he'd been there defusing the bomb with slightly numb fingers, rather than sitting kilometers away at a console. "Yes, I've used a telefactor," he replied. "Nothing like that at all," Gort told him. "I get a schematic of the job in hand, break it down with a work order program perpetually adjusted to materials available, load specific tasks to specific robots, insert you, me, and the others in where human dexterity and flexibility will work best, and then watch the entire job slotting together even while I'm working on it too." Gort dipped to peer down at where the 5 construction robots he controlled were positioning and welding in place bubble metal I-beams, and where Gladys and Achenon were fixing optics and power cables. They were working on just one corner of the column, while 5 similar teams were working on the rest. Meanwhile, yet other teams were building the columns inwards, as the largest chunk of the asteroid was being hauled to one side, and while mining robots concentrated on the remainder. "Here it comes," said Alex, now seeing a big loader robot scuttling down towards them carrying a great mass of bubble metal beams and other items on its back. "We should be able to get back up to speed again." Vardelix had changed working methods, so there would be less competition between humans and robots, which apparently led to a greater number of errors and accidents. However, she'd not been able to dispel completely all competitiveness. Those building this column to take the Mars Traveller engine were now racing against the new robots building the framework for the station sphere, trying always to stay ahead of the steady growth of that incurving wall of girders. Alex gazed out towards the rim, watching centipede lines of the robots working around the wall, looking like golden worms from this distance. Of course, it was a futile race. The column would stop at 2 kilometers, while the sphere wall would continue for 0.5 kilometer more and curve into the blast hole for the Traveller's fusion torch. To get out of the big loader robot's way, Alex hauled himself into the column's web of girders alongside Gort. Down at the end of the column, the loader detached from its load, leaving it suspended on the end of a thread out in space, and headed back like a giant metal beetle that had just rid itself of its wing-encased body. Once it was out of the way, Alex detached his line, then used his wrist impeller to propel himself out, then down, settling to land gently on the packed heap of beams and other components. A minute's search and he found the plastic crate he wanted, peeled it up off its gecko pad, and hauled it along with him back to Gort. Behind him, construction robots began taking the rest of the package apart. "Let's get to it," said Gort, opening the crate and taking out the first of the neatly packed mass of stress sensors, which were crucial for a column expected to support such a load as this one would. In 1 week, they would be hauling across the already detached Mars Traveller engine, along with its shock-absorbing bed, and attaching it here. Alex looked forward to the sight of that behemoth being moved, and already regretted his wait-and-see attitude to the new cerebral implants, for through such a device he would have been able to make sensory recordings that he could view again at leisure. And apparently there would be masses of file space available for such recordings, since everyone possessing an implant would be linked to his own information repository. Or at least, that was how Gort had explained it, in a rather offhand and dismissive way. 5 hours later, their shift ended, their tools taken up by another team, whose leader also took control of the robots without even a pause. They returned up the column towards where Tech Central had been disassembled, ready to be slotted into a central sphere which was already in the process of being prefabricated. Halfway there, they launched themselves from the column towards the entrance to their accommodation unit, bringing themselves down neatly with impellers, entering through the airlock 2 by 2 and shedding their suits.
"Now that was a good shift," said Achenon, "and I'm going to spend some of that station credit in the olive tree."
This was another change that had been suggested by Vardelix, and instantly instituted by the owner. No longer were they working just to survive, but they were getting a wage. They received station credits for their work, which could be spent on some of the luxuries now becoming available. It was also possible to withdraw those credits as coinage, which could be spent on some luxuries that were technically under the wire: cannabis, tobacco, bootleg alcohol, and various personal items. Alex realized that being able to buy such things made the likes of Achenon and Gladys feel that somehow they were getting one over on the owner, but he knew they were fooling themselves. Saul would not have introduced coinage if he cared so much about what people spent it on, and to believe that he didn't know about the growing black market aboard the station was foolish. It was deliberate because it made the powerless feel that they had some control over their own destiny. "Going to get some more herbs?" Gladys inquired. "Maybe," replied Achenon cautiously, eyeing Gort. "Doesn't matter to me," said Gort, "just so long as you're not skull-fucked at the start of our next shift." Such casual exchanges concerning the mundane routine of their everyday lives were here thrown into contrast with the massive changes occurring outside. Alex shook his head. Was it because he was a clone, and because of his years of reprogramming, that he could not slide into such casual human acceptance of it all? Perhaps because he himself had never lived a normal life, he could not whittle the numinous down to such normality. "What about you?" Gladys asked him. Alex shrugged. He just didn't know. She turned to Achenon and slapped him on the shoulder. "Come on, skunk brain, let's go." As they departed, Gort moved up beside Alex and watched them go, muttering, "Bread and circuses." Alex did not have Gort's immediate system access, so he had to use the console in his cabin to track down this phrase. Slowly beginning to grasp its implications and those attending Gort's general attitude, his acerbic comments and suppressed bile, Alex began to realize that it might be in his best interests to keep a close eye on their team leader. Scourge. Clay gazed up at the 5 corpses gyrating slowly in the air, holes ripped through their heavy hazmat spacesuits to expose the lead mesh and the pipe networks of their isotope scrubbing systems, with beads of blood and fragments of flesh and bone still orbiting them. "Someone aboard is working for her," opined Skatonis. That only made sense if someone had communicated with Earth and struck some sort of deal, which seemed unlikely unless there was a hidden transceiver aboard. But even then, why would Galahad order someone to start killing the crew? Being highly radioactive, the Scourge wasn't worth salvaging, so surely Galahad's best option would be just to wait until it was in range, then hit it with one of her big new rail guns. Unless, of course, the traitor was one of those who already knew, or had recently discovered that Saul had, in an attempt to forestall their attack on him, transmitted the gene bank data to them, and that they had not passed it on to Earth, and kept it stashed on board. Clay winced. He knew his thought processes were slow, but they would be equally slow if he came off his meager supply of painkillers and tried to think round the constant ache of his body. He therefore tried to put it all in order in his mind. Before the gravity wave had ripped through the ship, it had been Skatonis' plan to use the gene bank data as a bargaining chip to get them close to Earth, pretending to Galahad that they believed she would let them live in exchange for that acquired data. Once close enough, however, they would try to locate Galahad and launch a nuclear strike against her, and against anything else that seemed an immediate danger to them. Then, during the ensuing confusion, they would dock at Core 2 and somehow get from there down to Earth and into hiding. That last part of the plan had all been very vague and very desperate. After the damage to the Scourge, the strategy had changed. The ship was certainly on course back to Earth, but as far as Galahad knew, all aboard it had been killed by Alan Saul's activation of the Scour virus embedded in their ID implants. This was what they would use to get them close, because their ship wouldn't be perceived as a threat. Under further evolution, the plan had changed, with Trove submitting the idea that with just a few nuclear strikes, they could take control of all orbital facilities, bombard Galahad, then use both the gene bank data and their position in control of those facilities, as a basis on which to bargain with whatever regime arose after her. Clay felt such plans were just the desperate and futile meanderings of people already dying. They had then become even more implausible when it was discovered that after the gravity wave and the subsequent dirty bomb explosion in the Scourge's nuclear arsenal, they might not even be capable of launching the nukes. And now this. The 5 slaughtered crewmen had been among those assessing the damage to their nuclear capability and trying to work out how to restore it. When did this happen? He asked.
Sometime within the last week,
Skatonis told him. Clay glanced at him. You can't estimate it more precisely than that.
No.
Skatonis shook his head.
We can't use radio because Earth might pick it up, and the comm lines to the arsenal are out. I just left each team to it, and had them file a report once their dosimeters maxed out, and then only if they had anything worth reporting.
That statement struck Clay as very odd, because surely Skatonis would have wanted to keep himself completely up to date. So it's been a week since any report was filed?
It has.
Therefore this could have happened before Myers was killed?
Certainly.
There was something very wrong here, but Clay could not quite nail it down. Sunk into depression and sickness, many of the crew were certainly getting slack about their work. Some giving up on it entirely, but Skatonis had always seemed a lot more driven, especially after finding out that the scour, which his wife and children had succumbed to, had been spread by Serene Galahad herself. Clay shook his head in an effort to clear it, then, noting the color code of the dosimeter on his shoulder, stepped hurriedly back towards the door. Skatonis followed, watching him with an intensity he did not like, his gaze unwavering as he too stepped out into the corridor and closed the door to the suiting room behind him. So, what was their latest assessment? Clay asked.
I don't know,
Skatonis replied.
Whoever did this also assessed the system and wiped the data.
Clay suddenly understood the danger he was in. It seemed that someone was carrying out the kind of plan he himself had in mind, but had not yet acted on or properly thought through. Skatonis assumed it was Clay killing people aboard. Skatonis thought he was the traitor before he'd even had a chance to do any betraying. Clay knew certain things. The proliferation of orbital weapons around Earth made it highly unlikely that they could take control in orbit. So their chances of taking out Galahad with an orbital strike were remote at best, and if he did not get proper advanced medical care on Earth, he would inevitably die. All that remained in their favor was the gene bank data. All that remained, in fact, in his favor. His aim vaguely had been to get in communication with Galahad using his primacy and system access, then tell her about the data, steal a shuttle, and take the data with him, ensuring that she knew of Skatonis' intentions with the nukes. The Scourge would be destroyed and he would be rescued. Then there could be only one story to tell. His story would be about how he had been a virtual prisoner from the moment he'd stepped aboard, how he had been powerless to stop Skatonis' disobedience. The chances were that she would have him killed anyway, but his chances of survival with her would still be better than they were by adhering to the captain's plans. Now it seemed someone was preempting him with a similar survival plan, one that would undoubtedly interfere with his own. He had to find out who and stop him or her immediately. Either Trove or Cookson, he decided. If someone is working for Galahad, it has to be one of them. Only they have the system access, and only they would know about the gene bank data, and be able to use that as a bargaining chip.
You think so?
Skatonis inquired, now raising a sidearm to point it straight at Clay's visor.
You're the inspector at Worm aboard this ship. You're the eyes and ears she put here.
You're forgetting that I'm also the least useful one she placed aboard, simply to ensure she had someone non-essential she could punish, said Clay. You're also forgetting that she sent the signal to close my strangulation collar just as slowly as possible. Clay hurried on. Trove and Cookson, however, can both claim that they were only following your orders.
I trust them,
said Skatonis, which makes you easier to manipulate.
I should just shoot you now. You're no use to me.
Without me, you would never have known the truth.
said Clay, then added, "And without me you won't know who the traitor is." "You know." "I know how we can find out," said Clay, suddenly realizing that the answer was simple, and that he knew precisely how to identify who had killed these men. And perhaps Myers, too. Earth. The greatly extended Traveller construction station was occupied by an all but complete smaller vessel, a prototype, alongside two gigantic hulks, part of a new generation of battleships that had never flown. The prototype was just a much smaller and less maneuverable version of the Scourge, possessing the same vaguely torpedo shape. It was a quarter of the size, at half a kilometre long and 100 metres wide, with a rear fusion engine and 4, rather than the full 8, fusion engines located around its body for rapid course changes. However, it was also encircled by the ring of a vortex generator, so resembled an axle stub in the middle of a wheel. Though a prototype, it was a working vessel, but the tacticians had decided that the vortex ring was far too vulnerable where it was currently positioned, and it interfered with the aiming of its own weapons. They had then gone on to suggest that this vessel would be better staying out of close conflict, and should therefore take on more of an observational role. Serene had decided to name it the Vision, since the Argus, the name of a mythical giant with 100 eyes, was no longer available. The second vessel extended a kilometre from its nose to its fusion engines, but contained the ring of its vortex generator inside its hull, and inside the compass of its weapons systems it bore the shape of a spinning top. This was Admiral Bartholomew's vessel, so after little thought, Serene had named it the Command. The third vessel bore the shape of a smaller version of what Argus Station was now becoming. Here everything had been much better integrated, and all wrapped in a new design of composite armour. In this 2-kilometre diameter sphere, there was more room for the 2,000-strong assault force, along with a cornucopia of heavy weapons, including 2 of Calder's new design of missile. "Have you thought of a name for it yet, Mom?" asked Admiral Bartholomew. Serene glanced at the diminutive man who bore such a heavy title. He was smaller even than Serene, and seemed to disappear in the physical presence of his command crew, which mostly consisted of big steroid and cyber-enhanced brutes. Yet when he spoke in his soft, Brazilian-accented tones, everyone attended to him at once. Physically small he might be, but he was bright and sharp, and amidst his crew seemed like iron amidst plastic. Out of thousands of prospects, this erstwhile commander of the Corps 1 station had been ranked way above the rest. Swallowing wetly on an urge to vomit, which the anti-nausea pills had yet to negate, Serene sat back in the co-pilot's chair of the spaceplane as it drifted towards the dock of the construction station. She'd considered naming the last ship after some historical figure, maybe a general or a political leader, but now decided on something in keeping with the brevity and concision of the other names. "I named that ship the Fist," she said. Bartholomew allowed himself a tight smile. "Apposite." "So you intended to remain aboard the Command?" she said. "Now you've named it. What else can I do?" Serene turned to study him more closely. Was he just making a little joke, or was he starting to show his true colours? Now his strangulation collar had been removed. "No offence intended, ma'am," he added hurriedly. "I believe my record notes a tendency in me to inappropriate humour when I'm nervous." Serene nodded. Yes, she had seen that on his record. It was one of the few items in the section his examiners had reserved for listing his faults. A section completely outweighed by his numerous qualifications, his experience, and his successes. "So, why do you choose to remain aboard the Command?" "Where I position myself is irrelevant, ma'am, since you have designated me Admiral and I command 3 ships, not 1. It is also the case that I am a strategist, and therefore better at assessing situations at one remove, while Captain Orlon is both a good combat commander and organizer of personnel, so will do much better aboard the Fist, which has a larger crew and the troop complement, and is likely to find itself at the sharp end of any battle." Could she accuse him of cowardice?
If things went to plan, then the Fist would be the vessel launching the main attack against Argus Station, and the first to dock as it sent in the troops. And as Bartholomew must be well aware, that had not gone too well the last time. Serene decided otherwise, since Bartholomew had made some decisions in his past that ran counter to the orders he'd been given, and which, if they'd turned out to be wrong, would have resulted in him ending up in an adjustment cell. He was clearly no coward. The dock drew closer, a triangular pillar jutting out from the main mass of the station, with 4 space planes already moored to 2 of its faces, 2 of them having brought her main security team here a few days previously, to liaise with the Inspectorate complement already aboard. It had been necessary for them to spy the station out, and to get all protocols in place to ensure her absolute protection. No data about her presence here could be allowed to leak out, since a space station was a vulnerable place for Earth's dictator to be. Also, staff considered even marginally unsafe must be moved. The reader gun network put on hold since the failure rate could not be risked, undercover agents activated, and fast escape routes checked out. Thinking on this last eventuality made her feel queasy, even now that the anti-nausea pills were starting to work, for it meant a fast escape by a drop shuttle re-entry vehicle, should something catastrophic happen to the station. Such catastrophes being generally related to the arrival of Alan Saul in Earth orbit. Bartholomew smoothly operated their plane's controls to bring them to the one empty surface, the station now seeming to loom above them. Serene experienced a moment of disorientation, but by now the accompanying nausea was all but gone. Docking clamps engaged with a reverberating crash, and she listened to the low thrum of compressors driving the plane's airlock cylinder into the dock, as if enacting some obscene technological mating. Bartholomew unstrapped, and Serene copied him. "I do have a question for you, if I may, ma'am," he said as he stood up. "Go ahead," she obliged. "My crews and the assault troops have recently received orders to visit a team of medics you sent over to have their ID implants removed," he said. "Why is that?" "We're not sure, but according to a tactical assessment, it seems likely Alan Saul was able to use those implants to locate all Scourge personnel, and via them was able to penetrate secure communications, which is how he beat them," Serene explained. "Our technicians are working to negate all the advantages that his mental penetration of computer systems gives him." "And I don't want him activating the scour lodged in your implants and killing you all." "Hence the calm lifer, too?" "Yes, he is from the original team that has been protecting Earth's computer security, so is tried and tested. Meanwhile, I have more com-lifers assuming new positions down there." The passenger compartment of the plane contained Elkin and her 2 aides, besides other ancillary staff, Serene's small security team from Corps 1, and some of Bartholomew's staff. The security team was already up and ready the moment Serene stepped through, and they headed back to the airlock to precede her. There had been no need for Serene to wear a spacesuit, since this dock was pressurized, but for her safety, SAC had advised her to do so. It was also the case that here the kind of clothing she would normally wear, chosen for the imposing impression it would give, seemed completely inappropriate. She had therefore chosen to have made the suit she now wore. It was a state-of-the-art VC suit of silver and blue, with the armor subtly shaped so as not to conceal her femininity. As she went headfirst down through the lock and, in one of those dizzying changes in perspective, stepped upright out onto the inner floor of the dock, she recalled her history. "I may have the body of a weak and feeble woman," she muttered to herself. "Pardon, ma'am," said Bartholomew, then stepped back abruptly as Sack appeared at her side, his combat suit turning him into even more of a hulking monster. She glanced at her bodyguard, unreasonably annoyed at him because she'd spent so much time either feeling sick or being just too busy to take things any further with him. Perhaps it would be best to wait until they were back on Earth. Make it a kind of celebration. "Queen Elizabeth I," she explained to Bartholomew. "I leave it to you to find the reference." She scanned the crowd of personnel swarming all around her, noting the ranks of Bartholomew's crews and soldiers standing neatly to attention. She wondered if she was expected to make some sort of inspection, then dismissed that idea. Scanning further, she found herself puzzled by the number of Inspectorate Enforcer uniforms she was seeing, which were distinct from the attire of her security teams already gathered here. Surely there was little need for so many of them. Surely up here so many non-productive personnel would be a drain on resources. "Where's Calder?" she asked.
"Here, ma'am."
The man himself stepped forward, clad in a simple atmosphere breech suit over jeans and t-shirt, one of the new pallet-design palm tops clutched in his right hand, his thumb inserted through the hole to press down on the security reader, and his fingers able to work the underside touch controls. "A lot of Inspectorate here," she noted, but even while she watched, the Inspectorate staff began to filter away. Perhaps they felt their presence was not really required with all the soldiers and other security here. Even so, she felt a twinge of suspicion and knew this presence was something she ought to check up on.
"Here to ensure your safety,"
he replied blandly. "Then they are rather surplus to requirements." She waved her hand towards the ranked troops and crew.
"Yes, certainly."
He paused for a moment before adding,
"Of course, a degree of natural curiosity is not something to be ruled out."
Perhaps that was it. This was a big station, and maybe most of its Inspectorate personnel had come here just to see her. She couldn't really blame them for wanting to see their ultimate ruler in the flesh, but she would still have to make some comment about them leaving their posts for that idle purpose. Though later, for she had more important concerns right now. "We go straight into the orbital firing after the test," she declared, waiting impatiently for Calder to lead the way. "You've organized it?" It took him a moment to draw his gaze away from a nearby Inspectorate officer and focus on what she was saying.
"I have, ma'am,"
he said. Then, probingly,
"though I am not sure of its purpose."
"Shall we go?" she snapped. He gestured with his palette, and as she moved off, Serene was thankful that her security personnel moved ahead of her to lead the way. Sometimes all this deference could be quite annoying, especially when people insisted on walking either beside or behind her, when she herself didn't know which direction to go. "I would have thought the purpose of the orbital firing quite evident," she continued, realizing that this was the first time she'd actually physically encountered Calder, that this was the first time she'd spoken face-to-face with someone on whom so much depended.
"If you destroy Argus Station, you lose the gene bank data," he replied.
"Then obviously that is not the purpose."
"His response might not be what you expect, ma'am,"
Calder suggested. "There are only two responses, fight or flight," she explained. "If he arrives here, my tacticians suggest he won't be able to stay long enough to cause major damage without putting Argus Station at huge risk. Most likely he will run, which will take him away from the sun and its convenient source of power. But he will not run all the way yet because he's not ready to, and he believes he can run at any time. The orbital firing will slow him down and give you more time to commission those ships out there and take your new weapon against him." Calder nodded in dubious agreement. At the base of the dock, they headed for a train where more security personnel were waiting, doubtless there simply to ensure no one slipped a bomb on the vehicle before her arrival. She stepped aboard and gazed in puzzlement at the presence of seats in this zero-gravity environment, then sat down anyway. After a moment, she copied others in pulling her seat straps across. The reason for the seats and the straps soon became evident as the train slid into motion, passing through a complicated array of seals and iris doors, out into bright sunlight and the dispersed confusion of the station structure, and then accelerated. No air to slow it down, Serene realized, as she was first pushed back into her seat, then down into it on one sweeping curve, then eventually lifting out of it against her straps as the train slowed at a C-section station in the side of something like a steel coliseum located out in vacuum. With her sucking crump, airlocks engaged, and she was soon out into busy corridors and cageways, then into a control center that seemed either in the process of being taken apart or still being put together. Serene strode over to a big, outward-slanting window that overlooked something crouching within the station structure. A skyscraper of technology, braced and supported by heavy beams, massive carousels at one end, massive cables feeding in all around. Unmistakably, a weapon. "One of the new ones," said Calder from behind her. She glanced round at him. "And the new missiles?" "I can show you one, but they don't look particularly impressive. Just a half-ton of plain cone-shaped metal, very much in the form of an old, staged rocket crew capsule." He pointed down towards the carousels. "I have one ready to be loaded directly after the first test firing of an inert missile." "Then let the test proceed." Calder gestured politely to a throne-like seat facing a curving panoramic screen. Of course, there would be nothing to see by looking at the railgun itself, other than perhaps some movement in the carousels. Leaving her staff to hover behind her, Elkin and the rest unsure about where to position themselves, so looking like rubes in the big city, Serene went and sat herself down. 3 scenes were visible. One was obviously from a camera positioned down on the moon's surface, showing a plain of contorted rock and drifts of dust terminating up against a jagged range of mountains. Nearby, measuring posts had been fixed in the ground to give a sense of scale, while at the foot of the steep mountain slopes lay a scattering of lunar accommodation units, and some steel-wheeled lunar rovers that had to be at least 100 years old. The next view showed the same scene from a satellite located above the moon, the rovers now reduced to silver specks. The third view was from even further out. "We've got the Hubble pointing at these two," Calder explained, "using a Milframer camera." Right then, Serene couldn't remember whether that was a camera taking 1 million high-resolution frames a minute or a second, and she felt disinclined to ask. It basically meant that should she want to, she could view extreme slow-motion video of the imminent events. She gestured for him to continue. "Okay," said Calder, his voice now issuing from a PA system. "Power up and fire the test shot in 20 seconds precisely." The movement of people in the room seemed to judder to a halt for a second, as many screen images flickered and changed. Serene shivered as a thrumming in the air ratcheted up into clear audibility, the kind of sound heard in any power station in a major sprawl. "Firing test shot," announced Calder unnecessarily, as the tone of the hum abruptly changed. Nothing happened for a few seconds, during which Serene had time to feel annoyed at not asking him for more detail, such as how long it would take the missile to reach its target. Then a bright flash lit up the lunar plane, and it abruptly bulged up, domed, then opened on a deep, red explosion. Transferring her gaze to the video captured from orbit, Serene observed a perfectly circular wave spreading out around it. The close view briefly showed a boulder the size of a house tumbling past, before being subsumed in a wall of dust. The view from furthest out then showed a fire fading at the center of an expanding and ever-diffusing dome of dust. "Impressive," Serene allowed, then glanced round at Calder. "I presume everything was satisfactory?" He nodded. "There was really no reason to test the railgun. The real test comes next." "So if you would lead me through what happens now?" "The weapon is already in its power-up cycle," Calder explained. "Shortly we will use the railgun at its lowest power, just as a launcher, since firing on full power would provide far too much acceleration and wreck the weapon's internal components. Once it's just clear of the station here, the weapon receives its vector and accelerates. To an outside viewer, it will just seem like a railgun test firing, for the weapon will immediately start traveling at a speed equivalent to that of our previous firing, and it will then hit a target point just beyond the previous one." Serene smiled, and returned her attention to the screens. The dust had cleared now, and the old accommodation units and rovers were still in place, on the other side of a brand-new crater in the face of the moon.
Firing weapon, Calder announced. This time the thrum of power remained constant, but Serene could feel the skin on her back crawl nevertheless. She waited patiently, blinked on a flash amidst those jagged mountains, then watched the whole landscape ripple. For a second, the mountain range seemed to distort through a fisheye lens. Then it erupted. The close view briefly showed the accommodation units and rovers turning into glittering fragments before an avalanche of stone ate them up, then grayed and blinked out. The orbital view showed a blast 10 times the size of the previous one, tearing an immense hole in the moon and throwing a great plume out into space, sending rock and dust far beyond any hope of the moon's gravity retrieving it. Serene finally gazed upon the face of the ancient satellite, now changed forever. "Of course," said Calder, "the gravity effects around the warp substantially magnify the impact value." It had been Calder's idea to make a missile that used a vortex generator to propel it. Since it was a missile and without the encumbrance of passengers, who would be fried by the Hawking radiation generated inside its warp bubble, it could travel faster than the speed of light, faster even than Argus Station. Such a missile, on impact, would knock out the warp bubble of that station, thus negating what Alan Saul must perceive as his big advantage, his ability to run and their inability, before going in pursuit, to know where or when he would stop and change course. "And this one was just the Alcubierre drive version?" she inquired. "It was," Calder affirmed. "The other 3 are the ones that are fully armed." This refinement to the weapon hadn't been Calder's idea, but a suggestion from the tacticians. When one of these missiles hit the Argus warp bubble and knocked it out, the nuclear EM warhead it also contained, which was designed to be primed by the high temperatures generated within the warp bubble, would then detonate, cooking local computers. After that, Alan Saul would no longer be running, and Argus Station would be open to assault. The only drawback with these missiles was that their small vortex generators interfered with the vortex generators of the ships they were on, and vice versa. The ship's vortex generator could not, therefore, be maintained at complete readiness while they were getting a missile ready to fire, which meant a delay of up to half an hour between either drive being used. This was something the tacticians were working on, and Serene felt confident of a solution. "So now it's time to scare the rat out of the woodpile," she said, not entirely sure where she had heard that expression. Just then the power note in the air changed again. "All the railguns here and on the core stations are now firing," explained Calder. 40 inert missiles. We aren't firing at full power because if we did, they wouldn't swing around the sun towards their target." Their target? Argus Station. Alan Saul was just about to get his wake-up call. Chapter 6. Why didn't he run? A question that will bother historians until the end of time is why didn't Alan Saul flee to somewhere far away and safe? Surely once he'd tested his Alcubierre warp drive on his flight to Mars, then taking Argus Station to another star system, and there obtaining the materials and energy for its conversion, would have been less risky than staying in the vicinity of Earth. One explanation is that he needed additional resources for the immense journey he was about to make. But I feel that is far too simplistic. Some illumination might lie in his rescue of his sister, Vardelex. We know from witness statements and available information that the torture he suffered at the hands of Salem Smith had wiped his mind. So one has to ask what drove him to seek out and rescue a sister he no longer actually knew. Saul was far too logical, too far along the road to machine mentality, to be affected by any belief in fraternal love or duty. But by his actions, it seems his unconscious still drove him. I believe his unconscious also recognized unfinished business and a hatred of the regime created by Serene Galahad, which was little different from the one he had already tried to destroy. Argus.
High up within the skeletal sphere of his ship, Saul hung in vacuum, with Va beside him. She'd been insistent on his joining her for this tour of the work in progress, despite the fact that he could view it all without being physically present. She needed affirmation of her status, and quite frequently lately it seemed that she needed reassurance, as if she was losing confidence in her own abilities. Below them lay what remained of the original station, but with the Mars Traveler engine now being hauled down into its new position. Tech Central, which should have lain directly below him, had been dismembered and reassembled round the station core, to which all inward-reaching structural members now connected. It occupied the upper hemisphere of the core, the view from its windows now mostly blocked by the inner bearing end caps of the original archiplexes. The only really open view from there was through the gap where the Traveler engine had once been. But even that only gave a distant view of the ship's skeleton, and even now a second new archiplex spindle was being assembled in the way of that. "It'll soon all be gone." Saul pointed to the remaining pieces of the asteroid that had now been shifted out to hang alongside the new ship's core. "It will never all be gone," replied Va. "Yes, I know." He waved a hand to encompass the surrounding sphere. "It's all out there, still." "No, I don't mean that. Some enterprising soul took a half-ton chunk of high nickel and chrome content iron and is now turning it into jewelry." Saul had already known this, down to the detail and dimensions of the jewelry concerned, also who was making it, and when and how small a dent this made in station resources. He did not mention this, however, but just let her bolster her confidence with this game of "I know something you don't." Meanwhile, he slid the larger part of his attention elsewhere, through the cam system and other ship's sensors, to watch as Paul and two other proctors connected up the 27th Mach effect coil array, a device like a huge steel aphid clinging to the inner edge of a structural beam. Except for one team, all the humans had converged for Hannah and Va's planned celebration, but the proctors stopped only for their own mysterious periods of stillness. He liked seeing them work as smoothly and efficiently as his conjoined robots, but pausing occasionally, as if to admire their product. "How long?" he asked them, without actually speaking. "With Jasper Rhine running the balancing tests, it will take 50 days, Paul replied. "Without him, it could be done much quicker, perhaps 20 days to install and balance every one of the projected 230 coil arrays. They must be synced with the EM component of the Rhine drive." The mild implication was evident there. A human was slowing down some of the work in progress. Saul ran some rapid calculations. What with many human members of the work teams now getting chipped, the balance was nevertheless changing. They were speeding up, becoming more adept, more robotic. But it was still the case that if he replaced every human operating aboard with a robot, the work rate would increase. "Should I confine them all to their quarters?" Saul asked. "Or should I exterminate them, and thus free up more resources?" "I do not respond well to rhetorical questions," Paul replied, while smoothly connecting up power cables and propelling himself back from the array. "Work round him," Saul instructed, "but allow him to feel useful," just as he himself was doing with his sister. Saul now focused on a branching tree of his centipede robots working at the top of the sphere. The robots passed a last structural beam up that same tree to the remaining human team, who fielded it and began moving it into place. Even as he watched, the tree of robots fragmented, individual robots heading off in different directions about the sphere, ready for their next tasks. Though it would have been much quicker to have just had the robots fix the beam, Saul had backed Va's decision to allow this team, which included the Messina clone and Messina's old bodyguard, to accomplish this last piece of work. That seemed an extension of his initial choice to allow all the humans to survive. A moral choice? He wasn't sure he knew the meaning of the concept anymore. Saul felt it almost as a visceral clunk deep inside his torso as that same beam went into place. Then, as a gradual easing inside him, as bolts were tightened through perfectly lined-up holes before welders glared distantly in vacuum. He now hung in a complete spherical cage 5 kilometers across, in orbit about the sun, though admittedly some parts of the cage were not permanently secured, since access would be needed for further materials. "The last beam's in," declared Var, almost belligerently.
"So a watershed has been passed?"
Saul asked. "Yes," she affirmed. "On the Traveller construction station, I always found that marking these occasions with some sort of celebration, no matter how minor or constrained by political oversight, increased the subsequent work rates."
"Certainly,"
Saul replied, noting to himself how robots did not need such motivation. However, the bulk of his attention remained focused elsewhere, because new data were coming in. Serene Galahad's comlifers had blocked his access to all of Earth's satellites and computer systems, also the solar observation satellites. But they had not extended their range far, merely cut off all other installations beyond Earth's orbit from any contact with Earth. The Martian satellites were available to Saul, but they were far away, and transmission delays were long. Still, just a few million kilometers out, an old satellite orbited the Sun in a parallel path to the Earth's. It had been overlooked because it remained mostly powered down until it detected comets or asteroids arriving in system that might be a danger to Earth. Saul had sent a relay out from behind the Sun, made a connection through it to that elderly satellite, and turned its radio and optical telescope array so as to now watch the home world.
"Railgun,"
he remarked, his tone belying his sudden qualms. Galahad was working fast. "What?" asked Var.
"About 20 minutes ago, Galahad fired a very powerful railgun at the moon."
So saying, Saul instituted an immediate check on Argus's weapons. 2 railguns were operational, but the plasma cannon that the Zaberhagen twins were building was still far from completion. Perhaps his allocation of resources had been in error. Yes, Earth was a danger that could not be ignored. And in an instant he began to divert resources. The Zaberhagens would shortly be receiving the components they were waiting for.
"Second firing,"
he now said, appalled at the destructive power of what he had just witnessed.
"They must have solved the component distortion problem, because that looked like a railgun-fired nuclear weapon."
"Seems a bit advanced for them," said Var sniffily.
"Any more advanced than building vortex?"
Saul felt a sudden surge of both annoyance and frustration, immediately followed by the realization that he'd become arrogant. Even as he sent the orders for the smelting plants to close down immediately and retract, he considered how, if he'd only been watching still from Mars, they would have been in serious trouble, because he was now witnessing a launch of railgun missiles around the Sun, directly towards their position. Thankfully, so as to obtain the correct orbital vector, they were traveling slowly, but he was well aware that if he hadn't been watching, he would have had to sacrifice both smelting plants just to save his ship. "This is a problem?" Var inquired.
"Yes, and I've just given orders for everyone to prepare for a shift in precisely 1 hour," he replied. "It seems Galahad wants to let us know she hasn't forgotten us. 40 railgun missiles are now heading round the Sun towards us."
Using the impeller on the wrist of his suit, Saul rapidly sent himself down towards the ship's core, with Var in quick pursuit. "We need the solar energy," she protested.
"We're not moving far,"
he replied. To avoid these approaching missiles, they only had to move a small distance relative to the Sun, which could have been achieved with the steering thrusters, or even the Mach effect drive, were it operational. However, there was too much equipment, not to mention the remainder of the asteroid and the Traveller engine unsecured inside the station. They must move without inertia, therefore the Rhine drive was required, so Saul checked its status, as he'd been checking it so often. Major changes to the station structure, including the heavy armor being put in place in the station ring, had caused distortions out in the vortex generator that had been necessary to straighten out. It was good, as he knew from the last time he checked it, just a few minutes before. Approaching the surface of the ship's core, he slowed himself with his impeller, just enough so he could absorb the remaining impact by bending his knees, and have his gecko soul still remain in place. Var landed shortly after him, and he was pleased for her to see that she'd landed as perfectly as himself. He strode towards the nearest airlock, heaved open the door, pushed himself down inside, and waited until his sister crammed in beside him. The airlock gave them access to a corridor leading to the Tech Central Control Center, which internally had been left much as before. Saul removed his VC suit helmet and clipped it to his belt. Humans in space really need to start thinking less two-dimensionally, Var commented as she followed him.
To do that, Saul replied, humans either have to change or have been raised in a zero-G environment.
Well, even that started now. Saul nodded in grave agreement. Those being chipped provided an example of the former, but he didn't know how to react to the news that some station personnel were getting pregnant, and that thus far 8 in all had refused termination. This could be taken as meaning they were starting to feel safe, but this urge to procreate was more probably a response to the constant danger, a biological imperative, and a hedge against the future. He entered Tech Central to find that Hannah, the Zaberhagens, Rhine, Larocque, and even Langstrom were present. This event was something cooked up by Hannah and Var between them, Hannah having brought 2 bottles of fizzy wine, which was brewed on the station, and a collection of the special glasses required for drinking such a beverage in zero gravity. This gathering was so that the main players aboard the station could celebrate the fixing of the last structural beam. Var had also allowed all the work crews a shift off to celebrate similarly, a humanizing event, and a large number of them were waiting in the Arboretum for the return of Gort's team before the party began. Currently, however, Larocque and Brigitte were speaking into their phones and Langstrom and Rhine were working consoles, while Hannah stood on her own beside a medical gurney, wheeled in specially to carry the drink and glasses. The rest of the station's personnel, meanwhile, were receiving the news that the station would shortly be on the move, and the party atmosphere was fast dissipating. Too human for you? Hannah snapped at Saul.
No, it seems Galahad wants to spoil your party, he replied tightly, then shot at Larocque. You have tracking on them?
I do.
And they are up on all screens and accessible to all personnel, the station's technical director replied. Every damned one of them is on target, and we have to move.
Saul turned back to Hannah, who'd now been joined by Var.
Railgun missiles. Heading straight for us. I feel they're an important reminder to us all.
Yes, I know, she replied, suddenly looking tired. Rhine was working his drive, Saul deliberately not interfering but keeping a watch on him from the inside of the computer system. The warp bubble should be near enough spherical, despite the remaining mass of the asteroid, and the shift would be a short one. But still the margins for error were tight. Saul did not want to risk losing any of the newly constructed parts of the station. He walked over to join Hannah and Var.
In fact, this celebration's made things easy for us,
he offered.
All but one of the human teams have locked down their work, and are not presently anywhere that might be dangerous, while the team that fixed that last beam is on its way in.
Even as he said this, his mind was ranging throughout the station, constantly checking. If the station hit anything large enough to knock out the warp, then they might experience a momentum change. However, there were impellers mounted on the biggest unsecured objects, the Mars Traveler engine, and the asteroid chunk, and any drift could be corrected.
Oh, goody, Hannah replied.
Var popped the cap off of one of the bottles. They didn't need to give us a reminder. The images I've seen of those 3 ships they're building tell the whole story. She used a small manual pump on the base of the bottle to squirt a stream of wine into one of the capped glasses, then paused in bringing the glass straw up to her mouth. Everyone in the control room was staring at her. What? Seems a shame to let it get warm. She sipped. The shift was imminent, and they could all feel it, a slightly different sensation now, as if the new surrounding superstructure was somehow distorting whatever it was that affected them. Saul nodded towards the glasses on the gurney.
Pour them all.
Var raised an eyebrow and did as instructed. She was already on the 3rd glass when the drive engaged. The light of the sun dropped rapidly through the spectrum, and the moment of their shift was marked by a flash of intense red through the windows. Then the sun was back, glaring on the structures visible outside.
Just a few thousand kilometers, said Rhine.
Saul focused through that warning satellite on the stations ranged about Earth. By his calculation, it was possible that the enemy had tens of thousands of railgun missiles available. If it had been Galahad's intention just to send them a reminder, then fine. The smelting plants could be extended, and they could simply get back to work here. However, if the dictator of Earth was intent on driving them away from their power supply, That was a different matter. Saul did not want to spend the next weeks, if not months, dodging pot shots from Earth. Nor did he like the idea of the work here going on hold during that period. Galahad could commission her ships within that period, and he would be forced to run out system before having achieved what he wanted here, without having made the necessary preparations for the immense journey across interstellar void. "Drink your drinks," he instructed, taking a sip of the wine himself, while wondering how alcohol might affect or impair the distributed functioning of his mind. They all gathered round to accept their glasses in turn. Saul moved away to gaze out through the windows of Tech Central. He decided against ordering the smelting plants to be extended again just yet. Calculating signal delays, he reckoned on 23 minutes before Galahad learned that they'd moved. Then a further 28 minutes before he learned if she'd devised an immediate response to that. Meanwhile, he watched the workers coming in, the proctors installing further elements of the Mac Effect drive, and simultaneously absorbed detail and tweaked and changed his plans to greater efficiency. "She can't touch us," said Langstrom with relish. Saul turned to him, a hollow feeling in his stomach. "On the contrary," he replied, now seeing a second launching of missiles from the vicinity of Earth. This launching was early, before Galahad could know they'd moved. A wide spread to incorporate where some tactical team of hers had calculated he might move his ship. None of them was on target, but Galahad's message had been delivered. Walking past Langstrom to join the rest, he announced, "We're shifting again," and immediately began inputting new coordinates, factoring in known star system debris, and deciding on 2 further shifts to take them to their first destination. There was time yet, so he would allow all solar energy collection to continue for a while yet. He studied the disappointed expressions around him. "We would have had to have moved shortly anyway," he stated, his voice taking on an echo as it repeated through the PA system, "since we're running out of materials." They then watched him attentively, aware that he had something more to say. Via cams throughout the station, he saw people turning to public screens now displaying his face. "A second launching of railgun missiles is heading on its way towards us," he continued. "And it is a simple fact, with the resources Earth commands and its supply lines established, that they could keep up this rate of fire indefinitely. We are therefore going to shift away from the sun." "We need energy," Var protested pedantically, "and you're taking us away from it." "Where are we going?" asked Larocque, posing a question to which, in the long term, there was really no simple answer. Saul, however, gave them the simplest answer he could. The abrupt relocation of the station had been brief but disconcerting, especially since it occurred while Alex and Gladys were in the elevator taking them down into the Arboretum. A brief announcement through his phone informed Alex that Earth had just fired railgun missiles at them, so the owner had shifted the station out of their way. They were safe again, it seemed. Yet suddenly Alex felt angry at his powerlessness, his lack of knowledge. He stepped out of the elevator to feel the ground solid underneath his feet for the first time since he'd last been here, with Messina, when the Arboretum hadn't been spinning and his feet had hardly touched the ground, as he went on his killing spree among the invading troops. He now scanned his surroundings and saw no signs of the battle that had taken place here. "She's a bitch, that Galahad," Gladys muttered, then pointed over to the dividing section of the Arboretum, where Achenon and Gort waited for them, having already shed their suits and used the elevator some minutes earlier. "So this your first time here?" she asked, perhaps not wanting to talk further about the station shift or its implications. "First visit to the olive tree, yes," Alex replied, playing along. "After my previous experiences in the Arboretum, this isn't a place I've wanted to return to." "Come on," urged Achenon. They picked up their pace and soon reached the other two. "It's this way." Gort pointed up some steps rising against the dividing section, which led to a metal walkway jutting 2 meters off the ground, before following the inside circumference of the Arboretum cylinder. Alex supposed they were expected to walk there, rather than on the premium soil inside the cylinder itself, to save them trampling on a jungle of squashes growing underneath the trees, or pushing through densely packed fruit bushes. The walkway curved its way round to a balcony jutting out directly above, where the people occupying the tables and chairs seemed to hang suspended upside down. As he and his team climbed up and made their way round, perspective slid round with them until at last they were approaching the balcony the right way up. The area was occupied by 10 circular tables, each with seating space for 4. Every table but one was now occupied by personnel, the empty one being reserved for them, the team who had fixed the last beam. A desultory cheer greeted them, the party atmosphere obviously diminished by the recent station shift. Waving and grinning, Gort led the way to the table and they sat down. Shortly, 4 bottled beers, along with the luxury of open-topped glasses, were brought out to them. Alex sipped, gazed into the arboretum, which resembled a forest distorted through a fisheye lens, and wondered what people here talked about in their time off. He listened carefully, but very little was being said, since everyone on the balcony seemed to be concentrating on the wall-mounted screen above the doors into the bar, while those sitting inside were similarly occupied with a screen there.
"Now that the heroes of the hour are present, I'll continue," said the owner,
gazing out with unhuman indifference from the screen for a moment, before attempting a smile that was only frightening. Alex glanced at Gort, but received only an unreadable blank stare in return. Did he resent being demoted from bodyguard to Chairman Messina to the role of a working grunt? Did he hate the owner? The owner continued.
"Serene Galahad has fired upon us again, and quite likely she will keep on firing on us until she has driven us away from the vicinity of the sun. We are therefore obliged to move a lot further. Our first shift away is imminent, and the second will come directly after that, bringing us to the periphery of the asteroid belt."
He gave another brief smile, this one thoughtful and slightly more human.
"There, our main task will be to get the Mars Traveler engine into position and operational, because we'll need it to take us into the belt, to our first target, an asteroid containing essential materials. This will slice up and bring inside the ship."
He paused to gaze distractedly to one side. They could all immediately feel it, so none of them needed his next announcement of
"First shift."
The screen then flicked back to a holding image, a picture of the station, or rather ship as it now looked. The shift ensued as a weird twisting sensation emphasized by sudden nightfall inside the arboretum, as the sun catchers ceased to have anything to catch, and the light tubes ceased to have anything to convey. Lights on the wall above the balcony and within the bar switched on automatically. In this artificial glow, Alex studied the faces around him. Some wore expressions of excitement, but most were pensive and serious, for no one could work in space for any length of time without knowing how quickly its vagaries could kill.
"What about power?"
hissed Achenon as conversation started up again around them.
"We managed okay on fusion, but nowhere near as well as by the sun."
"He's now got the reactor from Mars," Gort noted. "Besides 3 new ones built in Arcoplex 2, waiting to come online." "He's got the reactor from Mars," Alex noted, whereas Achenon and Gladys would have said, "We have it."
"Still not the same,"
Achenon insisted. Alex nodded, for Achenon undoubtedly had a point. In driving them away from the sun, Galahad had won a brief skirmish in what Alex felt might be the start of a wholesale war. They now no longer had access to the power of the sun, so what would be the owner's response? How did Alan Saul intend to prevent Galahad from killing them all? Achenon, Gort, and Gladys fell into a discussion about power usage, the effectiveness of the new rectifying batteries, and how much could be stored in ultracapacitors scattered throughout the station. Alex sat back and wondered how long this present shift would take. Presumably the owner was taking them to some point where they would have a relatively clear run at the asteroid belt. With the Rhine drive running and their speed approaching that of light, this could take just minutes, or it might take hours. He had no idea. He'd nearly finished his beer when they emerged from the shift, and Argus heaved and groaned all around them. Much less of a pull now from the gravity of the sun, Alex realized. Would this distort the vortex ring? Would adjustments have to be made? No, already he could feel the tension, the distortion of space and the pull of the ineffable building up. Saul's image again appeared on the screen.
Once we have possession of the materials we require from the belt, he continued, as if there'd been no pause, we must fire up the Traveler again to get us clear. Then the next shift beyond the asteroid belt will ensue. Again the holding picture flicked onto the screen, as the second shift kicked in, and again Alex began speculating on its length. The asteroid belt lay 300 million kilometers from the Sun, so at light speed, which was approximately 300,000 kilometers per second, that distance could nominally be covered in 1,000 seconds. However, the belt was well over 100 million kilometers thick. They might not be traveling that close to the speed of light, and not necessarily even in a straight line out from the Sun. All he could say was that it would take over 17 minutes to reach their destination, a miraculous rate of travel achieved over truly immense distances. After 10 minutes, Alex suddenly found himself sweating. He diagnosed Hawking radiation, which meant their ship had to be now reaching the edge of light speed. And what would happen if they ever passed that speed? Would they all fry, all die? Alex felt his anger increase because he was tired of always facing these questions, tired of being a pawn. After 15 minutes, conversation at the tables all around began to dry up, except for the occasional doom-laden mutter. This changed, in turn, to nervous chatter when the shift finally ended after 20 minutes. Then the chatter stilled, as Saul reappeared on the screen. The last shift will take us to Jupiter, Saul announced, where we should be able to obtain the rest of the materials we need. In orbit around the gas giant are currently hundreds of booster shells from the various Mars missions. These will retrieve, dismantle, and turn into what we require. Saul paused, seeming to gaze straight at Alex, who gazed back, wondering if becoming the owner had made this man lose any human concept of time. Doubtless you've all been wondering what we'll do for energy, and if we'll again be working only with fusion, Saul continued. We will not, because once we reach our final destination, we'll move this ship in close, and there we'll tap the flux tube between Io and Jupiter. There will be energy to spare, energy enough to build more fusion reactors so that we never end up in such straits again. I mean enough energy to finish turning Argus Station into what it must become, an interstellar vessel. There it was said, and Alex felt his spine crawl. He'd heard others debating this possibility, but had given it little thought himself. Now it was plain, and he could discern the worried tones of those around him as they discussed the last statement. Saul was building an interstellar vessel, so that meant they were going to fly between the stars. No questions, no debate. They were powerless. So there's our future, said Gort, leaning in close. In that same moment, Alex decided he no longer felt satisfied with being a working grunt. He would respond to the notification received that he could have an implant like Gort's, and that would be just his first step on the ladder. He fully intended now to gain some power over his own destiny. However, he understood the limitations of that power, and unlike Gort, could not find it in himself to resent being one of the owned. He shrugged. It's an improvement on our past, at least. Maybe yours, said Gort, then clamped his mouth shut as if wishing he had not revealed quite so much. Scourge. Trove stood up as they entered her cabin. She was skeletally thin now and moved like an old woman. But then, Clay reflected, who of them was not moving around like a geriatric? She wore only soiled overalls and slip-on gecko slippers, and was allowing her Mohican to grow back, a stubble line from her forehead to the nape of her neck. What is it? She asked tiredly. We've had killings aboard, said Skotonis, his voice sounding flat, almost indifferent. She nodded, then suddenly realized. Killings? I knew about Myers. Somebody's murdered the team assessing our nuclear capability, Skotonis explained. Clay, meanwhile, stepped a little closer to Trove to get a look at the dosimeter stuck to the sleeve of her overall. It was graded at a lower level than those both he and Skotonis wore, but that meant nothing.
She could have changed it recently. He reached into his jacket, his hand straying briefly against the butt of the pistol he'd retrieved from his cabin. Then beyond that, to take out the small handheld Geiger counter. "Why would anyone do that?" Trove asked, obviously confused. Then she focused on the device Clay was holding. "So you think it might be me?" She was quick, Clay thought. He had to allow her that. Skotonis stepped back, drawing his sidearm. "Just let Political Officer Clay check you out, and don't make any sudden moves." Clay glanced at Skotonis. It was almost as if the man wanted her to react badly, so that he could conclude this quickly. Clay stepped forwards and took a reading, and found himself oddly pleased to see that she obviously hadn't set foot anywhere near the assessment team. She probably hated him for punishing her with her cabin inducer on the outward journey to the asteroid belt. But nevertheless, he felt a grudging respect and almost a liking for her. He turned back to Skotonis, shaking his head. "It wasn't her." Skotonis seemed reluctant to accept this, for he kept his gun aimed vaguely between Clay and Trove. He just stood there with his jaw moving as if he was chewing on something bitter, and meanwhile searching for a reason to pull the trigger. Perhaps he'd become paranoid, though he certainly had reason to. "Now we check Cookson," Clay said carefully. For a long, thoughtful pause, Skotonis did not lower his weapon. Then he abruptly holstered it. "Yes, Cookson." He turned towards the door, Clay heading after him, then swung back once he'd opened it. "You remain here, in your cabin," he instructed Trove, who had seemed about to follow. "I need to know about this." Trove was staring at her captain with a kind of sad horror, not an unusual expression for those remaining aboard. "You must do as you're told and stay here," Skotonis repeated. "Or do I really have to compel you to?" Trove nodded in tired acceptance, but as she turned away, Clay caught a look, directed solely at him, that seemed an amalgam of exasperation and panic. Skotonis marched off down the corridor with Clay in tow. Since Cookson's cabin lay on the same deck of the ship, it did not take long to reach it. However, it did take a long time for him to respond to their knock and to open the door. Cookson appeared even worse than before, like a corpse clinging to a handle set beside the door, his motionless feet hanging just a few centimeters above the carpet. At the sight of them, he towed himself along a recently suspended network of ropes back towards his narrow bed. Clay scanned around. The place stank of sickness and death. Used drug patches and blister packs of pills floated through the air. "What is it?" Cookson said briefly, not even looking back at them as he paused by his urine-stained bed. "Give me the counter," Skotonis commanded. Clay reached into his jacket, his hand again brushing his gun before closing on the Geiger counter. He pulled it out, slapped it down in Skotonis' hand. The captain stepped forwards, right up to Cookson, switching the device on. "So it's time, is it?" asked Cookson, turning. It happened so fast that Clay had no time to react. The vicious crack of Skotonis' weapon rang out, and Cookson tumbled back through the air, the side of his head gone, and chunks of skull and gobbets of brain spattering the wall behind him. Clay reached for his own weapon as Skotonis turned to him, but the captain holstered his sidearm and walked back carefully, a sick expression twisting his features. "There," he said, holding up the counter to show Clay the display. Cookson had obviously taken a huge dose of radiation, one which would have killed him sometime in the future, but had certainly killed him now. "We should have questioned him," said Clay. Skotonis shoved the Geiger counter in his pocket and stepped through the door. "To what end? He's been stopped, and that's all that matters." He eyed Clay bleakly. "Now you can get out of my damned sight. Get back to your cabin and make sure you stay there for a while. I don't want to see you again until we're within range of Earth." Thereupon Skotonis strode off. Clay stared at his retreating back. Something was wrong here, very wrong. And if only he could think clearly, he felt sure he could work it out. He turned away and decided it politic to obey Skotonis for now. Back in his cabin he could rest a little, take some time to ponder things. As he began moving, his gecko boots crunching on the floor, he began to think seriously. Why had Cookson killed Myers? Perhaps the doctor had picked up on Cookson's increased radiation dose. Perhaps Cookson wanted extra drugs, or even to exact some odd petty vengeance on the rest of the surviving crew, but not being as badly injured as himself. Why had he killed the assessment team? Surely Cookson was the one with the least to gain from that, since he was certainly dying. Clay entered his own cabin, stepping over to sit down before his screen. He needed data. Maybe he would be able to call up some cam footage of Cookson and thus try to trace his movements. But system logon was dodgy. He found himself able to check on some things, but on checking others, the system immediately asked for his password, which, when input, just didn't work. Definitely something wrong. He checked further, then stared in horror at a screen partially blocked out by a password request. Numerous reader guns had been reinstated aboard. So had the cabin pain inducers. "What the fuck?" he exclaimed out loud. Perhaps it was the surge of adrenaline that cleared his mind. He now suddenly understood that it didn't have to be Cookson or Trove who'd been killing people. Replaying events in his mind, he realized that the Geiger readings Skatonis had shown him had not necessarily come from Cookson, but could have been from Skatonis himself. So what was the captain up to? What did he want? Clay sat back, staring at the screen. First and foremost, Skatonis wanted vengeance. He wanted Serene Galahad dead. And, it seemed to Clay, the captain was careless of his own life in that respect. So what if the assessment team had reported the nuclear arsenal unusable, or maybe impossible to fire? What weapons could Skatonis use then? Of course, the Scourge itself. Skatonis wanted to drop this ship right on top of Galahad's head, but he knew that his crew would object to that. Fatalistic they may have become, but many of them still hoped for some reprieve, such as Serene Galahad being nuked out of existence, and a chance of survival for them in the ensuing chaos. Perhaps Myers had detected Skatonis' radiation dosage, or perhaps Skatonis had just killed the man who was managing to keep many of the crew alive. Certainly he had killed the assessment team so they could tell no one else whatever the situation was with the arsenal. Pain inducers. Reader guns. Skatonis intended to kill everyone aboard, and Clay had to stop him. He stood up. Good thing he'd disabled his own cabin inducer. The pain hit him first on the crown of his head, and spread down his body as if he was being immersed in boiling water. He screamed and stumbled for the door, realizing even as he fled that this pain was not at a disabling level, but that he was being driven from his cabin deliberately. Out in the corridor, other crew members were stumbling along. The inducer effect was operating out here too, but much less so, in one direction. Sobbing in agony, Clay stumbled away from the direction he would have taken to reach the bridge. Skatonis was driving them away, that was all. Reader guns. He heard them ahead, delivering 3 neat shots at a time. Just as something slammed against his skull and dropped him into blackness. Chapter 7. Warp weapons. Though the versions of the Alcubierre drive created by Professors Rhine and Calder were intended initially for faster travel through space, weapons applications were not far behind. In this sense, these drive systems were the antithesis of the rocket engines preceding them, which were first developed as weapons delivery systems before being put to less lethal uses. Calder's warp missiles, as he himself dubbed them, were specifically made to knock out the warp bubble of Saul's ship and deliver an EM pulse by an atomic blast, and their full potential was never fully explored. They were capable of exceeding the speed of light, but only for a brief time, since the internal Hawking radiation would soon damage their load. The thinking behind this was narrowly focused on the missiles being able to travel fast enough to intercept Saul's ship. It is perhaps fortunate that Calder decided on a test shot at Earth's moon at merely railgun speeds, for the amount of energy that would have been generated by an FTL shot would have been immense, Perhaps enough to have turned the moon entirely to rubble. Perhaps weapons like this are another reason why Enrico Fermi felt compelled to ask, "Where are they?" Earth. For a moment there, as Argus Station just shifted to a new orbit around the sun, Serene wondered if Saul was going to call her bluff, or was maybe even preparing to attack. Elkin had immediately phoned to inform her that the drop shuttle re-entry vehicle was prepped and ready if she wanted to board it. However, Saul had not attacked, but had run away, as predicted.
"If he had stayed there, it would have been a stalemate,"
commented Bartholomew. "Stalemate?" Serene inquired, turning from the astounding view across the construction station from Calder's apartment, which she would occupy during her stay here.
"Yes, stalemate,"
Bartholomew affirmed, glancing at Calder for confirmation.
"Work aboard Argus Station would have been halted while it dodged the shots," Calder confirmed. "He was lucky not to lose his smelting plants the first time round."
Calder's expression was bleak. He knew Bartholomew was right, but did not want to himself imply any criticism of the dictator of Earth. Serene experienced a momentary disappointment with him, immediately followed by the rise of something predatory inside her, for she was sure he was hiding his fear behind that expression. Was this how the lion felt when faced with a crippled gazelle? Perhaps one day she would find out, if they could ever manage to resurrect those two species. Right now she found her whole attitude to Calder changing. It was, she felt, sensible of him to show such caution now that his usefulness was drawing to an end. The infrastructure was all in place, the new drives were already being improved on by research teams, and new ideas were blossoming. New ships could be built quickly, and none of these required Calder, or the extravagant promises she had made him. "Still not an adequate explanation for the word stalemate," she observed, her gaze drilling into him. Bartholomew shot Calder an odd look and replied on his behalf,
"The resource drain and the work involved here in feeding the railguns would have brought work on our own 3 ships to a standstill."
With Saul on the run, she felt she'd won this round. But still, staring at Calder, she declared, "Perhaps it would have been sensible for you to apprise me of this fact before we fired off those shots, Professor Calder." He sat utterly still. Of course, he dared not say, "I thought you knew what you were doing," because that would have represented too much of a criticism, and also because Calder had to be thoroughly aware of the presence of Sack, who had ensconced himself in a comfortable chair by the door, but looked no less lethal for that. Then something clicked into place, and Calder's mouth clamped shut for a moment, as his expression hardened, in a way she did not much like.
"As I understood it, ma'am, you wanted to scare the rat out of the woodpile, and those shots aimed at Argus Station were more in the nature of a salutary reminder to Alan Saul that he is not beyond your reach."
Calder paused, appearing momentarily thoughtful.
"If I misunderstood your intentions, then I can only apologize."
The raptor instinct inside Serene subsided, and she felt a momentary chagrin on realizing that she had just completely misread the man. She turned back to Bartholomew. "So the crews are in training and the Vision will be ready for launch in just 2 weeks. Is it your intention to launch it immediately, or will you wait until the Command and the Fist are both ready?" Now an earlier anxiety had returned. For a while the Hubble and other telescopes on the core stations had simply lost track of the Argus, and she had feared she had lost Saul, or more importantly the gene bank data and samples. When the Argus warp bubble was again detected, heading way out, she'd felt a panic rising to choke her. He was running all the way. He was really going to leave the solar system. But no, the station, or rather the starship in the making, halted at the asteroid belt, where the tacticians told her it seemed likely Saul would be mining for further materials. But still an anxiety remained. She must not lose him.
"The Vision will launch the moment it is ready," said Bartholomew. "It will get as close as feasible to Argus. without engaging, and expert tactical teams aboard will relay data back to me. As I believe you are aware, it will be carrying one of the warp missiles. This is our solution to the warp missile delay. Sol will not consider the vision much of a threat, and so will be unlikely to run. Most probably he will run only when the command and the fist set out, whereupon the vision can use its missile to disable his ship for us.
How will you know whether Sol is running or just relocating within the solar system?
That is a question to which the tactical teams are applying themselves. Bartholomew paused, grimaced. Of course, we will not be able to know for sure whether he's running or not, which is why I've designated a perimeter beyond which he can't be allowed to go.
And that is?
Effectively a sphere enclosing that portion of the solar system that lies within the orbit of Neptune.
That's a large perimeter, said Serene, aware on an intellectual level of the appalling vastness out there, but also aware that full comprehension of it lay far out of reach of her planetary-evolved mind.
True, Bartholomew shrugged, but it is a sphere that Argus or one of our ships could cross in 9 or so hours, and which one of Calder's missiles could cross considerably quicker. I had considered expanding that sphere by a factor of 10. However, the chances of the missiles we fire at Argus hitting something else along the way increased by an appreciable factor, too. And of course, our supply of missiles is limited. Bartholomew glanced at Calder for confirmation. By the time the fist is ready to launch, we should have been able to construct one more, Calder said firmly. It's a matter of resource allocation. Making a warp missile is hardly like packing high explosive into a tube, or even making shaped charges around some fissile. It's not even close. They take a great deal of time and effort, both of which would now be better spent on getting the ships ready. If one is to suppose that 3 ships are actually required, said Bartholomew.
As the two of them started debating the relative merits of fewer ships and more missiles, Serene found her attention wandering. Damn, but it was so sterile up here, and abruptly she found the presence of these two men irritating. "That will be all," she interrupted. "You both may leave now." After a short, shocked pause, Bartholomew abruptly stood up, gave a brief and oddly archaic bow. "Ma'am." Calder stood up next, looking as if he wanted to say something further, but then echoed Bartholomew's bow, before following the Admiral to the door. Sack was already peering at her questioningly, but she waved a hand of dismissal at him, too. She was tired of human company, and he just about qualified in that regard. Once they were all gone, she stood up and walked over to gaze across the construction station. Yes, it was sterile here. But this was, she felt sure, the environment that the bulk of humanity would end up occupying. Again, she considered some of her earlier speculations about what final form those humans would take, while also considering the initial results of laboratory trials she had set in motion. It was, she now knew, indeed possible to manufacture a virus capable of modifying DNA to her requirements. However, it would be the children of those infected who would have their lifespans shortened, and who would die without senescence in an approximate age range of between 40 and 50 years. Those with such shortened lifespans could have their span increased, however, by the constant administration of drugs. This same virus would not render the recipients infertile, but another virus could be made to achieve that, this infertility continuing into subsequent generations, and also amenable to negation by drug therapy. It would also be possible to create vaccines for both viruses, even though, as she considered that, Serene could think of no one who should be so vaccinated beyond herself. She, the state, would thus be in total control of human lifespan and fertility. Then, while technology continued to advance, and as robots and expert computer systems shunted humans aside, the planet would never again be burdened with an excess population. She would, she now decided, hold back on this no longer, but move from laboratory trials to field trials, the moment she returned to Earth. Previously, she'd considered the possibility of excess population being used for human expansion into the solar system. But in reality, population control became more essential when such populations were moved into environments even more limited in resources than those of Earth. Serene strolled back to the sofa and sat down, feeling buoyant again. But, as ever, only for a moment or two. She had the future perfectly mapped out in her own mind, but still a large blot marred that map. Alan Saul. Once she had dealt with him, no other human could ever be allowed to get so out of control. No other human would ever obtain such access to personal power. Argus. The bulge of the dressing on the back of Alex's skull was a constant reminder of his recent trip to see Hannah Neumann. He kept trying to reach up and finger it, and frequently had to snatch his hand away once his gloved fingers rattled against the helmet of his heavy spacesuit. Apparently she could only take the biopsy, since that was a surgical technique that required little energy, but the cerebral implant would have to wait. All she had in stock were already assigned, and more needed to be manufactured. This could not be done yet while the whole station was conserving energy. The lights were turned off in the Arboretum, and it and the arcoplexes were now freewheeling, with no energy being provided to their motors. Similarly, all manufacturing was closed down and the smelting plants were somnolent in their docks. Alex felt a degree of relief about that. Even though he had decided to have the implant, the idea of someone cutting into his skull evoked vague and unpleasant memories of the numerous cerebral operations he'd undergone back on Earth. Hannah Neumann had been swift to note evidence of this, while she scanned his skull prior to the biopsy. "It's not usually necessary to do this," she had told him. "But what lies inside your skull has been altered. Isn't the same as standard human." Standard human? "So, what does that tell you?" he had asked, gesturing to the 3D scan on the nearby screen. "You've got a microwire net inserted to provide electrical stimulation to various brain centers, along with a system of microtubules, through which various neurochemicals were injected to targeted points," she had then explained. "It's all a bit primitive, state of the art about 30 years ago, and it's what they use to reprogram you and erase your memories. There's also a lot of scarring from subsequent updates, along with the addition of a connector to both networks set in the top of your skull under your scalp. I imagine you were one of the first, one of the prototypes." 30 years from that tank," he had admitted, "but I don't know if I was one of the first." "Putting an implant in your skull is going to require more extensive surgery," she'd continued. "I'll need to remove much of what has been added, including a couple of chips that are constantly making neuroblockers and other odd substances. Also, I must make some repairs and some reconnections. It could be that you'll then access old memories. It could also be that your character will change." She'd paused, watching him carefully while displaying a hint of that suspicion of him that others aboard the station tended to show. "I'll need to put you under close observation, and you won't be able to go back to work for a while." Now he was back at work, wondering if he really wanted to go through with that extensive surgery, and observing just what all the spare energy was being used for. He, Gladys, Achenon, and Gort, along with 2 robots under Gort's control, were positioned on one corner of the platform, made ready to take the Mars Traveler engine. The behemoth itself was sliding slowly past them, almost like an old-time supertanker drawing past a dock. Such was its sheer scale that it seemed to Alex as if it was the platform he stood upon that was in motion. The engine was angled in slightly, so its business end would pass through a circular gap allowed in the spherical superstructure of the spaceship. Their team presently waited by a slowly unwinding cable drum, one of 8 positioned all across the platform. Once the shock-absorbing base of the Traveler engine passed the platform, every drum would then begin braking, bringing the giant to a halt, while impellers dotted across its surface would begin pushing it into position. Thereafter they would wind in cable to tow it down to its destined resting place. "It's going to come down on us like Goliath's boot," Gladys predicted, "and turn us into mush." "Who's Goliath?" asked Achenon. "Some fantasy game character," replied Gladys. "Actually," interjected Gort, "Goliath was a biblical character, as in David and Goliath, and considering the context,
Goliath's sandal would be more correct.
Oh, yeah, concurred Gladys. David was that guy with a spellhammer and plasma rifle.
Gort emitted a low moaning sound and banged the heel of his hand against the side of his space helmet. Alex supposed it was all very well having this instant mental access to the computer library of Argus, but passing on the knowledge thus acquired could be like casting pearls before swine. He then wondered where that phrase had emerged from, and if it might have leaked out of one of those parts of his mind that Neumann seemed to think were now sealed. Incrementally, the base of the engine came into view over the edge of the platform. Peering across at it, Alex again suffered one of those changes in perspective that seemed a constant while he was working in zero gravity. Now he felt as if he was standing on an elevator platform, dropping past some monolithic factory complex. The dome-shaped pellet aggregation plants were now above the platform, while directly opposite him lay the big cylindrical fuel tanks, partially concealed by secured coils of cable, and the tied-down 50-meter-long hydraulic shock absorbers. As these slid past, the spherical startup fusion reactors then came into view, and next the 3-meter-thick layer of foam composite that had been attached to the now practically non-existent central asteroid. "Braking now," Gort announced. The cable drums were computer-controlled, so it was not necessary for anyone to do anything, nor had Gort's announcement been necessary because they could all feel the sudden vibration through their feet. The cable from their drum, a 5-centimeter-thick composite of braided steel and carbon fiber, drew taut over tensioning wheels above the aggregation plants to its point of attachment on the other side of the engine. Alex felt the platform push up against his feet as the weight of the engine tugged on it, apparently as calculated, stretching the column below by nearly 8 meters. Behind the engine, picked out in work lights scattered along the length of the behemoth, clouds of water vapor became visible from impellers firing somewhere out of sight. The engine slowed like a giant train coming into a station, the foam composite base rising 100 meters above them, then slowly beginning to swing across. "Check your tools," Gort instructed. Alex gazed down at the socket driver fixed by his feet, shrugged, and picked it up, triggered it to watch the socket already in place spin, and checked its small alert screen. Nothing wrong, all perfectly fine. Then he remembered to set it in reverse, since his next immediate job was to undo bolts, rather than tighten them. Meanwhile, the robots under Gort's control went over the edge and began hauling up beams and slotting them into sockets all around the platform. And now that the engine was out of the way, Alex could see over to the adjacent section of the outer sphere, directly on the level of the platform about 1.5 kilometers away, where the new robots had conjoined themselves into golden centipede forms and were already building inwards the lattice wall that would connect to those same beams. When they were done, the wall would form a section dividing off the 0.5-kilometer-tall hemisphere in which sat the Traveler itself, a wall that would require further strengthening before the engine could be fired up. "All drums synchronized," said Gort. "We're winding it in." Did having an implant incline one thus to make unnecessary statements? Alex wondered. The Traveler engine now lay perfectly in position above the platform, and it did indeed seem like a massive weight ready to come down and crush them. However, the tug they were to give it was but a small one, for though the platform and column below could take a great deal in the way of impact shock, they didn't want the engine to go bouncing away again. The impetus it was now being given had been precisely calculated, so that the shock-absorbing layers and a series of barbed fittings perfectly lined up below would negate it. "Cable detaching. Go and get it, Gladys," Gort instructed. "Achenon, Alex, get to it." As Gladys launched herself up along the slackened cable, Alex and Achenon strode over to the motorized cable drum and at once began taking out all the bolts holding it in place. Necessarily, because of the huge load it had been under, there were a lot of them. Each bolt he took out, Alex carefully placed in the pouch on his belt, since losing a bolt resulted in a loss of pay, and besides that, no one wanted heavy lumps of metal floating free when the Traveler eventually did fire up. Shortly, Gladys was on her way back to them with the end of the cable, while the drum continued to wind in the slack. Using her suit impellers, she fell past, slowing beside one of the newly placed beams sticking out from the platform edge. Here she attached the cable end, just as Alex turned a corner on the plate securing the cable drum in place. He paused to look up,
saw that the base of the engine now lay only 50 meters above and was steadily drawing closer. There was little risk to anyone, however, since it was traveling so slowly that anyone could get out of the way quickly enough. The only risk was that all of the cable drums might not be shifted out of the way in time, so the impellers would have to fire up again to stop the engine's descent.
"That's the one I was looking for,"
said Acheron, holding up the last bolt.
"Me too,"
said Alex. By now the drum had ceased turning, and a slack length of cable arced its way over to where Gladys had attached the other end. Alex and Acheron followed this out, propelling themselves from the edge of the platform into open vacuum. Gort followed next, one of his robots heading back past him to close its forelimbs around the spindle points of the drum and its motor. Even as it did so, and as he propelled himself out after the rest of his team, the drum started turning again, towing itself along the length of the cable towards the anchor point at the end, guided all the way by the robot, out from underneath the descending mass of the engine. Grabbing one of the new beams, Alex attached his socket driver to it, then his safety line. He gazed up past the great descending mass towards the hole, 500 meters away, out of which poked the throats of the fusion chambers. He recognized now why some had compared this device to the tower of an ancient cathedral, some place of worship, and felt glad to have retained his capacity for awe.
"No time for gulping," urged Gort. "We've got work to do."
There was no conventional dimensionality to the virtual world, and so Saul's control over his nascent spaceship was no different wherever he actually located his physical self. But he still retained a human conception of power, where to be at the center of things was to be physically present at that physical center. At the touch of his mind, the armored door swung open, leading into what personnel aboard were already calling his inner sanctum. He stepped inside, leaving the spider gun outside. No one had seen this place being built, for it used only robots in its final construction or assembly. The central chamber within was circular. At one side, a single acceleration chair hung on reinforced gimbals that were similar in appearance to an orrery, surrounded by curving panoramic screens. He didn't really need these screens, but as with much in his inner sanctum, like the swing-in keyboards and ball controls on the chair arms, they were a backup should he at any time find himself unable to access all the cams and computers of his new ship mentally. He also had to admit to himself that such human access kept him grounded, kept him from losing himself in the world of mind. The rest of the room, but for a cageway leading to rooms above and below, was empty space provided for his leisure, but which he'd yet to equip. Surrounding this central room were 4 more rooms, all interconnecting. A kitchen area, mostly automated, a sleeping area he might never use, a washroom and toilet, and then a final area for storage. Saul headed across the empty floor to the cageway, not yet required for going down because the room below was empty too, a museum and display area for which he had yet to obtain any exhibits, and now propelled himself to the room above. Here was part of the reason for Hannah's frustration in obtaining the right equipment for her production floor. The room contained 5 amniotic tanks with specialized cooling systems, also mainframe computing he could separate from the rest of the ship, a surgery containing the most advanced equipment he could obtain, and which would soon be in use, small manufactories, robots, and other high-tech items galore. Here he could do just about anything that could be done throughout the entirety of Arcoplex 2, though naturally on a smaller scale. He next walked over to the banks of cylinders running on their own independent cooling system, for here, too, he had moved Earth's gene bank, along with hard copies of the genetic data kept on file throughout the ship. Was he retreating here? He wondered. No, he was making himself a fortress, and soon he would move his backups here, too. Returning to the central room, he climbed into the array of gimbals and strapped himself down in the acceleration chair. Suddenly he found himself at a still point, his mind utterly clear, and allowed his consciousness to expand throughout the entire ship. He studied its spherical skeleton, the 2 arcoplexes, the arboretum cylinder, and a 4th spindle for another arcoplex were the spokes of the old station wheel. Another arcoplex spindle under construction, which extended above, and the column for the Mars traveler extending below, formed the wheel's axle. He then focused on some of the detail of the engine itself, which had now been attached, both visually and also in the virtual world. His new robots had finished constructing the lattice wall inwards from the exterior skeleton, ready to attach to the platform for the Traveller engine, and currently human teams and older-style robots were bolting down hydraulic ram plates at the edge of the platform and reeling out the last of the optics and power cables to reintegrate the engine with the ship's systems. In the platform support column, robots were now securing themselves to beams while other human workers began streaming away. They'd been affixing pipes leading to the location where he intended to place auxiliary fuel tanks, which was a job that could now wait. Meanwhile, the engine warm-up routine and diagnostics had been running for some time, and soon it would be time for the Dragon to wake. Next, Saul focused his attention upwards. Lying midway between the old station wheel and the upper pole of the ship was the location planned for the 4 main weapons. The 2 railguns were already in place and their magazines filling. Most of the maser, which had previously seemed to be just scrap metal, had been salvaged and rebuilt. However, the 4th, uncompleted weapon was what drew his attention. Working with a team of 20 humans and 40 robots, including 2 proctors, the Zaberhagen twins had been building their plasma weapon there, but had now ceased work and locked everything down. Just like him, with his empty rooms for future expansion, they'd incorporated extra capacity to allow further development of their latest weapon. Studying their plans, Saul was impressed. Right at that moment, not even he could think of any improvements to make, and he was especially pleased to see that while they'd been installing the heavy electromagnets and power supply, they had also detailed a team within Arcoplex 2 to manufacture the plasma caps. When completed, this lethal device would be able to deliver the Newton impact of a railgun, along with an EM blast and heat equivalent to a plug of matter magically extracted from the core of the sun. Saul's main attention next strayed into Tech Central, which lay just above him. Larocque was striding back and forth, his face sheened with sweat, as he organized the lockdown of the ship. Those who had finished their work were busy ensconcing themselves in secure areas, all of them in either spacesuits or breach survival suits. All loose items were being secured, the biggest chore being handled by humans in EVA units, stowing the last small chunks of the Argus asteroid in an ore carrier, before internal cable mesh sheets would be tightened down over them.
"I'm repositioning in 6 minutes," Saul warned him, "but this time I'll be using the Rhine drive, so there should be no problems."
"The drive?" Larocque queried. "Why?"
"I can't use the steering thrusters to reorient."
As the man looked thoroughly bemused, Saul decided to put him out of his misery.
"I need to reorient the axis of the ship ready for approach," he explained. "And with the vortex generator running, we happen to be sitting in a massive gyroscope. I calculate it would take the output at full power of about 4 Traveller engines to counter the angular momentum."
"Ah, I see," Larocque replied. Because of the angular momentum of the vortex generator, it had quite simply become impossible to change the ship's axial orientation at all. However, that situation would change once the Mach effect drive was operative. As was his habit, Saul now checked up on those he cared most about, or rather those he allowed his human self to care about. Hannah and Va he found huddled together in one of the mobile overseer's offices that had recently clamped itself down on the new lattice wall.
"That's not a particularly safe place to be," he observed to them.
"Argus Station," began Hannah, then paused before continuing. "Nowhere aboard this ship is particularly safe." The new usage Saul had tried subtly to promote, calling it a ship rather than a station, wasn't catching on very well, and he realized that at some point he would have to rename his vessel. "Where is safe these days?" Va asked. "I suspect it's a very debatable point whether the chances of the people here getting killed are any higher than the chances of those on or around Earth."
"You know exactly what I mean, sister," replied Saul. "The insulation on an overseer's office is enough to withstand the extremes of space, but hardly adequate for where you are now."
He made some rapid calculations.
"The temperature inside there is quite likely to exceed 60 Celsius.
"We're prepared." Hannah reached over and opened a fridge door to expose numerous bottles of the same beer brewed in Arcoplex 1 and served at the olive tree in the Arboretum. "We have our suits with their cooling systems, too." She tugged at the collar of her own suit. "You should also check out the power supply here," Va added, her tone slightly superior. Saul did so and saw that it was ready to switch over to a stack of all but depleted rectifying batteries. As these converted the heat to stored electricity, they would produce a cooling effect. He also realized that these two women were ganging up on him.
That's all very well, but what about stray debris, which would punch straight through those walls of yours?
He lectured, feeling like a spoil-sport martinet parent.
You're simply putting yourselves in unnecessary danger.
Any asteroid debris will have to get through the station wheel first, Var observed. And in that respect, you're in more danger from them than us.
You know very well I wasn't talking about asteroid debris, but any still unsecured items within the station wheel.
I'm checking stress sensor readings, said Var stubbornly. And like you, I like to be at the very center of any work I've been overseeing.
A sniping reference there to his inner sanctum. You can check stress readings from anywhere inside the station.
Saul realized at this point that he'd almost unconsciously assigned just a small portion of his human mind to this dispute, and that it was now being merely stubborn and just wanted to win a pointless verbal contest. He reabsorbed it, and using pure intellect, assessed their chances of getting hurt as only a little above those in the wheel's accommodation units. And anyway, in the end, how dictatorial did he want to become? We're staying here, insisted Var, to see the show. She reached for a bottle out of the fridge, unscrewed it, then had some problems sucking out the beer. Apparently such bottles were meant to be drunk while the ship was under acceleration. In irritation, she pulled the bottle away from her mouth and added, "If you don't like it, you'll have to send some of Langstrom's men, or even some of your robots, to remove us."
"That will not be necessary."
He was already drawing himself away mentally, aware that even though the human part of him would miss them if they got killed, their loss would have only minimal effect on his overall plans.
"Enjoy the show."
It was time. Saul observed that the asteroid chunks were now fully secured, and the EVA workers positioned where he wanted them. With a thought, he initiated the Rhine drive. Magnetic fields talked, space glowing red and then winking out all about the ship, and the momentary transition raised a feeling inside him like déjà vu. Afterwards, the stars blinked back into existence all around, and he checked the axial positioning of his ship. It was perfect.
"Mars Traveler startup will commence in precisely 2 minutes, he announced to all throughout the ship. "You have only that amount of time to finish securing yourselves."
The Traveler engine reported just a few faults, ones that were more than compensated for by the redundancy in its systems. The seconds began to drag for him, but he suppressed that purely human sense of frustration. For if he allowed it to continue, the ensuing days of acceleration, course changes, and deceleration would seem interminable.
"Firing,"
he finally announced. The engine cleared its various throats and stuttered into life. Then it bellowed as it blasted out a fusion flame 1/2 kilometer long. Saul's acceleration chair reoriented within its gimbals, and the acceleration pushed him gently down into it. Debris seemed to be shifting all in one direction, but in actuality remained stationary relative to the ship. Saul focused on a single spanner striking the edge of Arcoplex 1 and tumbling on down, falling straight through the new lattice wall, only 100 meters away from Hannah and Var, before striking the outer skeleton on its way out, then deforming and melting in the glare of fusion flame. "We're on our way," he whispered, purely to himself, for only now did some residual human part of him feel that the journey had truly begun. Then, just seconds later, serendipity took a hand and reminded him of everything that lay behind him. "Fuck it," he said, preparing to shut down the Traveler engine and divert power throughout the station back into the Rhine drive, preparing to run. It was a gravity wave detector aboard the observation satellite orbiting parallel to Earth that alerted him. The anomaly was one it couldn't quite process because it lay so far out of the parameters its processing had been devised to handle. Secondary visual images came in as a confirmation, the tracking intermittent because the object was moving so fast. One of the 3 ships had left the Traveler construction station, engaged a drive similar to Rhine's creation, and was now on its way out. He glimpsed jerky images of the shiny bubble of an Alcubierre warp heading directly towards them. Traveling at sub-light speed, it was behind the signals from the satellite, but it could still be here in well under an hour. Extrapolating from the size of its warp bubble, He realized that it was the smaller ship that had left, the prototype, the one with a very vulnerable drive ring and with other combat disadvantages. Still, it was unexpected, and it was a danger, for Galahad might have decided to send it to attack in the hope that it would cripple Saul's ship, even though the attacking ship would itself surely end up being destroyed.
"One of Galahad's ships is on its way out towards us," he stated over the intercom, "and it may be that we will have to run."
Really, he needed to say no more. And there were no preparations that needed to be made, since personnel who were already secure for the thrust of the Traveller engine were over-prepared for inertia-less flight. He could go right now, but he waited. If the other ship continued on this course, it had a very high risk of knocking out its own drive bubble on asteroid debris on the way. Saul calculated tactics. Maybe the intention was to use this approaching ship's drive bubble to stop or attempt to damage Argus, in which case it would have to halt first, then come in on a new trajectory.
"Paul," he said, "we have partial on the Mach effect drive."
"We do," replied that proctor.
"Give me stats."
The figures arrived in an instant, and Saul felt a brief sense of tension dispersing. If the other ship used its warp bubble to knock out his bubble, the problem thereafter would have been maneuverability, since his ship carried a lot of inertia, so could not dodge bullets easily. However, the partial Mach effect they possessed, combined with the Traveller engine and steering thrusters, meant that, after both drive bubbles were knocked out, the other ship would have no advantage in maneuverability. And if it came within range of the Zaberhagen's weapons, it would end up being destroyed. Next, as Saul continued to make his preparations, the other ship halted some 500,000 kilometers in from the orbit of Mars. For a moment, Saul thought it must have struck something, but swift analysis of the gravity anomaly assured him that it hadn't. In the next moment, he realized what was going on. Galahad had sent out an observer, which, if required, might attempt to stop Saul leaving the solar system. Within a matter of weeks, if his estimations regarding what he could see at the Traveller construction station were correct, the other two ships would be able to follow. It was therefore worth spending time gathering necessary materials and continuing to build his ship inside the solar system, Saul felt, even at risk of attack from this small ship, for a long and perilous journey lay ahead. However, its two sister ships were not worth risking, so henceforth he would ensure the Rhine drive was sufficiently powered up to engage before those other two craft arrived.
"We're okay for now," he announced. "It's just an observer."
As he sent images to all the screens and delegated a smaller part of his mind to deliver a commentary on what had happened, he felt a deep disquiet. He'd been too arrogant on occasion before. So what might he have missed this time? Chapter 8. Impossible Robots. Even with our own com-lifers and the rapid development of cyber technologies, nothing has yet been developed to match Alan Saul's conjoining robots. The reasons posited for this by those working in robotics have been of the same tone. He was lucky. The reports on their efficiency were exaggerated, or even that the robots never really existed. However, that Saul was able to turn Argus Station into an interstellar vessel in such a short time is undeniable, and the truth is perhaps difficult to accept. Alan Saul was a genius even before he was turned into what we now call a com-lifer. Every time we have tried to take people with similar mental advantages and do the same with them, the result has always been disastrous. The recipient of the cerebral technology and AI mental template rapidly self-destructing or going insane, or turning into a moron. We must accept that Alan Saul was unique, and we should not slide into a denial of what he managed. For our future, and for the sake of us all, we must believe in the impossible, and similarly achieve it. Earth. The image on the screen was as clear as anything broadcast locally. Yet its source lay millions of kilometers away, focused on by the telescopes aboard the Vision and relayed back here. Serene felt an extreme frustration with the clarity of it all. For screen images as detailed as this had been ever since she assumed total power over Earth, ones of scenes she could affect at once. However, she could not touch Argus Station. She could not touch this ship Alan Saul was building. Or at least, not yet. "What are they doing?" she asked tightly.
"Exactly what the tactical assessment predicted, ma'am. They are taking on more materials," said Bartholomew. "Professor Calder should be able to give you more detail on that."
Calder cleared his throat, then, in dry tones, explained,
"The Argus asteroid, as we see, is nearly all gone. It was mostly nickel iron, so Sol will need other materials. His EVA units, robots, and work teams are currently using demolition charges and cutting equipment to take apart a rubble pile consisting of a wide variety of metallic ores, including some radioactives."
Calder leaned forward past Serene and made some adjustments with a ball control, bringing the focus in closer, so that now they could see the conglomerate of the rubble pile lying just hundreds of meters away from the ship's outer skeleton. One-man EVA units, spherical machines sporting a pair of arms and claws to the fore, were ferrying chunks of the pile in through a gap in the skeleton, while robots of a kind Serene recognized were carrying other lumps across and down into a smelting plant dock. However, there were things there she did not recognize, and the sight of them made her skin crawl. Things that looked like golden centipedes were crawling over the rubble pile and disassembling it. "What the hell are they?" she demanded.
"Some new form of robot, ma'am," said Calder. "Now we've managed to get a close look at them, I can confirm that they are the reason the outer skeleton of the ship was built so fast. But previous images weren't clear enough for us to see them. I have my robotic staff analyzing the data. An initial report suggests conjoining robots, single units that can join up into larger wholes."
"We have nothing like that," said Serene.
"No," Calder agreed. "The degree of programming sophistication is not available to us as yet."
Serene turned on him. "And why not?" He gazed at her steadily, obviously reassessing the snap answer he'd been about to give.
"We have been working with already known methods to build our defenses and ships as quickly as possible, rather than apply resources to that kind of research and development, ma'am. However, now we know that Sol can build robots like this, and now we are close to completing the 2 remaining ships. I have assigned a team to work on a similar project."
She couldn't really fault that answer and spent a moment analyzing why she kept seeking ways to attack the professor. He'd created his own little realm up here, and though she couldn't detail a specific instance of it, she felt he resented stepping into second place while she was here. It seemed to her that he was always on the edge of rebelliousness, but his survival instincts kept restraining him. She turned back to the screen. "There was something about a spaceplane launch." Calder leaned forward again to make further adjustments. The view changed abruptly to show 2 spaceplanes heading under power away from Argus.
"They will reach their target within a day," he explained. "They are heading now for a single asteroid consisting of mostly water ice and salts. We suspect the main targets there are the water and rare earth elements."
"They'll tow it back?"
"It seems more likely that they'll begin cutting it apart," said Calder. "Then when Sol has all he needs from the rubble pile, he'll move Argus itself over."
"Then what?"
asked Serene. "Once he has the materials," interjected Bartholomew, "we reckon on him wanting power, ma'am. Tactical says he has 3 options. He comes back to the sun, he flees the solar system, or he taps into some other solar system source, the most likely being the Io flux tube. That's where—"
"I know what the Io flux tube is, Bartholomew," Serene interrupted. "What I want to know now is how you plan to stop him and capture or kill him. I want to know how you're going to retrieve the gene bank data and samples for me."
"The initial plan remains unchanged, ma'am," said Bartholomew. "We are mostly reliant on Sol not knowing about the warp missile aboard the Vision. Once we've stopped him, we can thereafter ensure he never leaves by completely disabling his Alcubierre drive. We can then take our time with Argus Station, effectively putting it under siege.
The image on the screen had now returned to a previous setting, and showed those same golden centipede robots seemingly eating an entire asteroid. The sight was disquieting because it made her wonder in what other ways they might have underestimated Alan Saul. She also disliked how their whole plan relied on just one throw of the dice. If the Vision failed to stop Saul with its warp missile, the missiles aboard the other two ships would probably become redundant. "When will Fist and Command be ready?" she asked.
"In 20 days now," Calder replied, trying to keep his voice level. He glanced at Bartholomew. "Sometime soon, the troops' quarters will be ready, so they can go on board. Then there'll just be some diagnostics to run."
Serene remembered how the troops were presently housed in the construction station, though why Calder had felt the need to mention them now she couldn't divine. Perhaps he also resented their presence on his territory. Whatever, she dismissed the thought. Sitting back in her chair, she gazed around the command center, which overlooked the two remaining ships. She eyed the inspectorate personnel here and recollected that she had intended making inquiries about the number of personnel in the construction station, but just didn't currently feel inclined. She was tired of this place and had come to realize that her presence here tended to hinder people rather than impel them to greater efforts. Her order that the Vision should be launched as soon as possible had been obeyed, but she had since discovered the cost. 8 people killed in accidents due to overwork and resulting tiredness, disruption in production here, which, even though it had resulted in the Vision being launched sooner, had put back the launching of the other 2 ships. She decided she would stay until after that double launch and until after the tug, which was currently being prepared, had brought in the Scourge. Then she would return to Earth and begin the genetic reprogramming of the human race. Scourge. It was worse than when Skotonis had shot him with a stun round. But then this time, as well as something knocking him unconscious, he was recovering from inducement, and his body was still full of slowly healing bones. He opened his gummy eyes to dim light and at once realized he was in one of the storerooms down near the troops' quarters. How he'd ended up here, he had no idea, until Trove dropped into view, pushing a big plastic crate down towards the floor. "How's the head?" she asked, and by her tone it almost seemed as if she cared.
"It hurts," he croaked.
"It was the only way I could stop you." She then smiled oddly. "And it provided some repayment for what you did to me with my cabin inducer." Clay noted that her voice was slightly slurred, as if she was drunk, and her eyes were veined with red.
"But how did you stop yourself?" he asked.
She pointed over beside him, where a pile of used analgesic patches lay. It took him a moment to realize what this implied. She'd used the patches to numb the pain from the inducers. That explained her apparent drunkenness, and also meant she must have known about the inducers beforehand.
"What's happened?" he asked.
"You realize Skotonis is insane," she countered.
"Depending on your particular definition of sanity," he replied. "How did you know about the inducers?"
"He had them put back online because, so he said, under such extreme circumstances, the crew might mutiny and try to bargain with Galahad. I agreed, but I didn't find out until just a few hours ago that he'd had further inducers installed in the corridors and put the reader guns back online too." She shook her head, picked up a coffee flask, and swigged from it. "I didn't start putting it together until the 2 of you visited me. Then I started using my stash of patches. I stole them from Myers shortly after you used my cabin inducer on me."
I'm sorry about that."
Clay was astounded to discover that he actually meant it.
"But what was your plan?"
"To kill Skotonis. But I couldn't get to him. The inducers he has around the bridge were set at full strength." She closed her eyes for a moment, obviously on the edge of tears. Then her expression hardened as she opened them again.
"They're all dead," she told him. "Skotonis murdered his entire crew." "Why did you save me?" Clay asked.
"Pure chance." She stared at him woodenly. "Your cabin happens to lie between mine and the bridge, and all the other crew were further away. You were the only one I could reach after I stepped out. The rest were already running directly into his reader guns."
And how did we both get here without being killed? You again. What? After you used my cabin inducer on me, I opened up the back wall of my cabin to a service duct. Should it happen again, I could thus escape without apparently leaving my cabin. I dragged you down the duct to end up here. Clay pulled himself upright. We have to stop him. We have to get to the bridge. Trove shook her head. He knows that we escaped. She pointed to the ceiling at a cam socket and intercom plate that Trove must have recently bashed in. He was talking to me just a little while ago, basically telling me that any attempt to stop him would be futile. That can't be true. No. Trove's answering sneer was familiar. He's pumping the air out of every part of the ship but the bridge. If we stay here, we die. If we go after him, we die. Even if there was a way via service ducts to the bridge, we'd then have to contend with his other protection. Don't keep me in suspense. He's managed to activate one of the spare spider guns, and it's in there with him. So that was it. Every avenue to Skotonis was closed, and apparently they would soon suffocate down here. Clay gazed at Trove steadily, knowing that she wouldn't have given up. She reached down, undid the catches on the crate, and flipped over the lid. Inside were cellophane packs of neatly folded white garments, and when she skimmed one over to him, he saw the integral hood with its clear plastic visor and small oxygen bottle. Survival suits, Trove confirmed. The air supply lasts for 20 minutes, so should be enough to get us somewhere we can find some more air. Clay gestured to the crate. What about the bottles on the other suits? Designed by committee, she stated, extracting a packet for herself. The air bottles aren't interchangeable. It reminded him of the time they first met and her sly comments about bureaucratic inefficiency. Then he'd been offended. Now he just accepted it. So where's safe? Nowhere, if he sends that spider gun after us, she replied as she opened her packet and shook out a survival suit. But if he decides we're no longer a danger to him, we should be able to get aboard one of the troop shuttles and use the air supply there. Then we might be able to... Get your suit on, she snapped. Only then did he realize that he was not getting enough air, and hastily opened his packet, shook out the suit and donned it. The air supply kicked in immediately, and the suit drew taut around him, straining against its quilt lines. A small speaker crackled beside his ear. You hear me? She asked, her voice tinny. Yeah. Let's go. She pushed open the door and they stepped into one of the hexagonal corridors of the hive-like troop section. Clay felt his stomach turn over when he recognized the unit numbers on the walls, and therefore where they were heading. The door at the far end of the corridor opened into what had since become a mortuary. Corpses floated in a haze of vapor, their suits bloated and burned. Brown flakes of what might have been boiled and dried out blood swirled in the remaining air, clogging around vents in the walls. As she led the way through this horrible scene, Trove snagged an assault rifle and some ammo clips. Clay did the same, even though such weapons would be no use against a spider gun. Beyond this area they moved into the hold, past munitions crates, a rack of 10mm machine guns, and the folded-up but terrifying shape of another spider gun. Clay was glad to reach the airlock at the end, which opened into the shuttle bay. Trove punched a code into the panel beside it and stepped back. But nothing happened. No way. Through there, I'm afraid, came Skotonis' distorted and tinny voice over his suit radio. Sorry, but one of the Earth orbit tugs is now on its way out, so I can't have you giving the game away. We won't leave, said Trove. We just want to keep breathing. Sorry, but I don't believe you, and I can't take that chance. Trove stepped back from the door, scanned around, pointed to a nearby stack of crates, and headed over. When she pulled off a lid, Clay immediately recognized the butter-like blocks it contained, with their inset timers. Demolition charges just like the one she, Skotonis, and Cookson had sent him out of the Scourge to use, on an anchor that had failed to detach from Argus Station. She reached inside and lifted one of them out. The blast will kill you, Skotonis observed. If there was air in here to transmit it, probably yes, Trove replied, but you yourself have conveniently been removing it. She attached the charge to the door, then waved Clay away.
They retreated all the way back through the hold and into the mortuary before moving against the wall on either side of the door. Clay felt the wall thump against his back. Then a few shards shot through the door, followed by a cloud of dust. When they returned to the airlock, the first door was gone, while the second was just clinging by one hinge and hung into the shuttle bay. They entered and headed straight over to one of the brick-like shuttles, a vehicle that bore more resemblance to a large armored car than anything space-going.
"If you try to leave, you die,"
Skotonis informed them. "I told you I had no intention of leaving," said Trove. "At least not yet." The airlock into the shuttle opened with ease, and soon they pulled themselves up into a small storage area behind rows of acceleration chairs, ranged on what Clay perceived as both the floor and the ceiling. The vehicle was cramped and claustrophobic, but he was glad to feel the tautness of his suit relaxing.
"I have a railgun aimed just beyond the bay doors,"
Skotonis added. "So what's your plan, Skotonis?" Clay asked. "Why did you feel it necessary to try and kill us all?"
"Ah, our political officer speaks."
Trove moved forwards, and Clay towed himself after her. "Yes, I speak," Clay replied evenly. "So apparently you can't use the nukes."
"Nonsense, of course I can."
"So why kill the assessment team?"
"They found the problem," Skotonis replied. "The entire launching system is wrecked."
"So you can't use them," Clay declared as he followed Trove into the cramped cockpit.
"I can detonate them,"
Skotonis replied.
"I just can't detonate them outside the ship."
Clay checked a display on the wrist of his survival suit. The air in here was good, so he reached up to open the visor seam, then pushed the hood off his head. Trove glanced at him, reached out and hit some controls on the console before them, then did the same.
"So, I guess you plan to drop the scourge on Galahad's head," she said.
Her voice humanized again.
"Not quite,"
Skotonis replied.
"Once I've located her, which I'm trying to do now using radio searches, I'll drop the scourge on her head, and detonate all the warheads, too."
"Surely you can let us go just before you do that," suggested Clay. Skotonis did not reply. Argus. Loaded down with tools, cable, and long screw-in ice pitons, Alex descended slowly towards the asteroid. Flaky ice crunched under his feet, but it offered little grip to the gecko boots of his heavy work suit, so he bounced off again. Floating up from the mass of ice, he surveyed his surroundings as he used his wrist impeller to bring him back down. Over to his right, the mooring cable stretched out towards the two space planes, which hung belly to belly with a docking tunnel running between them. On the horizon of the asteroid beyond which the two ships lay, he could see some of Gort's robots busily drilling holes to plant demolition charges. Alex felt it was no coincidence that all the humans here had been detailed to another task, that of preventing the chunks of the asteroid from tumbling away from each other, and that none of them was directly handling explosives. He considered that a healthy paranoia on the part of the owner. Using his implant, which Hannah Neumann had told him would only activate partially until the repairs in his head had fully healed, Alex called up the overlay. Immediately a network of glowing lines etched out the major faults in the arc of ice lying ahead of him. But the map was incomplete. He banished the overlay, then called it up again, and this time it reappeared with numbers hovering above the attachment points. The nearest one lay just a few meters ahead. He used his impeller to propel himself to that spot, unreeled his line from his belt, and, clinging with one hand to a rock embedded in the ice, wound in his screw piton. Next, drawing the line taut to hold himself firmly in place, he undid the clip holding a heavy reel of cable at his waist and pushed it down towards the ice. Through a loop in the end of the same cable, he inserted another screw piton, but this one was 1/2 meter long. He now unhitched his powered socket drive and, bracing himself against the ice, used a vibrating torque setting to screw the piton deep into the ice itself. Now, having finished dealing with this anchor, Alex surveyed his physical surroundings, called up various different overlays from the survey data of the asteroid, then paused to run a couple of searches, which were unfortunately limited to the computing available aboard the spaceplanes. Yes, this was good. This expanded his horizons, put knowledge within his immediate reach, and there would be more to come. But the greatest advantage was the one Neumann had not made generally known, and which you learned just before your implant went in. Alex now knew that he had a very good chance of living forever.
"Number 12 is in,"
he stated, wondering how much wiser he might become in 1,000 years.
"So you managed not to turn yourself into a helicopter?"
replied Gort jovially over his suit radio.
"I managed it,"
said Alex, gazing along to the next anchor point, and noting again that Gort seemed very reluctant to open implant-to-implant communication with him. He had learned that such communication tended to carry greater nuances, that some of what lay behind the words uttered tended to transfer over. This, Alex surmised, was the reason for Gort's reticence in that respect. In using such communication, it was more difficult to lie. Alex picked up the reel of cable, detached his line, and, clutching the reel's spindle, used his impeller to send himself towards the next anchor point. This was no easy task, since he needed a lot more impetus to get himself moving, and to keep moving, and the heavy cable now unwinding tended to put him off course. Arriving at the illusory number hanging over the surface, he anchored the cable with another piton before stretching the next length of cable to the next point. Soon he would have to return to the base of the mooring line, leading out to the space planes just for more cable. Finally, when he and others, including Achenon and Gladys, were done, the main chunks that the ice asteroid would be separated into, once the demolition charges detonated, would not fly off into space. That was the theory, anyway. 10 hours later, Alex was back aboard one of the space planes, which had acceleration chairs only in a forward section behind the cockpit, for Gort and his team, while the section behind had been turned into a temporary living accommodation, and the one behind that into an enlarged hold for their equipment, including Gort's robots. Alex, Achenon, and Gladys already sat strapped in to watch the show on the big screen on the forward bulkhead.
"There goes the line,"
said Gladys cheerfully, as the plane jerked and they saw the mooring line on the screen slacken into an arc. A moment later, a motor thrummed somewhere and the line began to snake in.
"We're keeping the docking tube?"
asked Achenon. Achenon seemed to have some kind of resentment for the team in the other space plane. He seemed to get offended when they came aboard this plane. This apparently was something to do with a failed affair and the loan of some station credit. Alex was unclear about the details. It all seemed very human and petty, and was certainly far below the concerns of Gort and the similarly implanted team leader on the other plane, for they remained in constant communication. They tried to hide it, but while conducting implant-to-implant conversations, they gave away the fact that they were talking by their facial expression and inadvertent gestures. Thinking of Gort, Alex now glanced behind. If their team leader did not come soon, he would miss the show. He returned his attention to the screen. The ice asteroid hung in void, now static in relation to their spaceplane. When they first approached it, Alex had thought it looked vaguely like an anvil, albeit one that had partially melted. Their present perspective showed nothing of that shape, just an irregular lump of dirty ice. Alex used his implant to key into General Com and the limited computer network around them, and thus picked up on a countdown.
10 seconds, he stated.
"Sure thing, oh omniscient one," said Gladys. Alex instantly relayed an audio recording of the word into a search to get the meaning. He guessed Gladys's vocabulary was the kind you picked up if you constantly played VR fantasy games in your time off. The count dropped to 0, and the asteroid expanded, blowing out clouds of ice dust. Then came a flash, sending rainbow colors skittering over its surface.
"What the fuck?"
Achenon exclaimed. "Complex ices," Gladys explained before Alex could do any research. "They fluoresce as they turn into normal water ices, and the demolition charges will have caused a bit of that."
"Thank you, oh omniscient number 2,
said Achenon. Alex stood up, the image on the screen now replaying in some part of his mind. The asteroid was heaving like some big beast taking a breath, becoming deformed, clear fragments visibly moving, but the cables preventing it from flying apart. As he opened the door into their living quarters, he saw the mooring line snake out again, and its explosive harpoon embed itself into one of the larger chunks. Later they would have to return to detach the cables in preparation for those same chunks to be hauled inside the owner's new ship. No sign of Gort. Alex moved on into the recently enlarged hold, and at last spotted his team leader. Gort was standing beside an open crate, and from his distracted expression was obviously communicating with the other team leader. Alex walked over and waited politely, just as when someone was using a phone. His gaze strayed to the crate, which was the same one the demolition charges had arrived in. There were 4 charges left inside. Alex would have thought little about that, had not Gort, upon suddenly realizing he was not alone, turned round and casually closed the lid. "You missed the show," said Alex. Gort tapped his own head. "I was watching." Alex acknowledged that statement with a nod, then paused as something massive dropped into his mental compass. It lay thousands of kilometers beyond the ice asteroid and weighed heavy in his mind through its wealth of connections, data, possibilities. What had once been Argus Station but was now turning into an interstellar vessel had come as close as it could by relying on the Rhine drive, and was now firing up its Mars Traveler engine. Only able to access a small amount of all that lay available, Alex felt he understood Alan Saul so much more now, and understood why he'd chosen that title, the owner. Turning away from Gort, Alex wondered if any of the demolition charges inside that box would soon go missing, or if some had gone missing already. He decided he must try and find out where they would end up, and whether Gort required expert help to deploy them. He now had an intimation of what his team leader's plans might be, and decided that he wanted to be included. All Gort needed to do was trust him fully. Alan was ever so careful not to infringe her territory, and Var was sure that sometimes when she made any mistakes he overlooked them just so long as they did not impinge upon his overall plans or threaten to result in danger. However, despite his diplomacy, she knew for certain that what she was doing he himself could probably now do with only some designated portion of his mind. That rendered her expertise impotent, and indeed, impotent was the best way to describe how every other expert aboard this ship was feeling. The section of lattice wall she stood upon, adjoining Arcoplex 1, had been turned into some weird alien rockscape, consisting of numerous chunks of asteroid crawling with those giant golden centipedes busy securing them in place. As she looked up to watch a chunk of dirty ice being driven into the ship's skeleton by impellers and human workers wearing EVA units, she reflected how those workers were now better off than the experts. They at least were finding ways to advance and adapt within the increasingly alien and frightening environment of this ship. All the experts, however, were thoroughly aware that they could never again be the top in their field, and that the ultimate expert here was always looking over their shoulders. That was with one exception, perhaps. "It doesn't matter what kind of security you use in computer tech," observed Hannah from beside her, "since there's always someone who will find a way to circumvent it." Var glanced at her. "So you know what it is?" Hannah glanced up from the vacuum format E-pad that she had stuck on the surface of a chunk of asteroid, consisting of metallic, bullet-shaped chunks like belemnite fossils. "It's an encoder rather like those used in subnet hardware. A group of the chipped have set up a, until now, secret method of implant-to-implant communication." "Should I be worried?" "I don't know." Hannah shook her head, which made a visible gesture in the VC suit she wore, but was something Var could not achieve in her heavy work suit. "I think it highly unlikely that Alan is unaware of this." "Are you aware of this, Alan?" Var asked.
"Yes, I'm aware of this,"
he replied. The immediacy of his reply did not lead Var to think he'd been paying close attention to her and Hannah. That was just some piece of software, rather like one used in the more user-friendly phones, responding to a question directed at him. Doubtless some further piece of software, presently recording every public and probably every private conversation aboard the ship, had immediately dragged up the previous content of the exchange between Hannah and Var for his instant inspection. Of course, he did not respond to every question directed at him, just to those he considered important and relevant. That assessment was probably carried out by yet another piece of software, or a subsidiary thought process, since within him the difference wasn't easily defined. She wondered if he knew that the replies he gave were just enough to promote the idea of his being godlike, ever-present and ever-watching. Of course he knew. "What are they using?" Hannah asked.
"It's quite simple," he replied. "The encoder attaches to their relays and provides a list of icons they can select to contact anyone else with a similar encoder."
"And you've cracked those codes?" Var suggested.
"In a way."
"So what are they saying?"
"They're saying they must build the groundwork of their rebellion cautiously, and that since an escape to Earth would only result in them being captured and killed by Galahad, their domain has to remain here aboard this ship," Saul explained. "And for them to be truly free aboard this ship, the autocrat currently in charge has to die."
"And you allow this to continue?"
Hannah asked in exasperation. "What would you have me do, Hannah? Have them thrown in an adjustment cell or killed? Or perhaps sent over to you to have their minds wiped?"
Studying Hannah's expression, Var saw it transform from exasperation to weary horror. "No," Hannah replied. "There always has to be a better option."
"It's just talk," he continued. "And talk cannot hurt me."
"They've managed to put together this hardware," Var protested. "A mere talk can easily turn into something else." She felt he was again being irritatingly dismissive and arrogant.
"And should it do so, I have something in place ready to counter it," Saul replied. "I wait in the hope they will see what others receiving implants and backups saw at once, and so clearly. I wait in the hope that they will cease to behave as children."
"Who are they?" Var asked. She certainly didn't want such people working on anything important, and she was damned if she wanted to leave everything to her brother. She didn't believe the myth he was creating about himself, and as she finally admitted to herself, she didn't really trust him.
"That I will not tell you," he replied. "Don't you have other things to occupy your time right now?"
Suppressing a snappy reply, Var glanced up. More EVA units were now on the move above, traveling up along the length of the newly erected Arcoplex spindle. And when she turned on her visor display and inspected a work order flow diagram, she saw that the new transformers were now being moved into position. Of course, if she'd taken the time to get her own implant installed, she would have been aware of all this much sooner. "Work to do," she said to Hannah, before she launched herself upwards. As Saul watched Var head away, he briefly dipped again into the communications between the would-be rebels. But everything worthy of note was already being flagged in a continuous recording. He checked these latest flags, and noted that Gort and 2 others had been discussing Alex. Gort was still unsure about this member of his work team, but the others were insistent that Alex must be recruited. In their eyes, he possessed the training and skills they needed, and being the last surviving clone of Alessandro Messina, having him on their side would send out a powerful message during further recruitment. Gort had to question whether that message would be a positive one, and so their discussion had continued. Saul calculated that they would shortly make their first approach to Alex, who, though emotionally less complex than most other human beings, was very smart in many other respects, and would respond positively and join them, just as Saul had predicted. He next watched the final chunks of ice being ferried in and roped down amidst the asteroid matter on the lattice walls of the station wheel. This even distribution would reduce distortion of the warp bubble, though there was a small chance they would lose another chunk of the docking pillars. Meanwhile, Var was now ensuring the locking down of the transformers being installed at the upper pole of the ship. As he watched through nearby cams, he reflected how he had handled his sister's most recent error. The transformers were heavily insulated, as were the cables leading inside from them. The insulation Var had intended to use had been more than adequate to deal with a potential 2 megawatts running through the station, but were not sufficient to deal with any of the possibly huge fluctuations above that. So Saul had found it necessary to intervene. However, at the same time, he had deliberately speculated with her on the insulation requirements of the spaceplanes that would serve as the anode and cathode they intended to plug into the IO flux tube. So her annoyance was ameliorated by him accepting her suggestion that they use old Mars Traveller solid fuel booster tanks retrieved from around Jupiter for that purpose. She had, in essence, responded as predictably as Alex. Saul hadn't even been disappointed. which told him that all those parts of himself he still defined as human were now less so. Saul briefly considered how, even before Hannah had put the biochip in his head, and before he loaded Janus, he'd rather stretched the concept of what the likes of Hannah would define as human. Now his human aspects were changing even further as he evolved mentally. He retained the survival instinct, but knew he was growing more and more distant from ordinary human concerns. He'd moved beyond contempt, beyond boredom, beyond exasperation. As he was now, he knew that he would have much more closely analyzed his previous, almost instinctive decision to rescue his sister from Mars, and perhaps decided to leave her there. And now he was seriously considering the benefits and disadvantages of maintaining a human population at all aboard what had become his ship, and considering it very carefully. The last chunk of ice set on course for its final position, the EVA workers were departing, leaving Saul's robots to rise up from their plane of boulders and field it. His ship now possessed much more water than its occupants required, but Saul was thinking both towards the immediate future and far beyond. As power became available, the ice would be melted down and piped in between the blast walls and layers of composite armor that now filled the outer ring around the vortex generator. Then at some point in the more distant future, when the new archiplexes were built, he had decided that one of them would become a mostly aquatic environment, and therefore much of the water could go there. He visualized a cylindrical sea with land masses positioned at either end, perhaps dotted with islands between, over a central barrier designed to contain the pumps that would shift water from one end of the cylinder to the other, to mimic the effect of tides. It would be a curious environment for the spectator, with the sea curving up on either side around the spindle lights, and one that would take some technical know-how to balance out properly, especially when using anything other than the Rhine drive. In that same cylinder, he would utilize gene bank samples and data to construct a marine ecosystem. Perhaps it might be possible to resurrect extinct species like the dolphin, though anything larger would have to wait until he extended his ship into something the size of a moon, so it could contain larger cylinders. However, perhaps by then he would have had time to look into some interesting possibilities related to Rhine drive technology, and have developed that old staple of science fiction, artificial gravity, and therefore not need cylinder worlds at all. The ice was down in place and secure, the EVA workers gradually docking and heading back to their accommodation. Var had checked the security of the new transformers, and dispatched the EVA workers there to their homes before attaching herself to a portion of the outer cage that gave her the best view. Hannah, meanwhile, had returned inside, since perhaps one viewing experience close to the engine flame was enough, and her own esoteric concerns were again occupying her thoughts. Larocque was busy overseeing the now rote lockdown procedure required before a firing of the Traveller engine. All seemed to be operating like a smoothly oiled machine, and Saul felt no need or inclination to deliver any warnings before he finally fired up the engine again. The fusion flame glared as bright as the sun, and charging levels rose as rectifying batteries were bathed in the sudden light and heat. The columns supporting the engine shortened, but stress sensor readings showed nothing out of expected parameters. Var whooped in delight, the sight of the Traveller engine's power never getting old for her. Slowly the ship began to move up towards the periphery of the asteroid belt. It would only take minutes to bring them to the point where solar system maps showed their clearest run on the 2 hops to their destination. As the minutes passed, Saul considered various plans for the other new cylinder world. Perhaps all the tropical ecologies could be transplanted there from the old Arboretum, which would definitely solve some of the heating and insulation problems. Perhaps this new cylinder could be filled with moist, tropical life. The time arrived, and Saul engaged the Rhine drive without shutting down the Traveller engine. The effect was an astounding color display on the interior of the warp bubble, and the production of some exotic particles that Rhine himself was already studying, having been forewarned. The ship moved, at a right angle to the thrust of the Traveller, but since that engine was now effectively firing within its own universe, it had no effect on their course in the outer universe. Heat levels within the bubble rose rapidly, while rectifying batteries distributed throughout the station sucked it up and converted it, dumping charge into supercapacitors, ultracapacitors, and other forms of storage. Saul's robots literally bathed in it, as they also topped up their depleted supplies. Some of the asteroid ice sublimated, creating a fog within the ship's skeleton, but one that soon blew away as the warp shut down. Next, Saul shut down the traveler engine. At the cost of the tritium fuel that was now becoming depleted, he had now effectively recharged the entire ship. He looked around, seeing Jupiter as a slightly larger star far away from them, round in its orbit, discerning Mars as hardly visible without magnification, and the asteroid belt as a haze slewed about and below them. Again the Rhine drive kicked in and dropped them into what was effectively their personal universe. Saul counted down the minutes as the drive took them up close to the speed of light, closer than they'd ever been before. Hawking radiation flooded the ship's skeleton, and Saul observed an effect as close to perpetual motion as was possible, as the power the drive used was replenished by the charging of rectifier batteries. Beyond the speed of light, would they rectify out more energy than the drive actually used? This was an issue Rhine had been considering at some length, but neither his nor Saul's maths was up to the job. Something new would have to be invented once they had collected enough data, which Rhine was gathering even now. And certainly there was no such thing as perpetual motion, so the cost would have to be paid somewhere, somehow. Saul allowed his attention to range once more through his ship, taking in detail, assessing conversations, keeping his finger ever on the pulse. He saw Langstrom, Peach, and one of the mentally reprogrammed, the repro Manuel, sitting playing a game of three-sided chess on their linked computer screens. This was a pastime all the police still aboard the station seemed to be enjoying, and this particular game was part of a tournament that Saul predicted Manuel would win. Hannah was already aware of this odd effect in some of those whose minds she had wiped, a tendency to borderline autism. Tick-tock. Time passed, though its effects were curious and monstrously difficult to calculate.
"Paul," said Saul, "tell me you're ready."
"You know I am," replied the proctor. Something new to try, monitored by 8 proctors scattered throughout the ship. Saul had left it just for them to handle, since he was reluctant to let such advanced minds continue solely with the many menial tasks with which they'd been occupying themselves. Paul was out on the station wheel lattice wall, acting as a node in the network the proctors formed, closely connected to 7 of his fellows, but only loosely connected to Judd and to the proctor that had named itself Tull, both of whom now completely controlled robotics. Again, Saul resisted the temptation to insert himself into that network and spy on the minds he'd effectively created.
2 minutes,
Saul said, noting the Mac drive coils already drawing power as a mackerel sky spread across the inner side of the warp bubble. "Yes!" shouted Rhine, slamming his hand down too hard on his console, then sucking his stinging fingers afterwards. One fragment of a loosely connected theory proven true.
"I'm not sure that when you are happy I should also be," said Leroc, walking over to peer at the equations on Rhine's screen, frowning, then moving away again. "Get ready," Leroc announced next to the entire station. "Though what for, I don't know. No one quite knows what happens next." They were close to their destination, laser measurements showing a slight distortion of the warp bubble caused by a huge mass in the universe, adjacent to their small and temporary one. Saul made direct adjustments to the vortex generator that effectively turned the warp through 180 degrees, then shut down the drive. They came out of warp still carrying the impetus given by the traveler engine, but now taking them in the opposite direction relative to its previous thrust. The ship shuddered, stabilized, EM fields reaching out and feathering towards infinity, pushing on the surrounding universe. And the ship accelerated. Saul now sent images to every screen presently not in use for some other purpose. Old Jupiter gazed at them with a vexatious red eye, while they slid past veined Europa, whose pallid gaze lingered upon its secret oceans within. Chapter 9. Revolt. The more authoritarian a society becomes, the more there are of the disaffected who are fighting for freedom. Conversely, the more liberal a society is, the more people you will find who are fighting to exert authoritarian control. Oddly enough, in both cases, they are the same people.
The freedom fighter is just a revolution away from becoming a dictator. The concerned and righteous who wish to make some changes for the good of all are just an election away from pulling on their jackboots. Never trust the activist who wants to change the world for the better, because their better is usually the worse for you. Argus. It just doesn't feel real, said Dr. Da Vinci, his gaze fixed on a screen showing Jupiter looming close, and its moon Io closer still, close enough to identify 3 volcanoes pumping sulphurous plumes out into space. It isn't real. Hannah injected her latest cerebral biopsy into a sample bottle, then eyed the doctor from Mars. It's all light and color enhanced, and the perspective shortened so we can see both. It all looks very CGI out there. She gestured to the screen. I don't mean that. Da Vinci reached up to finger the small dressing at the back of his skull. I mean the speed of it. When I shipped out to Mars, I had months aboard a traveler to begin to appreciate the scale of it all, to know that I was traveling an immense distance. He stood up from his chair. How can we possibly be in orbit around Jupiter? How can we be sure the images we see are real? He was being rhetorical and philosophical, a tendency which was only a recent trait according to the report Saul had given her access to. Da Vinci was a lost soul trying to make sense of it all, but he was also a highly intelligent and capable lost soul. On Mars, he had hated the interference of political officer Ricard, and lodged objections that would have seen him put into an adjustment cell on his return to Earth, had that eventuality not been cancelled for all of them at Antares Base. He had seemed to concur with Var's takeover there, but had ultimately backed Roan, and, according to Var, had cried over the corpses that generated. Hannah grimaced. She'd initially felt a bond with Saul's sister, but now that was evaporating. Var Delex was as ruthless as Saul, which in both cases stemmed from the need to survive. However, with his continued transformation, Saul's ruthlessness seemed to have disconnected him from base human motives, while Var's instincts seemed to be wrapped up in resentment, paranoia, and some silly need to compete with her brother. Yes, Saul was now a dangerous creature, but Hannah knew that he was no longer vengeful. Var, however, she realized, was not someone to be trusted with the kind of power Saul presently wielded. How can we know the images reflect reality? Da Vinci repeated. Hannah studied him, perfectly understanding his difficulties. After all that had gone before, he'd been whisked halfway across the solar system in a partially constructed interstellar vessel by a man who seemed to be breaking every law imaginable, including those of physics. He was, Hannah felt, very much a fellow traveler, for like her, he had all the moral objections and shied away from the harsh solutions. You know because of that. Hannah held up a finger. Listen. I don't know what you mean, he said after a moment. Of course, said Hannah. Being fairly new aboard, and this being his first time in Arcoplex too, he had no idea about the sounds he should be hearing. Hannah could hear it, however, the creaking and low groaning, the occasional snap and ping of a joint realigning, the ship yielding under the unsubtle touch of Jupiter, the same touch that generated the seismic shifts and volcanoes characteristic of Io. It would get worse, too, once they moved between Io and Jupiter. She shrugged. You can hear the gravitational stresses, she explained. But if you really want the truth, then get a spacesuit and go outside. You'll soon lose all your doubts, believe me. I have no doubts as such, said Da Vinci. I'm just divorced from the feeling. He now took a look around her laboratory, his expression turning slightly acquisitive. I was told that after you'd taken my sample, you'd have something for me to do. The station's medical personnel were underemployed, for the moment at least, so there'd been no real position for him. However, he was certainly skilled enough to join her in working here. Quite likely he would have moral objections, and ones she wanted to hear, which was why she had saved until now what she revealed to people just before their biopsies. First, you need to understand what this is really for. She held up his cerebral sample. Not for growing graft tissue. He seemed baffled. Come with me. She led the way through the door leading to her production floor, which was starting to fill up with equipment, and now had a scattering of employees, some of whom were even human. As she explained about the backups and pointed out the various tanks in which BioWare was growing, and a small chip-etching plant busily at work, his gaze flicked attentively to every detail. As they reached the far end, he stepped over to a tank inside which resided something organic, shot through with shiny wires and plastic optics, suspended in a cloudy fluid at the center of a web of power and nutrient feeds. He placed a hand against the toughened glass, then gazed at her questioningly. "Not here, then," he said. "What?" Hannah asked. "The clones." That was it, right there. He'd gone straight to the heart of it. Hannah wondered if it was truly ergonomics that had made her decide to keep the cloning facility separate from operations here. Perhaps she just preferred it to be out of sight, so that her conscience would not nag her quite so severely. Da Vinci stepped back from the tank and turned to study the perpetually growing rack of backups. "So we can live forever, or at least for longer than our natural span," he said. "But, as always, such developments have their price." Hannah grimaced. "I understand the thrust of your remark, but what precisely is a natural span?" She shook her head, experiencing a tightening in her torso, like the precursor to one of her panic attacks, and felt it loosen. "Our natural span, if you wish to call it that, is long enough merely for us to breed and pass on our genes. Then everything after that's just a bonus. People have lived well beyond that span for centuries." "I think you understood my meaning." He gazed at her steadily. "Perhaps. But what do you reckon the price might be?" "One that the clones will be paying, perhaps." "If you could elaborate." "Tank-grown clones are human beings who should be allowed the right to life. By using them as receptacles for these," he waved a hand towards the backups, "you are effectively destroying that life." Perhaps this was a mistake. Now, moving on from natural span, he was talking about right to life. Was this man a doctor of medicine or one of divinity and philosophy? Her own feelings about those backups and clones related more to the cheapening of the life a person owned, and the potential for abuse. "One has to ask where the line should be drawn," she said. "Does a sperm have a—" Hannah paused, seeing a slight twist to his mouth and suddenly remembering something more in his report. He had very firm views on this subject, ones that were in sympathy with her own. Human life was nothing special. It was the human mind that was important. "Yes, you had me there for a moment," she finished. "I just wanted to be sure we are on the same page." Da Vinci then nodded towards the backups. "So which one is his?" "By his, I presume you're talking about Alan Saul's?" Hannah felt a resurgence of the anger she'd experienced only a few days ago. "I am, but being at more of a remove from him than you are, I'll continue to call him the owner." He paused. "It seems the politic thing to do." "They're not here," she said tightly. 2 days ago he had them removed to his inner sanctum, along with some cloning tanks, if my reading of the ship's manifest is right. He doesn't trust us mere mortals." "I feel the need to point out," said the Martian doctor, "that we are all potentially immortals now." "Still," said Hannah grudgingly, "I'd also have to wonder whom I would trust if I were in his position." He gestured to the backups as they strolled towards them. "You tell me I'll also have one of those sometime in the future. Well, in that future I too can see myself wanting to take it away from here and lock it in the safest vault I could find. In fact," he looked around, "the lack of security here concerns me." "He's always watching," said Hannah. "That's not enough," said Da Vinci. "I'll no more rely on demigods than I relied on the non-existent gods from which some people claim our morality descends." Hannah felt herself beginning to smile, an unfamiliar sensation. She was finding herself starting to like this doctor from Mars. Vardelex had been company of sorts, but despite her great intelligence and drive, she seemed shallow. Da Vinci seemed to have depths she could drown in, and, more importantly, he was male. "So will you do it?" she asked, leaping ahead to test just how much was going on in the mind behind that quite attractive face. "Yes," he replied. "I'll run your cloning facility.
I'll grow your body replacements for you. And I'll even look into something you don't seem to have considered yet. The cryogenics required for keeping those spares on ice. Hannah grinned widely, till it felt as if her lips might split.
There are state-of-the-art cryogenic pods aboard Messina's spaceplanes, so you can work with those.
I will. He nodded sharply, then turned to study her. But still, the idea of growing clones makes you uncomfortable, as do all the implications of your work here. I'd suggest that is the real reason I'm here.
In a sense,
said Hannah, suddenly sobering.
I'm in undiscovered country here, and I at least need someone to point out the direction of the sun to me.
And the owner cannot do that.
He knows right from wrong, but his morality is harsh and unforgiving.
Is there any other morality available to us now? Da Vinci swung away to survey their surroundings again. To fret over what is right or wrong is a luxury that has to be put aside once questions about survival come along. We can debate these things interminably, but in the end, how many people have refused these backups? How many people would set the chance of eternity against some questionable morality and still choose the latter?
I think we should take this debate to the olive tree, said Hannah, only in the last instant changing her proposal of location from her own room. He turned and touched a hand to the base of her back.
Yes, let's do that.
Hannah smiled at him, starting to get used to the sensation. For a second, her gaze strayed to a nearby cam, as if challenging any watcher to comment. But of course, Alan Saul was no longer subject to such human frailties. He was out of reach, and if she was honest, had been out of reach since he had stepped out of the Calais incinerator. The room was devoid of visible cams or other forms of surveillance, so Martin had assured him. They could talk freely here. They could discuss subjects none dared raise while under the watchful gaze of Alan Saul. They apparently ran a debating group here, and Alex must be properly assessed before he could be allowed to join. Marcin, a slightly chubby Asian with a generally friendly demeanor, was, in view of his history, not quite what Alex had expected. The man sauntered over to the two-seat sofa in the cramped apartment and sat down, picked up a remote control to turn off the wall screen, then gestured with the remote towards the chair opposite. Alex sat down too.
On Earth, we were subject to a worldwide dictatorship, Marcin began. We could dream of being free, but in reality, we knew that the only way to personal freedom was by acquiring power, and in trying to do so, we just enhanced the power of the state.
So what exactly is freedom? Alex wondered idly, impatient for him to get to the point. However, the question stirred up memories embedded in his mind, which were now, as Hannah Neumann had told him, beginning to shake themselves free. He clearly recollected a doctor, who looked very much like Marcin, slicing into his head, and then the horrible feeling of his scalp being peeled back, and the subsequent grinding of the bone saw. It was unbelievably agonizing, but he was unable either to scream or to move.
Painkillers interfere, the man had explained, but perpetual wiping of his short-term memory during the process gives us the same outcome. I know, because I have an interrogator who uses similar techniques, Messina had replied.
Alex had been able to see the chairman just at the edge of his visual field, arms folded, his expression showing mild interest. Then came a jump, a hiatus, whereupon he remembered forgetting the initial cuts and returned to a world of pain. Then another jump found him waking up on his bed in his small cubicle and feeling a strong resurgence of his love for and loyalty to Chairman Messina.
So there we were, clawing our way up firmly embedded ladders, when we were dragged away, Marcin was saying. Dragged away from the slavery we knew, and made subject to the whims of yet another dictator.
Marcin shook his head.
We can never hope to be free here.
Alex reached up and touched his skull, the psychosomatic ache fading. He shook his head and focused properly on Marcin. For all his high-sounding tone, Alex had no recollection of Marcin fighting to keep the subnet online. being part of the revolution, or hoarding arms in preparation for a fight for his rights and the rights of his fellow man. However, having run a lot of close scrutiny for Messina, Alex had encountered this man before, and now, after things were freed up in his head, recollected him as the toady aide to Delegate Lamont, and knew that he'd only escaped mind wipe here because he'd always made damned sure that no responsibility for anything could attach itself to him.
"And yet we had more freedom than you, Alex," he said. "So you must feel more deeply what we are feeling now."
Patronizing twit. Alex had expected Gort to make the approach, but perhaps they used the likes of Marcin initially because whatever inner counsel they had, and it was certain they had one, considered Marcin more dispensable. The man had also set himself up as the go-to guy for the disaffected, being very vocal in his criticism of the owner and the regime aboard the station. He was acting as a filter, perhaps in place to weed out those whose disaffection was only temporary.
"I agree. We can never be free here, but then I also question if there is anywhere that we can be," said Alex. "Freedom must be actively strived for," said Marcin vaguely. "So how do you propose we go about that?" Alex asked. "There's nowhere we can escape to, and even if we could get to Earth, we'd end up dead or in adjustment." "We must strive for freedom here," Marcin observed, becoming a little more specific. "I don't see the owner turning this ship of his into a democracy." "We don't call it a ship, we call it a station. And we don't call him the owner, since to do so would be acceding to his will and accepting that we are owned." "Before I can tell you any more, I need to know where you stand on this issue," said Marcin. "If you are happy to be one of the supine occupants of this station, gratefully receiving the trifles Sol dispenses, then we may as well end this conversation now." "I wouldn't be here now if I didn't think there were matters to discuss," said Alex, "though I'm unsure that such discussion will get us anywhere." "Discussion is a beginning." Marcin waved the remote control airily. "But after that beginning, what do you yourself think should be done?" "Sol will never stand down," said Alex. "Like all dictators, he will cling to power, even to the point of destroying what he has power over." He paused in reflection. Maybe best to get it out in the open now. "Sol had Alessandro Messina mind-wiped and then had him taking part in a military action that resulted in his death. So as the chairman's clone and being conditioned to protect him, I have to say that my feelings are strong. The only way to free ourselves of Sol is to bring him down, and the only way we can do that is by killing him." There, it was said. Alex grimaced as another clear recollection slid into his mind. One of him walking into a room where 4 younger versions of himself sat around a table, clad in hospital whites with their skulls shaven and covered with scars, trying to play cards but their attention straying, their hand movements jerky, and 2 of them drooling. There had always been failures, and it had always been best to get rid of them quickly. On that occasion, Alex had used an electro-stun abattoir tool, so there would not be so much mess to clear up afterwards. "Much the same conclusion we have all come to," Marcin nodded, but he was still watching Alex very carefully. "However, Sol is very powerful, and if we move against him, we must do so with the utmost caution and precision." "Secure communications would have to be first priority," Alex opined. "The only reason Malden's revolution wasn't stillborn was because of its secure subnet communication." "And upon gaining a secure method of communication." "Organization, command structure, arms caches, and some sort of assassination plan." Alex paused. "I would also suggest that recruits be organized into cells of 4 or 5, with only one of those able to communicate with the commanders. You wouldn't want just one fuck-up to result in the whole network being taken out." "We already have our cells," said Marcin, now moving beyond simple debate. "The problem here is the technology being developed by Hannah Neumann and effectively controlled by Sol. Anyone captured who possesses a link to command could be mind-reamed for information." "But," said Alex, "you must ensure that no one within the cells actually knows who they're talking to. True, but all that secrecy makes both organisation and recruitment a very difficult task. You have two choices, then, said Alex. You must do it quick and dirty, sacrificing secrecy, or you must play a long and slow game. Our choice has been for the former, Marcin told him. It's our contention that once Sol takes this station out of the solar system, our chances of succeeding against him will rapidly diminish. We need to strike while he is still uncertain of his power. Quick and dirty. Yes, Alex now remembered persuading certain revolutionaries on Earth of that course, resulting in the death of some delegates who'd been an irritation to Messina, followed very quickly by the deaths of the revolutionaries themselves. He sat back and folded his arms. So this was no debating society, then. He wondered if they'd actually killed anyone yet. If any potential recruits had decided they didn't want to be involved after hearing too much. During the recent frenzy of construction, there had been 2 deaths. Could it be that one or both of them had not been accidents at all? So, you have a plan? He asked. I need to first know if you are in. Alex studied the man, realizing that perhaps there'd not yet been any killings, because usually the recruiting process was slower and the weeding out more precise. However, he understood that his own recruitment was to be quick and dirty, and that therefore the Revolutionary Command had already contemplated their first killing. Marcin was undoubtedly armed. His body language gave that away. Alex reckoned the remote control he continued to hang on to must control something other than the screen. Probably something hidden in the chair Alex sat in. I'm in, he said, and if possible I want to be in at the front end. You want to be the one who pulls the trigger on Sol? I do. Since then, I will have paid the debt owing to my past and can move on. As Alex was discovering, his past was full of debts, and many of them could never be repaid. Though some of us have had reservations about you, said Marcin, smiling now, though still holding the remote control. Most of us were sure your response would be such. With his free hand he rooted in a pocket of his loose-fitting shirt, took out a flat square of dull metal of the kind Alex had seen Gort surreptitiously attaching to his relay, and tossed it over. What's this? Alex asked after he'd briefly inspected it. You attach it to your relay. Marcin pointed to the polished cube hanging on a thin chain around Alex's neck. And that turns it on. It encodes to the recipient any transmission you send, and you'll learn how to use it quickly enough. And who are the recipients? Your cell commander is your work team leader, Gort. As I suspected, said Alex as he pressed the square device against the side of his relay. He wasn't going to pretend he did not know about Gort. Not now he was going to use a communication method that made attempts at lying difficult. You suspected Gort was considering rebellion? Marcin asked, his lips not moving, and the words generating inside Alex's head without the intervention of his ears. Suspected is too mild a term, said Alex. But then I've been trained to look out for stuff like this, which is why you'll find me useful. And you still want to be in at the sharp end? Inquired Marcin, implant to implant. You still want to be the one who kills Alan Sol? I want to be the one who kills him, yes. Alex paused for a second, watching some remaining tension fading from Marcin's expression, as he finally released his hold on the remote control. But tell me, do our cells only consist of those who are chipped, like us? Yes, because we can only be sure of each other like this. Alex felt that the revolutionaries had misunderstood the title, the owner. Hadn't they realized that Sol did not claim ownership of them, but of this ship he was building, of the technology that surrounded them, claiming it in the same way as any pre-committee human being would have claimed the ownership of his own body? If they had understood that concept, they would not have put such a heavy and dangerous reliance on one piece of technology inside that technological body. They had much to learn, these people, and yet probably not enough time. When they arrived here, the ship had possessed its supplies of superconducting cable, but not enough.
one of the smelting plants now permanently sited in its dock since most of the ore transport tube below had been dismantled, and most of the carbon composite cable it had been wound out on had been taken away and cut up for other purposes, had after many days come close to solving that lack. Saul had watched his robots transport the selected chunks of asteroid matter, out of which the requisite materials could be refined, into the plant where older-style robots had fielded them and fed them into the graveling machines that led to the smelters. Within an hour, other machines had begun braiding fulleride and copper oxide filaments, spiral-wrapped in HTS tapes, to provide for the extra cable required. This, because of a lack of rare earth elements, was not completely superconducting, but would be good enough for the job in hand. Meanwhile, the 2 spaceplanes that had earlier launched from Dock 2, the same craft that had taken out the 2 work teams to slice up the ice asteroid, were now arriving at their targets. Saul watched through cams as one plane matched course with and descended upon a Mars Traveller solid-fuel booster tank, one of hundreds currently in orbit about Jupiter. He felt docking bayonets clunk into place in holes prepared in the booster tank for precisely such retrieval, then felt in his bones the spaceplane's engines laboring to pull its load to a new course. Just at that moment, the second plane docked with its own load, and likewise began shifting it. ETA, approximately 20 hours, one of the pilots declared unnecessarily. Work team heading out. Saul had selected the personnel with more caution this time. The likes of Gort and the other wannabe rebels could not be trusted with fielding and bringing in such large and heavy objects. Some inadvertent accident might result in one of those tanks ending up on a fast trajectory towards the center of the station itself, therefore towards Saul's inner sanctum, and he had no intention of making things that easy for them. He watched as the work teams aboard each spaceplane headed out onto the booster tanks, dragging with them spaceplane steering thrusters, specially insulated, electronically hardened, and made to run on a simple fixed program. The tanks even had places ready for the attachment of these, and Saul silently thanked the Committee Mars missions steering and focus groups for their frankly astounding foresight. Though it occurred to him that it might have been Var, as she had worked her way up to become overseer of the construction station, who had ensured all this. Of course, neither Var nor any others in those numerous political groups could have foreseen such thrusters being used to position the fuel tanks in the Io flux tube. They would probably have quite rightly pointed out that subject to fluctuations of thousands of amps in a massive current, the thrusters would simply fail. Saul, of course, expected them to fail, but not before they'd done their job of positioning these tanks, a job that would have scrapped the spaceplanes themselves and killed everyone aboard. "Laroque," said Saul, and he watched as the technical director looked up in surprise at the nearest cam in Tech Central. "Are we all secure?" Laroque took a moment to think this over. Saul knew he wasn't reviewing the most recent preparations for another move of the ship under Mac Effect drive, but deciding on whether to ask why Saul was asking. Laroque knew everything was secure, and he knew for certain that Saul knew. "Yes, we are ready," he said without moving his lips, before returning his attention to his 3 main screens. What else to ask? Saul knew in a perfectly intellectual way how those aboard felt he was becoming remote and disconnected from them and their human concerns. Laroque's response was a perfect illustration of this, and in that moment Saul realized he must re-engage so as not to go completely out of touch, at least for now. With great difficulty he again breached the division between his human self and the rest, and allowed the human part to continue the conversation. "I ask," he said, "because it seems this would be a good time to begin reassessing all flight preparations. The possibility of becoming complacent should never be ruled out." "The procedures are fine," replied Laroque, "and complacency only gets banished when someone discovers the penalty for not following them." Rather cold, really. But then Saul had noted how all the chipped personnel developed a decidedly callous streak shortly after implantation. This had nothing to do with the implants themselves, but was all about how those recipients perceived how the implants should affect their behavior. Humans. Sometimes the novelty of their foibles could become wearing. "How are you finding your new implant?" Saul asked. "More efficient?" Laroque replied, still without speaking out loud. "I'm so glad,"
said Saul, casting irony into the void. "And how are you finding your implant?" he asked Ryan, who rather than stay in Tech Central had returned to his own lab in order to monitor the Mac drive's effects. "Chipper!" Ryan almost yelled. There were, of course, exceptions to that dehumanizing effect. In some, certain traits became emphasized. In Ryan, that trait just happened to be lunacy. "How far are you along with your new theories of everything?" Ryan looked up at the nearest cam. "Hypotheses," he stated upon returning his attention to the screens. The line between hypothesis and theory had always been one where the arguments were bitterest, and where scientists might sacrifice their careers on the altar of empiricism. "I'm about to move the ship," Saul announced through the PA system, "to a lower offset orbit between Io and Jupiter. That's a position we should be able to maintain." He reached out and uncoiled a thick optic cable with a full Terragate plug from the arm of his acceleration chair and plugged it into the socket in his skull. Rather than switch straight over to this new connection into his ship's systems, he ran programs to ensure only a gradual changeover as they approached the Io flux tube. "Remember, people, that all radio communications will gradually be replaced by laser comms. Usually you wouldn't notice any difference, but in this case the comms that route through the ship's systems will be affected by the massive EM output of the flux tube." Saul moved the ship like a human mind guiding a human body. The drive systems were his locomotion, like in running, walking, or swimming. He did not consciously work the vector calculus and check against inner maps of the solar system, just as no runner, walker, or swimmer would have to make conscious calculation about what they were doing. He did not have to micromanage everything, and he knew how to delegate within the complexity that was his mind, his body. He engaged the Mac effect drive and pursued Io, dropping steadily into a lower orbit. He felt the tidal tug of Jupiter through stress sensors in the structure all around him, and in a sensitive gravity detector sited between a pair of lattice walls, and began to read the vastly smaller pull of the distant moon. He gazed upon a gas giant and its satellite in the human spectrum and beyond, and through electromagnetic vision saw the part of the flux tube he had chosen as a bright tornado curving from the moon to the north pole of the gas giant. Getting closer to it, he felt induction currents building up in the structure of his body, his ship, and felt systems correcting for that, just as a human body might correct for heat or cold or drunkenness. And he sweated electrostatics. Unlike with a human body, Saul's vision could extend inwards wherever he wanted it to. He saw Angela Zaberhagen halting to stare at her reflection in a glass window pane and trying to smooth down hair that had begun to puff out like a dandelion head and now crackled under her touch. He saw Hannah Neumann and Dr. Da Vinci engaging in sweaty sex in her laboratory, almost as if she wanted to do this somewhere she knew Saul could be watching. And he realized that the human part of him should feel jealousy, if he only allowed it the freedom for such petty emotions. He saw the proctors all gathered together now in a deserted part of the outer wheel of the old station. Linked together hand to hand, they stood in a row that faced towards the EM shield hardware, ranged about the inner walls, and were somehow experiencing the charge of the station. But again he resisted the impulse to snoop. He saw static discharges leaping from strut to strut in vacuum, and an eerie blue glow appearing in certain parts of the cylinder worlds. And he saw Rhine suddenly become animated as the sensors under his control detected ball lightning rolling around the rim, in line with the business end of the EM hardware, and passing in front of the row of proctors, who now watched as if they'd been expecting it. However, such effects were not as bad as they could have been, for though the Mac effect drive was operating through the ship's EM shield, the shield itself was set at its maximum. Though humans could have survived in the sleet of radiation and ionized particles occurring close to the flux tube, they could never have survived the genetic damage that ensued. Then he was in place, held there by the drive pushing lightly on the surrounding universe, the ship poised beside an ionic storm that might be invisible to human vision, but certainly not beyond the compass of their instruments. Rectifier battery storage was making good use of these surges, but also dumping energy almost as fast to power self-correcting systems and diagnostics throughout, and as repair robots drew power in order to hunt down and repair blown components. Saul now felt a fuzzy edge to his thinking,
to his very being, as the computers fought this disruption. He gazed outwards at the approaching space planes and their loads, watched Var and her teams attaching the ends of the new cable, stored on drums 20 meters across, to EVA units ready to be rolled out and attached to the old Mars Traveler booster tanks, and he waited, and his robots waited, and the crew waited, all in that before a thunderstorm sense of expectation that he knew would never end, so long as they were here. Scourge. He'd drifted off to sleep 4, maybe 5 times. Clay couldn't quite remember how many times, nor how many days they'd spent inside the cramped shuttle. They were still okay for water, since they'd found 2 VC suits aboard that recycled their urine, and would do so indefinitely while power was still available. And food wasn't a problem either. However, the inside of the shuttle was now getting a bit ripe, even though they'd found a sealable plastic container to use as a toilet, and even though enough water was available for sponge baths. Shuttles like this one simply weren't designed for lengthy occupation. Trove was again tinkering with the shuttle's computer. She had a couple of hatches open in the cockpit and was busy swapping out chips. She also had computer code frozen on one of the 2 screens set into the instrument panel. She reckoned she might be able to access the cam system of the Scourge, though how having a grandstand view of their catastrophic entry into Earth's atmosphere would help them, Clay had no idea. "What about the radio here?" he asked, trying to think of something helpful, but realizing this was a question he must have asked her before. Trove stared at him as if he was an idiot. "Like I said, the Scourge is EM shielded. Our only chance of getting a signal out would be to send it via the ship's computers to an exterior aerial, and he's locked them all out." "But you're accessing the computer system right now." "Yes," she replied with exaggerated patience. "But the aerials will still be locked out, and we'll only get an exterior view if he allows it." "So what the hell do we do?" he asked leadenly. Yeah, another question he'd asked on numerous occasions, and a sign of the general malaise he was sinking into. Physically, he now felt a lot better. The pain he had experienced a little while after they'd arrived here, once the effect of the painkillers had begun to wane, was fading. But mentally he wasn't so good. With his body seemingly recovering, it was almost as if it felt it could expend some of its renewed energy on dropping him into a deep depression. "We've already discussed this," she snapped. "We try to run when he goes after Galahad. The main engine will fire up, so observers will know there's someone still aboard, so it won't matter if this shuttle is then seen leaving." She paused for a second. "I see no reason why he wouldn't just let us go." Clay grimaced. Skotonis had slaughtered his entire crew and committed himself to suicide, death, and destruction. Yet Trove was talking about the man making a rational decision. Clay thought it unlikely that the captain was in the frame of mind to allow anyone a get-out clause. "There," she said, clicking the 2 panels closed again. At once the code began to scroll. Then, after a moment, the second screen blinked on to show a holding image. It was the old space exploration logo of a spaceplane penetrating the ring chain of the United World, all its links differently colored to represent the various regions of Earth. This was something that Galahad had ordered to be changed into something more representative of her regime, but an idea that had been shelved until the future, when resources could be spared for such ephemera. Clay felt that her efficiency and the speed with which she managed to get things done would have been admirable, had she not been as barking mad as Skotonis. "There what?" he asked. She clicked down a ball control and the logo disappeared to divide the screen up into 20 numbered squares, which Clay knew comprised just one page of a sequence of 5. Each square was a cam view taken from either inside or outside the main ship. Dragging the cursor over each one expanded it, and by this method Trove worked through each of the cameras aboard the ship, pausing at corridors that had been turned into abattoirs, filled with the floating dead or bits of them, and where the drying blood on the walls had turned brown. "Bastard," she muttered. After a while it became evident she wasn't yet finding what she wanted, and Clay inquired, "He's not letting you look into the bridge, is he?" Just then, for the first time since they'd boarded the shuttle, Skotonis addressed them. "Of course I'm not letting you look into the bridge. I require my privacy." He paused, then continued. "Perhaps you'd like to check out the views through exterior cams 20 to 28. Trove immediately selected number 28, which revealed the distant blade of a drive flame. She switched to 20 because every 10th cam outside had telescopic functions and better resolution, and focused in. "They've sent a tug to collect us," she stated. Skotonis gave a lethargic hand clap in response. The vehicle was 300 meters long and essentially a squat Mars Traveler engine, wrapped in towing and grapnel mechanisms, fuel tanks, and jutting the combustion throats of 100-year-old high-ox rocket motors, with the small bubble of a crew cabin lost amidst all this panoply. Clay recollected that space tugs like this usually carried a crew of 3, 2 of whom were unnecessary. The committee had never considered it a good idea to allow just one person control of so much power, unless, of course, he was a delegate, or the chairman himself. The 3 consisted of the pilot, who was the only one really needed, his second officer, to whom was delegated the minor job of observer, and a political officer specially seconded from the inspectorate complement in Earth orbit. However, since Serene's ascension to power after Saul's ruthless thinning out of Earth's bureaucracy, such political oversight there had become impossible, and, so she claimed, unnecessarily interfering. So perhaps there was only the pilot aboard. "If we could only get to that shuttle," he said, imagining them secretly getting themselves aboard, then onto whatever Earth orbit station it docked with, then onto a space plane heading down to the surface. No, that just wouldn't run. "That shuttle will hard dock," announced Skotonis, and Clay wished he'd kept his big mouth shut. "You'd have to suit up and exit through one of the hull airlocks, every one of which I control. And of course you could blow the airlock as you did before, but then you'd need to face the anti-personnel lasers positioned out there." "But surely, Skotonis, this is going to screw up your plan," said Clay. "How can you go after Galahad when you're under tow?" "Ah, our political officer shows his ignorance again," said Skotonis. "I can just release the docking bayonets from here and pull away." "Listen, Captain," said Trove abruptly. "I know you've committed yourself to killing Galahad, but why must we die? Once you've located her, you've got to put this ship on a re-entry course, and she and everyone else will know that there's still someone aboard. Just let us go. Our leaving won't interfere with your plan." All so utterly reasonable. Clay sighed and gazed at the screen again. The tug was much closer now, and he could see its steering thrusters firing. He watched it roll, bringing into sight a hard docking plate with protrusions that were probably the bayonets Skotonis had mentioned. Clay could see no sign of an airlock, so the captain probably wasn't lying about them needing to take a spacewalk. "If you leave now," said Skotonis, "you'll need something to bargain with. Something that might stop whoever is in charge up here from either shooting you down straight away or throwing you into an adjustment cell as soon as they get hold of you." The gene bank data Saul had transmitted to them, in an attempt to forestall their attack, and which they'd not relayed to Earth, but which they had retained as a bargaining chip. Clay felt a sudden surge of excitement. Did Skotonis really intend to release them? "You can't find her, can you?" said Trove. Clay gazed at her in puzzlement. What on earth was she on about? Trove continued. "You're coming up blank on your radio and computer searches. I would guess that any information on her present location has been suppressed, simply because that location isn't completely secure for some reason." "You were always the most perceptive of my command crew," Skotonis declared. "Her last known location was Messina's Tuscan home, but data traffic there has recently waned. She could be, as you say, in a less secure location, or else taking one of her tours." "You need something to draw her out," said Trove, "and that's where we come in." "Precisely." "I'm still not getting this," Clay interjected. Trove turned and gazed at him. "We offer the gene bank data and demand to speak to her. We try to extract guarantees from her, some promise of safety, something perhaps witnessed by delegates and supposedly legally binding." "But there'll be no guarantee. She'll just go back on her word once she has the data and have us either killed or adjusted." "Of course," Trove nodded. "So what's the point?" "The point, Mr. Ignorant Political Officer," said Skotonis acerbically, "is that if she communicates with you aboard the shuttle, I have a greater chance of tracing where her signal is coming from and to where your signal is being routed." "Not just that,"
said Trove. "Considering its original source, she'll probably want the genetic data transmitted directly to some form of secure storage close to her. She won't want to risk having something Saul might have attached to it on GovNet."
"No," said Skotonis. "I disagree. The data will go straight to secure storage at Messina's home, but she will not necessarily be there."
"Even so," Trove insisted, "that might be another way of locating her. If I was her, I'd load the data to multiple secure locations, and I'd be confident that one of them is one I can carry with me."
"Perhaps," Skotonis allowed. They were going to live. Clay was now sure of it. They were going to survive this. Of course, they'd probably end up as prisoners on one of the space stations, but once Galahad was dead, everything would change. He felt sure that he and Trove could come up with a plausible explanation as to how they ended up with their chips and collars removed, and why the mission to capture Argus Station had failed. Somehow the blame could all be laid on Skotonis.
"How will it work?" he asked. "With the data, I mean."
"I'm going to return system access to you," decided Skotonis, "so that you can access it remotely and begin transmission of the data. And just maybe it will all have been sent by the time I drop this ship right on top of Galahad's head." Clay suddenly realized that he could also download